Yi Futian and Xiang Zhe faced each other in the center of the banquet hall. One of them was a rising star in the Crimson Dragon realm. The other had come from far away Emperor Xiang's realm for vengeance. Xiang Zhe had come here from Emperor Xiang's realm and had fought his way to the Peach Banquet. He was talented and powerful without a doubt. Now he had officially challenged Yi Futian, which one of them would have a stronger understanding of the 1,000-word proverb. Lord Yi used the way of Renhuang to summon Emperor Kwa and kill a Nirvana-level figure from Emperor Xiang City, becoming famous in the process. Now I finally have the chance to see what kind of person he is, said Xiang Zhe. His voice seemed very calm, but everyone could hear how provoking the things he was saying were. The killing of a Nirvana-level cultivator would be a catastrophic defeat for many cities. Even for a Renhuang realm like Emperor Xiang's realm, it was still a loss. Because of this loss, Xiangnan had no choice but to leave Emperor Xiang City and be transferred back to Emperor Xiang's realm. That was why Xiang Zhe had come here today. During the conflict between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, Xiangnan sent people to Qinya City, supposedly to observe the battle, answered Yi Futian. They asked for cultivation resources, and I gave them many, but it seemed that it was not enough to satisfy Xiangnan's appetite. During the great battle, the people from Emperor Xiang's city came as well. Later, during the Battle of Qinya City, my position as city lord was under threat. Xiangnan did not show the least bit of courtesy. He sent out his Nirvana-level cultivator to go with the people of the 9 great tribes to destroy the city. I had made compromises with Emperor Xia's realm, but I was not going to give things for free to satisfy Emperor Xiang's city's appetite. So we rose up and resisted. How can we take this Nirvana-level cultivator into consideration when he was so far inferior to His Highness Xiangnan? They two of them spoke calmly and without any hint of disturbance. There was not the least bit of anger or passion in their tones. But Xiang Zhe was trying to paint Emperor Xiang's city as the victim, and it seemed like he was saying that Yi Futian had been the aggressor. It was utterly ridiculous. Yi Futian's simple words made both sides' grievances clear. Everyone was suddenly looking at the people from Emperor Xiang's realm with a bit of ridicule, especially Xiangnan. He had once been one of the top talents at the Battle of the Crimson River, but now he just seemed like a clown. Saying that the death of the Nirvana-level figure from Emperor Xiang's realm was Yi Futian's fault was simply ridiculous. An ugly look came over Xiang Zhe's face. What Xiangnan had told was different from what Yi Futian had just said. He did not have a way out of this. Anyone would only speak from their own perspective, of course. But at that moment he spoke without thinking, saying, "I challenge you to a fight, Lord Yi." "Very well," said Yi Futian. Many people smiled at this. A fight was a fight. Why did they have to waste so much time talking? Xiang Zhe had brought this misfortune on himself. A brilliant light flashed, and many ancient seals suddenly appeared around Xiang Zhe. They covered the whole area in an instant. Everyone looked on in surprise. The characters in these ancient seals seemed to be the same as those on the 1,000-word stele. They were very similar. Countless characters were floating through the air, and they seemed to contain invisible power. They were in harmony with the worldly Great Path. The wind howled as the power of the Great Path pressed down, covering Yi Futian. Everyone was wondering, was Xiang Zhe's understanding of the 1,000-word proverb really that strong? But some of the people who knew a little bit about Emperor Xiang's realm did not think this was strange. This was a special ability that he had inherited from Emperor Xiang. Xiang Zhe stared at Yi Futian in front of him. He had an imposing manner about him, and his eyes were filled with endless confidence. A group of sword seals appeared behind Yi Futian. It looked like a sword of Kasaipa. When Yi Futian had been observing the 1,000-word proverb, he had felt that it had some mysterious resonance with the sword of Kasaipa. It seemed that the sword of Cassiopea's perfect evolution was not limited to just being a sword. It could also contain rule power. The sword of Cassiopeia had many strengths. However, this did not stop him from modeling his sword seals after the sword of Cassiopeia. Terrifying sword will came out from the swords of Cassiopeia. All of the sword will gathered together. Each sword seal contained frightening amounts of power. 33 swords of Cassiopeia surrounded Yi Futian. Sword light flowed forward, making it look like a river of swords was flowing through the area. Neither of them had attacked yet, but there was a powerful sense of tension between them. There was a huge amount of pressure in the banquet hall. Xiangze stretched out a hand and pointed. "Go," he said. When he said this, many ancient character seals swept out at the same time, covering the sky as they shot towards Yi Futian. As soon as he said something, it happened. Crack! There was a sharp sound as a sword curtain appeared around Yi Futian. At that moment, an ancient character seal was rushing towards him. Yi Futian waved his hands, and suddenly a sword of Cassiopeia shot out with a roar and slammed into the oncoming seal, piercing directly through it and shattering it. But afterward a second seal fell, and its roar sounded even closer. It made an ear-piercing noise come from the sword of Cassiopeia. Everyone saw a fearsome storm whip up in front of Xiangze. The ancient character seals covered the sky and fell as if they were moving in sync with the great path itself. They suppressed the whole area. They have the right form and the right substance, thought Yi Futian as he watched Xiangze's attack. Xiangze's technique indeed had the form of the characters in the 1,000-word proverb, as well as their substance. They had a ferocious power, and they were growing stronger and stronger. It was clear that Xiangze was far more outstanding than Xiang had been. The swords of Cassiopeia pierced out, one sword after another. His sword was growing stronger and stronger, forming a sword curtain in front of him. It was cutting through the ancient character seals. The 33 swords of Cassiopeia formed a terrible storm of sword will above Yi Futian that destroyed all the power from Xiangze's attacks. He looked at the giant ancient character seals that covered the sky and thought, if Xiangze had actually understood the meaning of the 1,000-word proverb, his attack would be more frightening. It would cover the whole area, and he would be absolutely unable to block it. But even so, he was still very strong. He stretched out his hand, and his will moved a little bit. Suddenly, the countless ancient characters that were shrieking towards him in a wild flow turned into the shape of precious cauldrons. A golden dragon roared among them and shattered the sword will below it. The sword curtain shook continuously and seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Yi Futian stretched out his hand at the same time and swept it through the air. Suddenly his sword will grew fiercer, and invisible swords seemed to form, blocking the oncoming power. Xiangze snorted and took another step forward. Incredibly strong willpower descended. A huge figure seemed to be forming behind the ancient characters, like an image of Renhuang. This Renhuang-like figure slammed its hand downward, and there was a terrible crushing will in it. It seemed to have been born from the forming characters. As the characters lit up, it looked like a giant matrix pattern that was rushing towards the sword seals. In a flash, the 33 sword seals were shattered. Xiangze is strong indeed. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Xiangze had not only created an ancient character attack that was taken directly from the 1,000-word proverb steel, but it had also evolved into various forms. At that moment, it seemed even more like a figure of Renhuang was descending, slamming down its fist. Moreover, all of this seemed to have been formed out of ancient characters. Even if he was using his own willpower, he had still not abandoned his perception of the 1,000-word proverb. The huge palm print covered the sky. Even people far away could feel its immense power. Moreover, if Yi Futian had only formed 33 sword seals, they had all been destroyed, and he would have lost. Xiangze regarded him coolly. He wanted to see if Yi Futian could make a comeback. Heaven and earth roared as the palm print pressed down. But at that moment, many ancient characters appeared around Yi Futian. This time they were not sword seals, but palm prints. A burst of terrifying fist was formed, making the palm prints turn into huge fists. Yi Futian raised his arm and struck out into the sky. Boom! A loud noise rang out as one of the palm prints smashed into the oncoming fist, but it could not shake it. Yi Futian shot up into the air, his body straight as a bolt of lightning. All of the palm prints gathered into his arm as he pierced through the sky, heading upwards. Boom! 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 The palm prints continued to strike out, one after another, their momentum growing stronger and stronger. A huge palm print appeared under the oncoming fist. It seemed like the palm prints were overlapping, creating a giant palm print. There was a loud noise as 10 or so fists shot out, stopping the giant fist. The giant palm print was growing bigger and bigger. The mighty fist seemed like it would destroy everything. And it did not stop. More palm prints rushed forward, integrating themselves into the giant palm print. Just as Yi Futian descended and he thrust out his arm, all of the palm prints seemed to have been thoroughly integrated into the giant palm print. The figure of a giant fist appeared, punching a hole through Xiangze's giant fist, then continuing forward and piercing through the Renhuang figure. The single fist destroyed it utterly. Xiangze looked shocked. He looked up at Yi Futian, who was up in the sky looking down at him. A burst of terrible fist covered the sky. There were still endless fist wills on his fist, which seemed to have been formed from many palm prints. They had still not completely dissipated. You are flashy, but have no substance, Yi Futian said to Xiangze. He reached out, and the fist rushed forward, blowing against Xiangze and making his long robe flap in the wind. Do you want to try me? Said Yi Futian as he pointed at Xiangze. His tone and his eyes were full of indomitable spirit as he looked down on him. Everything quieted in an instant. All the eyes on Divine Mountain were fixed on this calm scene. They could all see a fierce sense of humiliation on Xiangze's face. He was flashy without substance. He had lost the battle of understanding the 1,000-character stele very badly. Xiangze had crossed an unfathomable distance from Emperor Xiang's realm to come to the Crimson Dragon realm and seek out Yi Futian for a fight. But he had already been defeated, and his part in this competition had come to an end. That peerless figure from the Crimson Dragon realm had not let anybody down. Just when everyone had thought he would lose, he had turned the tables and gained the upper hand. And it was obvious that Yi Futian had not been using his full power when they were facing each other. It was only when Xiangze had threatened him that he had finally taken action. His hearty victory had proven that even without the help of some object, he was still the top figure in Crimson Dragon Realm. This was just what everyone expected of him. Otherwise, they would have been a bit disappointed in this person who had made such large waves in the Crimson Dragon Realm. But Xiangze was a bit unhappy with this result. Had he come from Emperor Xiang's realm to seek out Yi Futian to lose? A powerful surge from him, and the crushing power of the divine path filled the air. It seemed that he wanted to use his actual strength to fight Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt the power of the divine path surging from Xiangze. The mighty power covered his body. It seemed to be everywhere and had a mighty aura. Divine might appeared all around him as well. If Xiangze wanted to fight, he would naturally not back down. The victor and the loser have already been decided, but they are not letting the matter drop there. Could it be that they fear they will never have the chance to test each other's strength again? Said Qi Shang with a smile. Xiangze was still staring at Yi Futian, but he knew where he was. The imperial palace of the Crimson Dragon Realm was not the place for him to give vent to his rage. Even if his father, Emperor Xiang, personally came here, He would not dare to be like this. This was not the place to act rashly. Moreover, Qishong was right. If he really wanted to fight, there would be chances to do so later. As he realized this, he pulled back his aura, then turned and walked away. His mood could not be affected too much by a single battle, but he was still a bit unhappy with the result, and there was a cold expression on his face. Xiang then watched his brother leaving, but said nothing. He was also feeling rather gloomy. He had lost to Yi Futian. Xiang Zhe returned to his place, and Yi Futian naturally pulled back his aura. He walked back to his place. The last few contests had been between Xu Zi and Xia Qingyuan, Pei Min and Yi Wuqian, and Yi Futian and Xiang Zhe. All of them had had people who had received peach invitations taking part. The next battle would naturally not mean too much, and would not be part of the true struggle for the 1,000-word proverb steal. Anyone else taking part in the battle would not mean much. We should not keep bothering Lord Yi. The contestants have only had a short time to perceive the 1,000-word proverb, and each battle drains a lot of their energy. Thus, let us have each combatant split up their fights as much as possible. Let us not have one person fight multiple times in succession, said Qishong. The atmosphere at the peach banquet was relatively relaxed. There were not any set rules. But there was a powerful figure and greatly desired victory. Thus, even though the atmosphere was relaxed, everyone was taking this very seriously. They all wanted to defeat their opponents. However, since they were top figures, they would not deliberately take advantage of each other. When Qishong said this, everyone understood and agreed. Qishong looked at Yu Shifei. Shifei, why don't you fight next? He had asked his beloved to be the first to fight, setting an example. Yu Shifei nodded slightly. She looked at Yin Tianjiao and grinned. Princess Yin, would you like to fight? Yin Tianjiao was the daughter of Emperor Wu, and was thus worthy of being called princess. Xu Zi had already fought with Xia Qingyuan, so there were the only 2 women left, so it was expected that they would fight. It was not like Yu Shifei was deliberately targeting Yin Tianjiao. A look of interest came over the faces of everyone on Divine Mountain. I wonder if the future queen of the Crimson Dragon realm can defeat this princess of Emperor Wu's realm, whispered someone with a smile. Everyone knew of what was going on between Qishong and Yu Shifei and was delighted by it. They all blessed them in their hearts. The happy event of their marriage was inevitable. Yu Shifei, the daughter of the Yu clan, naturally embodied the Tao. She had been fated to be extraordinary from birth, and would one day inherit the Yu clan. Some of the elders in the palace liked this intelligent and talented woman very much. It was said that even the Crimson Dragon Emperor had no objections. Emperor Wu is skilled in warfare, and the princess of his realm is naturally the same. Her combat ability is outstanding. I wonder if she will make some trouble for our future queen, answered someone with a smile. He thought that Yu Shifei would win this battle, even though her opponent was a princess of Emperor Wu's realm and someone who had cultivated at the regional palace. Yin Tianjiao and Yu Shifei walked to the center of the battlefield. Both of them were gorgeous women, so it was quite a pleasing sight. Princess, said Yu Shifei with a slight smile. Yin Tianjiao nodded. Princess. As they said this, their auras changed. They were no longer as gentle as before. Yin Tianjiao was skilled in using flames, and Yu Shifei was just the opposite. She was skilled at using water and ice. The 2 equal but opposite auras filled the area. A look of surprise came over everyone's faces as the room turned alternately cold and hot. Yi Futian stood to the side, watching calmly. He reached out and felt the heat and the cold. But the coldness was a little bit stronger. It seemed cold enough to slow down the blood in one's veins and even freeze it. This princess of Emperor Wu's realm is facing a great threat, said Yi Futian with a smile. Beside him, Xia Qingyuan looked at him, then back to the battlefield. This princess of Emperor Wu's realm helped you in the West. Yi Futian was stunned. What did she mean? Where did that come from? It seemed that Yin Tianjiao had indeed helped him. When the Zhu tribe had sought to block him and not let him leave, Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao had spoken up in support of him. If you had not said something, I would have forgotten, Princess. In that case, I hope she wins, said Yi Futian with a smile. Xia Qingyuan ignored him, continuing to watch the battlefield. Just as Yi Futian had guessed, Yin Tianjiao suffered a certain degree of domination. Yu Shifei was on the regional king's ranking, and her strength was beyond all doubt. She defeated Yin Tianjiao, the princess of Emperor Wu's realm. Everyone wished that the battle could keep going. It was a very graceful battle, and many people were watching it with great enjoyment. But Yin Tianjiao had no desire to do so. She walked away discouraged. Once she returned to her original place, she looked over at Yi Futian. She seemed to be staring at him. Yi Futian was confused. I hope you win, whispered Yin Tianjiao. She had obviously heard what Yi Futian had said before. Before the battle had even begun, she had guessed that she would lose. She was a little annoyed. She had lost to Yi Futian at Emperor Kua's ruins, and now she had lost to Yu Shifei. She had come from Emperor Wu's realm and entered the regional palace to cultivate, but she had lost several times in succession. Thus, it was only natural that she was gloomy. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head ruefully. She must be cursing him. He had just wished Yin Tianjiao victory, and yet she had lost. Xia Qingyuan looked over at Yin Tianjiao, but said nothing. Once Yu Shifei and Yin Tianjiao had stepped down, Duan Wuji stepped up. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I had originally wanted to challenge you, but since you just fought, I must challenge somebody else. On saying this, he looked in another direction. The figure there was Luo Yang of the Luo clan. At that moment, of all the people there, Luo Yang was the one who was most skilled in using flames. Of the three significant figures of the Crimson Dragon Emperor's city, Luo Yang was skilled with flames, Yu Shifei was skilled with water, and Jiang Tei was skilled with the way of space. Of course, they were all good at other things as well. But besides Yi Futian, Luo Yang was the person whom Duan Wuji most wanted to challenge. Although he had cultivated far away in the Eastern Palace in the eastern region of the Crimson Dragon Realm, he still knew of Luo Yang of the regional king ranking. Luo Yang, who was considered the most outstanding member of the Luo clan, had already been confirmed as the future inheritor of the Luo clan. Duan Wuji was incredibly proud and had a lot of confidence in his ability, but he was not sure he could beat Luo Yang, and only if he beat him could he have the chance to face Yi Futian. Thus, he did not know whether or not he would have the opportunity to fight with Yi Futian here. Luo Yang walked forward, step by step, and said, You've chosen the wrong person. His voice was indifferent, as if the outcome of this battle was not in any doubt, even though his opponent was a prince of the Eastern Palace. But he was Luo Yang. He is still so proud, whispered the people on Divine Mountain. Luo Yang has been named as the future inheritor of the Divine Fire by the Luo clan. When he was young, he was trained as the heir. He will be responsible for the revival of the Luo clan. He is also incredibly talented and has had a hard time finding worthy opponents. He refused an invitation to the regional palace, and yet still entered the regional king ranking. Luo Yang, Xing Kai, Pei Min, and Jiang Tai are all worthy of being called the heroes of their generation. They are the future of the Crimson Dragon Realm. And now there are also Yi Futian and Yu Shang of Chenya City. This is truly an age of heroes. I wonder which of them will be able to stand out from the crowd. It will be His Majesty, said someone with a smile. A smile came over many people's faces. Qi Shang, the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, was also a heroic figure, was he not? However, he did not need to fight the others. He just had to be himself. Luo Yang is right. Duan Wuji did indeed choose the wrong person. Luo Yang is a saint of true self, and his power of understanding is formidable. Duan Wuji is quite young and has suffered humiliation at many levels. It will be nearly impossible for him to defeat Luo Yang. As they were speaking, the battle had already begun. The battle had started very explosively. Yi Futian had seen Duan Wuji's god-eating fire. It was extremely strong. At that moment, it had solidified into flame seals, and flames of the way filled the sky. However, he could also see that Luo Yang's flames of the way were even more terrible. He activated the power within him, and he seemed to turn into a sun god. A brilliant sun rose from his body. The fire was divine, and it ignored all attacks and defense. Yi Futian's eyes hurt as he watched Luo Yang. It felt like they had been burned. That terrible divine fire was much stronger than that which he had experienced among the 9 great tribes. As everyone had expected, in the end, Duan Wuji lost this battle quite badly. He had received a peach invitation and thus was obviously an outstanding figure. But it was just like Luo Yang had said. He had chosen the wrong person. He had been completely dominated when he faced Luo Yang. Thus, the outcome of this battle had never been in any doubt. Both Duan Wuji and Yin Tianjiao, who had been able to fight Yi Futian at the Battle of Emperor Kua's ruins, had been eliminated. Of the 3 of them, Yi Futian was the only one who had the right to continue fighting for the 1,000-word proverb steel. This seemed to confirm the results of the Battle of Emperor Kua's ruins. Most of the time, one's actual power was the basis of luck and coincidence. As Duan Wuji and Luo Yang's battle came to an end, there were only 4 people who had received peach invitations left who had not yet fought. They were Xing Kai, Zhang Tai, Xie Qingshan, and Yu Sheng. According to what Qi Shang had said, the 4 of them would have to fight next. At that moment, Zhang Tai stepped forward. Of the other 3, the one who had the best chance of being a threat to him was Xing Kai. Xing Kai was a saint of true self, just like him. Xie Qingshan and Yu Sheng were on the regional king ranking just like him, but in a lower division, and their understanding of the Great Path was much weaker. They would be humiliated if they fought him. Even if they all had to control their wills, he would still have the advantage. Thus, to be fair, he had to challenge Xing Kai. However, he had no assurance of victory if he faced Xing Kai. It would be difficult for him to win, and he would have to expend a lot of energy. The 1,000-character steel was a Run Huang-level artifact. If he wanted to compete for it, he naturally could not waste too much of his energy. Yu Sheng. Zhang Tai had decided who he would challenge. From his view, based on the power that Yu Sheng had shown and his crazy abilities, he was a natural talent. But natural talents were often lacking in terms of ability to comprehend things. So, as far as Zhang Tai was concerned, his best choice was to choose Yu Sheng. Besides Yi Futian, Yu Sheng looked at Zhang Tai and said, "I forfeit my claim to the steel." A look of shock came over the faces of the people on Divine Mountain. They had thought they were about to witness a truly explosive battle. They would never have thought that Yu Sheng had no intention of fighting and would give up like that. He was not going to fight. Yi Futian was the only person from Chenya City who would fight. Zhang Tai had been very well prepared for this. Yu Sheng had always practiced a kind of demonic magic ever since he was young. Later, he had mixed in other methods, but the demonic magic had always been the absolute core of his skills. Moreover, these demonic arts seemed to support all of his future cultivation, allowing him to continue raising his level. Thus, Yu Sheng was not too familiar with other forms of power. Other people placed great value on the 1,000-word proverb steel, but he had no interest in it. Using his understanding of the steel to fight was not interesting to him. That was not his fighting style. Yi Futian was shocked as well. This guy was too direct. Couldn't he be a little more tactful? This was really embarrassing. At least he was someone who naturally commanded respect. Even Jiang Tai had not thought that Yu Shan would give up. A look of shock came over his face, and then he walked away. This was good, though. By avoiding this battle, he could save some energy to deal with the next one. Next, it was Xingkai and Xie turn to fight. The battle turned out just as everyone expected. Xie may have been powerful and was on the regional king ranking, but he was of a lower level than Xingkai. After a wild battle, Xie was the loser in the end. However, he did cause some problems for Xingkai. Anyone who could enter the regional king ranking was a powerful figure, one of the strongest in the Crimson Dragon realm. And so, those that had the right to continue fighting were Yi Futian, Pei Min, Luo Yang, Xingkai, Jiang Tai, and Yu Shifei. Of course, Xia Qingyuan was also left. She may not have received a peach invitation, but she had defeated Xu Zi, which gave her the right to continue. However, as long as Yi Futian was there, Xia Qingyuan would probably not compete, so no one knew if she would fight anymore. Each of the people who were left was a powerful, famous figure. Not much needed to be said about Yi Futian. In recent days, he had become the most famous person in the Crimson Dragon realm. In the year that Xingkai, the heir of the ancient imperial city, had entered the regional palace, he had swept away all his opponents there. Luo Yang and Jiang Tai were two of the most prestigious youths in the Crimson Dragon realm. Pei Min was just as famous as Xingkai in the regional palace. He came from Sword Palace. Yu Shifei would likely be the future queen of the Crimson Dragon realm. Luo Yang stepped out first and challenged Yu Shifei. Both of them had been born in the Crimson Dragon City. One of them was the hope of the Luo clan, and the other was the hope of the Yu clan. The two of them had cultivated to very similar levels and were often compared to each other. This was going to be a great competition, a battle between ice and fire. Previously, Luo Yang had dominated Duanwuji, and Yu Shifei had dominated Yin Tianjiao's flames. But Yu Shifei could not dominate Luo Yang. After a struggle, Luo Yang was the eventual winner. He was superior to Yu Shifei on their level, but their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was very similar. After the two of them stepped down, Pei Min came out and looked towards the people from Qinya City. Yi Futian knew what he meant and stepped forward. Previously, Pei Min had been challenged by Wu Qin and had shown his outstanding power in the battle. Yi Futian had a good impression of him. The two of them stepped to the center of the banquet hall, with everyone watching them. The descendant of Emperor Jian was going to fight Yi Futian. What kind of contest would this be? Pei Min looked at Yi Futian with a smile. His Highness set this match to test our understanding of the steel, and thus we must fight. I am at a higher level than you. Even if I control my will, I will still have the advantage. In your last battle, you showed that you had an exceptional understanding of the 1,000-word proverb. It will be enough to see which of us has a deeper understanding. There is no need to fight. As a saint of true self, he only wanted to fight Yi Futian in terms of their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb. As far as Pei Min was concerned, this contest did not mean too much. He had been very casual in his fight with Yi Wuqian. Now, facing Yi Futian, he was only curious about how much Yi Futian had been able to comprehend. He was not interested in fighting Yi Futian just because he was famous in the Crimson Dragon realm. If Yi Futian had been a saint of true self, he would not have limited himself. If that were the case, he would have been more interested in the fight. But not now. Everyone at the banquet was speechless. They had expected a fierce fight. However, Pei Min had suggested that they not fight. It seemed like he was not interested in doing so, but they knew where he was coming from. As far as Pei Min was concerned, there was no point in fighting Yi Futian in a situation like this. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Fine. Not having to fight was naturally the best option for him. You saw the previous battle. My understanding of the 1,000-word proverb has been integrated into my attacks. I also watched your battle where you created many powerful attack seals, which you integrated into your divine attacks. However, is that really all of your understanding? Asked Pei Min. I felt everything that you did, said Yi Futian. As he said this, a halo of brilliant ancient characters appeared around him. There seemed to be 3,000 of them, flowing continuously between heaven and earth and containing the terrifying power of the great path. In a flash, the ancient characters turned into sword seals, each one filled with terrible sword chi and as sharp as could be. They swirled around Yi Futian. A look of surprise came over Pei Min's face as he stood there calmly, feeling everything. I am far from truly comprehending the essence of the 1,000-word proverb. This is just a shadow of it, continued Yi Futian. The flowing sword seals went towards Pei Min, turning into a river of swords that flashed through the air. Pei Min felt like what was coming for him was not many individual swords, but a single one. The flowing sword seals stopped coming closer to Pei Min. They flew around him in circles, giving off an ear-splitting noise. It looks like you weren't using your full power in the last battle, said Pei Min. This made Xiang Zhe look even more gloomy. His defeat had already been humiliating enough, and now Pei Min had just said that Yi Futian had not been using his full power. That Yi Futian did not confirm or deny what Pei Min had said. Pei Min smiled and said, Your understanding of the 1,000-character proverb is greater than mine. In that case, there is no reason to keep fighting. I forfeit my right to the 1,000-word proverb. He nodded to Yi Futian as he said this, then turned and left casually. It was just like he had said. They had not fought. But in reality, Pei Min had admitted that his understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was less than Yi Futian's. However, no one thought that Pei Min's loss was shameful at all. On the contrary, it made them think that the descendant of Emperor Jian was a very noble and extraordinary man. The two men peacefully ended their contest, and they both returned to their original places. There were only 2 people left. There was a decisive battle between Xing Kai and Jiang Tai. It was a true contest of strong men. The power of their attacks was terrifying. Their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel was incredibly deep. They were locked in a mighty struggle. In the end, though, it was Xing Kai who had the ultimate victory. Xing Kai had defeated Jiang Tai in battle. It may not have been a real battle, but Xing Kai was able to extend his undefeated streak. Moreover, the enmity between the ancient imperial city and Qinya city was extremely deep. But up until this point, other than the affair with Hua Yi, Xing Kai had never directly targeted Yi Futian. But now, besides Xia Qingyuan, who had not fought, there were only 3 people left. Yi Futian, Xing Kai, and Luo Yang. It seemed like there was no way that Yi Futian could avoid fighting Xing Kai, unless he was eliminated by Luo Yang, or if Xing Kai was eliminated by Luo Yang. But it was much more likely they would be the final 2 contestants. Qi Shang looked at the last few people, smiled, and said, It seems that the 1,000-word proverb steel will soon have an owner. The last few people who want to fight can do it together. Luo Yang was the first to step forward. Then Xing Kai stepped out of the crowd. Yi Futian looked at the 2 of them, then stepped forward as well towards the center of the banquet hall. Xia Qingyuan looked at him, then whispered, Let's do it together. Upon saying this, she stepped forward as well, walking side by side with Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan was going to fight. For people would fight in the final battle for the 1,000-word proverb steel. 2 of them were saints of true self, and 2 of them were doctrine saints. Xing Kai and Luo Yang obviously had the advantage. For people walked to the center of the crowd of onlookers at the Peach Banquet on Divine Mountain. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon them. Xing Kai and Luoyang had been famous throughout the Crimson Dragon realm for a long time and were among the most powerful and famous members of their generation. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had newly risen to this height due to the power of Qinya City, which they were masters of. Watching the two of them walk side by side, everyone thought they looked well suited to each other. They gave off the impression of being a pair of gods. However, given Yi Futian's previous performance, it seemed that there was another woman that he loved. Had Xia Qingyuan chosen to fight because she feared that Yi Futian would be humiliated? But if she fought, there would be two people from Qinya City. If Xing Kai and Luoyang ganged up and targeted them, it would be extremely disadvantageous. It would be two saints of true self versus two doctrine saints. Of course, in a battle like this, the saints of true self had to limit their will, and thus the gap between them would not be that great. They would just have a slight advantage. But they were all among the top cultivators of their generation. They could possibly decide the outcome of this battle quite easily. The battle for the 1,000-word proverb steel would be ended with this fight. Xing Kai swept his gaze over them. He still looked indifferent. Even though there was enmity between the ancient imperial city and Qinya City, there was no emotion in his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. He seemed to be a stranger to him. "Let us eliminate them first." "Choose one of them," said Xing Kai to Luoyang. This shocked everyone. Xing Kai was not showing the least bit of propriety. Since Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had come out together, he and Luoyang would each choose one of them to fight in order to eliminate them first. In the end, it would just be him and Luoyang competing for the 1,000-word proverb steel. "As you wish," said Luoyang indifferently. The two of them turned and faced Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Two powerful auras instantly bloomed, and powerful will swept out, covering Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Suddenly, Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan's wills bloomed as well as they faced Xing Kai and Luoyang. Boom! Xing Kai stepped forward, and his powerful fighting will swept out. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan felt a fierce sense of threat from this invisible fighting will. The fighting will seemed to be wrapped around his body. Ancient seals appeared all around him. His understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel had allowed him to form war seals. The ancient words of the 1,000-word proverb had seemed to him just like his war seals. If he could cultivate the 1,000-word proverb and understand the power that it could lend to his attacks, it would be enough to raise his attacks to the next level. Even someone like Xing Kai would not refuse the chance to get Ren Huang level attack arts. Thus, of course, he would fight for the 1,000-word proverb steel. As for the enmity between him and Yi Futian, that was secondary. It was not something that could be solved at the Peach Banquet. As far as he was concerned right now, Yi Futian was nothing more than an opponent that he would defeat. He was just a stepping stone. Nothing more. Many ancient seals formed around Xing Kai, flying around in circles. A terrifying force stretched out from him. Some of these seals were particularly strong, and they swallowed up all the fighting will in the area. They resonated with the worldly great path, and the fighting will surged within them. These ancient seals had been formed from his understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel. He was able to do the same thing that Yi Futian had been able to do before. On the other side of the hall, brilliant light bloomed from Luoyang. He seemed to be bathing in the divine fire of the sun. He looked like a sun god. The terrible light of the sun shot out from him, hurting everyone's eyes and burning their very souls. It shot directly towards Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan, attacking them without pity. Xing Kai and Luoyang were not like Pei Min. They did not care who had understood how much. All they cared about was victory. However, they still limited the amount of power that they were wielding. There was a terrible amount of pressure on Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. The light of brilliant ancient seals bloomed from them as well. Ancient characters swirled in front of Yi Futian, directly opposing Xingkai's. Xia Qingyuan was wrapped in a bright curtain of sacred lotuses. Endless catastrophe sword seals formed, covering the sky. A gigantic lotus bloomed. It seemed to have an enchantment woven within it that Luo Yang's brilliant flames had no way to burn. They were stopped outside the lotus. Xingkai continued forward, and suddenly the ancient seals shot directly ahead, as if they were war seals. They rushed towards Yi Futian. Terrifying fist was flowing through the ancient seals in front of Yi Futian. He stepped forward as well, and suddenly the ancient characters went flying, turning into overwhelming fists that slammed into the war seals. Boom! An ear-splitting sound rang out as the seals slammed together in the air. But this was just the beginning. The seals around Xingkai went flying and swept downward towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian's silver hair was flying in the wind. The ancient characters turned into fists that lashed out. There was an explosive noise in the air that pierced everyone's ears. The fist wills slashed through the golden light. The two powers slammed together in midair, creating a continuous roar. In a flash, a destructive airflow appeared in that space. Xingkai and Yi Futian clashed together powerfully, directly slamming the ancient character seals they had created into each other. Their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb seemed to be equal. Seeing that all of his attacks had been blocked, Xingkai waved his hand, and suddenly a huge seal that was filled with terrible fighting will appeared amidst all the other seals. At the same time, he brought many of the other seals forward. They flowed around him, putting pressure on Yi Futian and cutting through his fist wills. They continued forward, destroying everything. Yi Futian looked up and saw a huge war seal forming. He could feel Xingkai's will within it. He could feel the incomparably strong desire to fight. It was said that the people of the ancient imperial city were of the bloodline of the vanished Emperor Zhan's realm. Xingkai and Xingqiu were descendants of Emperor Zhan. This rumor was more than half true. This kind of fighting will was incredibly strong and could destroy just about anything, even the very air itself. It rushed towards Yi Futian. With a thought, 33 fist seals appeared among all the fist wills. They all looked like his actual fists. They lashed out, piercing through the air as they rushed towards the giant war seal. The air trembled and groaned, and a clear, snapping noise rang out. Cracks gradually appeared in the giant war seal as it slammed down, but the brilliant light shining from it smoothed them all out. Yi Futian was sent flying backward, but his fist seal continued forward and reached its destination. In the end, the war seal was destroyed. The attack had been stopped. Yi Futian seems like he will cause Xingkai some trouble. The seals that Xingkai is forming out of his will are stronger than Yi Futian's, though, so he will probably lose eventually, someone whispered as he watched the scene unfold. If Yi Futian was a saint of true self, maybe we would get to see an even more exciting battle, answered the person beside him. They thought that Yi Futian would be crushed. The winners of the 2-on-2 fight would be Xingkai and Luo Yang. In the other fight, divine fire seals appeared around Luo Yang, swallowing up the flames of the way in the area. Scalding hot lot bloomed from within them and shot toward Xia Qingyuan. Whoosh! The terrifying light of divine fire entered the flames and shot towards the lotus curtain. It gradually pierced through the curtain, burning it up bit by bit as it worked its way in. And there was more than one beam of light. The divine firelight that had formed around Luo Yang bloomed, and in a flash, a huge hole appeared in the lotus curtain. Luo Yang's flames of the way have such great destructive power. He is truly worthy of being called a man of fire, said an elder on Divine Mountain. Xia Qingyuan would probably be humiliated at Luo Yang's hands. Luo Yang had inherited his ancestors' talent and was naturally skilled at using the flames of the way. The Luo clan had placed all their hopes on him. His flames of the way seemed to form a sort of fire that could not be blocked and that could destroy anything. Xia Qingyuan frowned as she saw her lotus curtain being pierced. The divine fire shot towards her. Catastrophe, swords appeared around her, and they shot out where she pointed. They went out one after another in a straight line, piercing through the oncoming divine fire. The devastating catastrophe swords seemed to be trying to pierce through the divine flames and destroy them, but the swords all seemed to melt under the flames. They became scalding hot in an instant. Xia Qingyuan's expression changed a little. More catastrophe sword seals appeared and went flying, one after another. They grew stronger and stronger as they shot towards the divine flames. Finally, the divine flames were split, but Xia Qingyuan discovered that once they were split, they became two divine flames that continued shooting forward. They were just like light. They could not be destroyed. Thousands of catastrophe swords swirled around her, forming a storm of swords. The swirling swords looked like a giant lotus with countless petals opening up to block the oncoming flames. She stepped forward, looking divine and mighty. The powerful swords covered her, and it seemed that she could launch a devastating attack at any point. The divine flames seemed to be repelled as Xia Qingyuan moved forward. She floated in the air like a goddess, continuing forward until she reached the air above Luoyang. Endless catastrophe swords stretched out through the sky. The destructive storm raged as the falling catastrophe swords seemed to split the sky. But Luoyang seemed not even to feel it. He just looked up calmly at Xia Qingyuan. "Once you become a saint of true self, come find me and we can fight again," he said. The flames surged around him, and suddenly a halo of fire appeared around him, wrapping around his body. It grew more and more fearsome. The destructive power that burst out from it seemed like it could destroy anything. "Go!" Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, and the endless catastrophe sword streaked down towards Luoyang. The halo of fire around Luoyang blazed, and an endless amount of divine fire shot out from it, forming a giant ring of flame that rushed up into the clouds. When the terrifying catastrophe swords reached him, they were all swallowed up by the divine flames in what seemed like an instant. It made for a beautiful sight. A terrifying image of destruction had appeared on the battlefield where Luoyang and Xia Qingyuan were fighting. Endless catastrophe swords were falling, turning the area into a chaotic space. Everything within it was being destroyed. Divine light shone from Xia Qingyuan. She was enveloped in a lotus light curtain as catastrophe swords whistled by. Each one was filled with infinite violence, and they were swords of all heavens. However, even though the catastrophe swords were so frightening, Luoyang had still not moved an inch. He stood there, and the halo of flames around him was still as brilliant as ever. The divine firelight that he was shooting out was filled with incomparable, destructive power. All the flame in the area gathered together. Luoyang slapped his hands together, and suddenly the halo of fire rose into the sky, swallowing up all the catastrophe swords, burning them into nothing. It seemed that no force could draw near to the divine flames. The burning covered Xia Qingyuan's body. The whole area seemed like it would be melted into nothing by the flames. Xia Qingyuan watched her catastrophe swords being destroyed and the fiery halo coming towards her. A look of perseverance flashed in her beautiful eyes. If she lost, then Yi Futian would have to face two people. And Luoyang and Xing Kai were so strong. They were both on the regional king's ranking, and everyone thought they would one day reach the Renhuang level. What was more, they were both at a higher level than Yi Futian. This was obvious from the amount of pressure she was facing now. Even though Luoyang was limiting the power of this flames, he was still a saint of true self, and his understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was much stronger than her own. Thus, his flames were more powerful than she was. And on top of that, Luoyang seemed to have an exceedingly special physique, which was in no way inferior to that of a descendant of Renhuang. She did not know if Luoyang was a descendant of Renheng, But over many generations and after many years, he had inherited the talents of his ancestors and now possessed the flames of the way. Endless flames were shooting out of the halo of divine fire. The light from the fire was enough to withstand the onslaught of the catastrophe swords, and the halo of divine fire could not be blocked. Luo Yang was bathed in endless flames. He controlled it by pointing his finger. "You haven't given up yet," he said. If Xia Qingyuan persisted, his attacks might actually injure her. Xia Qingyuan looked downward with a cold look on her face. Holy light was flashing from her, carrying a bit of Renhuang brilliance. She was as dazzling as a goddess. The catastrophe swords were destroyed and then reborn, turning into lotus flowers that covered her body. Every lotus petal had been formed from many catastrophe swords, and they continually swirled around her. Within her, a burst of life energy enveloped the lotus flower, making it look like she was one with the lotuses that were forming around her. They were feeding off and enhancing each other. Xia Qingyuan traced a seal with her hands, and many of the catastrophe swords joined together and shrieked forward, becoming many straight lines of catastrophe will. They flashed over like lightning, cutting through the air. This spell was called the Infinite Catastrophe. She turned into a bolt of lightning and shot down towards Luo Yang. Luo Yang frowned as he watched the shrieking catastrophe swords that had joined together smash into the divine fire. Her attack was no weaker than his own. The area around them became a zone of catastrophe as it was all enveloped. Even Yi Futian and Xing Kai, who were locked in battle, looked over. The two fights were not far from each other. The sky above them seemed to be caught in the catastrophe as well, but Xia Qingyuan was controlling the scope of her attack. The world was buried under the infinite catastrophe and everything was destroyed. Bang! 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 Catastrophe swords were falling all around Luo Yang, filling the air. He frowned as he felt that he was actually in danger. If he had been a doctrine saint, he could have been threatened by this attack. Everyone on Divine Mountain was watching Xia Qingyuan as well. What a powerful spell! Even the Nirvana-level elders on Divine Mountain were visibly moved. Creation and destruction, the two extremes of will, have both appeared within her and have burst forth at the same time. This princess of Emperor Xia's realm is incredible, an elder whispered. The catastrophe swords were a destructive force, and the lotuses were a force of creation. This was the infinite catastrophe. Endless destructive will fell, and the lotuses gave birth to even more catastrophe swords. In this way, both the creation and destruction were endless. Yes, Qinya City is truly an interesting place. The first one of them to rise in the world was Yu Sheng, who became famous at the Battle of the Crimson River, eclipsing both the lord of the city and the princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. It was only at the struggle at Emperor Kua's ruins that everyone became aware that Yi Futian was also a marvelous talent. As a result, the princess of Emperor Xia's realm became even more inconspicuous, said someone with a smile. Obviously, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had eclipsed Xia Qingyuan, and she had not really had a chance to display her power. But now, she had come across Luo Yang during the struggle. This was the purpose of the Peach Banquet, to let everyone see these people's talents. Clearly, they had found yet another rare talent. The princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. Outside of the Peach Banquet, many powerful figures had come as well, like Shi Chan of the Shi clan. She had fought with Xia Qingyuan before. Watching her now, she realized that at that time, Xia Qingyuan had not been using her full power. If she had used the infinite catastrophe in that fight, she probably would not have been able to escape it. It seems that this battle is heating up, everyone thought to themselves. Xia Qingyuan was serious. Of course, Luo Yang's halo of fire was also drawing upon his own power. They were no longer limiting themselves to their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb. Their attacks came on so fast that just as people were thinking it, Xia Qingyuan attacked again. The infinite catastrophe clashed with the divine flames. The destructive scene was simply astonishing. Xia Qingyuan descended, trying to pierce through the halo of fire directly. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous for her. Was she crazy? Did she want to pierce through the fiery halo? That kind of destructive power could truly threaten her life. The lotus petals opened up and turned into endless catastrophe swords that shot into the divine halo. They were burned up one after another. But they kept being created as they were destroyed, as if they could keep coming forever. A sharp snapping sound rang out as the halo of divine fire was finally broken by the falling infinite catastrophe. Her figure flashed through the sky in an instant, falling upon Luo Yang. Everyone saw the light from the endless catastrophe swords falling and piercing into Luo Yang's body. Xia Qingyuan pointed forward, and it seemed as if all her attacks gathered together on her finger. Just in the instant that Xia Qingyuan was about to launch her attack, brilliant light bloomed from Luo Yang, burning everyone's eyes. His body became a divine law body, and the falling catastrophe swords were melted into nothing. An even more powerful halo of flames rose around him, swallowing up and melting everything. He pointed towards Xia Qingyuan, and divine fire fell, burning everything. Even her force of creation did not have a chance to function. "Surrender!" yelled Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan seemed to be completely enveloped. It looked like she had been burned away to nothing. Biting her lip, Xia Qingyuan shot away like a bolt of lightning just as a pillar of divine flame descended, sending her flying backward, not stopping until she reached the edge of the peach banquet. Had she been defeated? Everyone's gaze fell upon Luo Yang and felt his will. Even though it had been his final attack, he had still controlled its power and had not used the strength of a saint of true self. But even so, he had still knocked Xia Qingyuan back. Everyone thought back to the rumors of Luo Yang's ancestry. The Ren Huang of the Luo clan had a divine fire body that no one could draw near to. The closer you came to him, the stronger the flames became. It was a physical power of his. Thus, when Xia Qingyuan had come near to Luo Yang, she had been subjected to an incredibly strong counterforce. If Xia Qingyuan had been a saint of true self, what would have been the outcome of that attack? Could Xia Qingyuan have threatened Luo Yang? It was really possible. Everyone wanted to see a true, open battle between the two of them. Luo Yang took a few steps forward and looked at Xia Qingyuan. There was little satisfaction in his eyes. On the contrary, they seemed to be full of admiration. She was a woman, and moreover, only a doctrine saint, and she had still given him so much trouble. Xia Qingyuan had put no less pressure on him than Yu Shifei. This was a woman who could be compared to a woman of the Yu clan who was on the regional king ranking. There was a little bit of disappointment in Xia Qingyuan's eyes. Luo Yang looked at her and said, "If you have a chance later, you can come to Crimson Dragon City and challenge me there." A look of surprise came over everyone's faces when they heard this. The fight between Luo Yang and Xia Qingyuan seemed to have created a sense of mutual appreciation between them. He had even asked her to challenge him at the Luo clan when he got a chance. But Xia Qingyuan had beaten Xu Zi, who had cultivated at the regional palace, and her fight with Luo Yang had been no less impressive than Yu Shifei. This was a woman who could be compared with Yu Shifei, and she had a noble background. Even though she was not wearing women's clothing, everyone could still see her allure. No wonder Luo Yang would appreciate a woman like this. There were few like her in the whole of the Crimson Dragon realm. There was a flash of coldness in Xia Qingyuan's eyes when she heard what Luo Yang said. She seemed extremely unhappy with it. "You have no right to ask that," she said. Her words stunned everyone. She was so aloof. But Luo Yang did not care. There were few people that he placed much importance on in the Crimson Dragon realm, and even less who were women. Xia Qingyuan was outstanding in so many aspects. It was only normal that she would be proud and aloof. At that moment, there was the sound of a collision. It had come from the battle between Xing Kai and Yi Futian. The two of them moved away from each other. They stopped fighting and looked over at Luo Yang and Xia Qingyuan, for whom the victor and the loser had already been determined. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan shook her head slightly as she looked at him. She seemed apologetic. She had wanted to help him fight, but she had been defeated, so she had in fact caused him trouble. As he looked into her eyes, Yi Futian understood what she was thinking. He smiled and said, "Victory and defeat are not important. Leave this to me." Xia Qingyuan nodded, then left. She had officially forfeited. Everyone was sent into flights of fancy by this scene. Xia Qingyuan had come from a noble background. She was a princess, after all, and thus must have a higher position in Emperor Xiao's realm than Yi Futian. And she was so strong. But Yi Futian had been made ruler of Qin City, and she stood behind him. She even seemed to obey him. But thinking of Yi Futian's song, everyone thought this was strange. Could it be was Xia Qingyuan really that unlucky? After Xia Qingyuan stepped down, there were only 3 people left on the battlefield. Xing Kai had just moved away from Yi Futian and was preparing to attack him from 2 sides with Luo Yang. Luo Yang saw that the 2 of them were not done fighting and took a couple of steps towards Yi Futian. Divine firelight still shone brilliantly from him. Yi Futian had said, "Leave it to me." He did not know what he was talking about. Could it be that he still thought he had a chance to win the 1,000-word proverb steal? At that moment, there was a roar as Yi Futian and Xing Kai both stepped forward. A huge seal shot up into the air, covering the sky. At that point, brilliant divine light suddenly shone from Yi Futian. In the moment that it bloomed, he seemed to become one with the world, resonating with the great path. The will of the world entered into him, and giant characters appeared in the air all around him. The characters read, "All universe, flowing, leave." Threshold, the deed of thought comprehension, flared to life. This was no longer a simple battle of understanding. Previously, Luo Yang and Xia Qingyuan had already been using their own power to fight, so this was not out of the ordinary. Yi Futian seemed to transform into the source of all things. The worldly great path resonated with him, and the ancient characters around him soared into the sky. Each of the ancient characters in the air contained fist within them, but at that moment they flared with space will, making them look like countless halberds. He rose into the sky and waved his hand. In a flash, all the ancient characters flew up. A divine halberd pierced through them, drawing upon their power as it pierced forward. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the very air trembled. All of the ancient characters shot down, and the divine halberd slammed into Xing Kai's seals, making cracks appear in them before they were completely destroyed. Ancient characters were swirling around Yi Futian. Everyone had a look of wonder on their faces as they beheld this brilliant scene. He was able to turn ancient characters into different kinds of will. This kind of perception was close to the true meaning of the 1,000-word proverb steal. Yi Futian floated above the banquet hall. Time seemed to have stopped. But he was not looking at Xing Kai. Instead, he turned his gaze to Luo Yang. If this battle was simply a test of one's understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steal, you both should have withdrawn already. You must know that the only reason you are still standing here is that you are at a higher level than us, Yi Futian said to Luo Yang. She really is outstanding. If she had been a saint of true self, it would truly have been a tough fight, said Luo Yang as he looked up at Yi Futian. But a win is a win, and now I am the one who is still standing here. You should step down. As he said this, brilliant light shot towards Yi Futian, hurting his eyes. Yi Futian squinted as the light burned his eyes and fell upon him. He was in intense pain, even though he had a divine body. If someone who did not have a divine body had suffered that attack, they would have been in grave danger. Luo Yang was not going to show even a bit of mercy. Brilliant, holy light covered him, but Yi Futian did not even try to protect himself from the burning. Luo Yang was incredibly skilled, which was why he had beaten Xia Qingyuan. He also had a divine body and was using the divine firelight to burn him. This would not be easy. Boom! Yi Futian stepped forward through the air, leaving Xing Kai and descending towards Luo Yang. A look of surprise came over everyone's face at this. Was this guy going to target Luo Yang while he was already locked in battle with Xing Kai? That was too foolhardy. Once Xing Kai decided to follow him, and Luo Yang attacked him as well, would he be able to fight both of them? This plan of action was reckless in the extreme. Was he not considering the consequences at all? Even Xing Kai looked surprised as he saw the retreating figure before him. Was this guy going to go and deal with somebody else while he was fighting him? Yi Futian moved incredibly quickly, descending into the air above Luo Yang in an instant, just like Xia Qingyuan had. Endless ancient characters flowed all around him. At that moment, all the characters turned into the character for halberd. Light swept out from all the halberds. An incomparably strong light shone from Luo Yang's flames of the way, but when the deed of thought comprehension burst forth, Yi Futian's divine body resonated with the great path. He became one with the ancient characters around him. The fire light could not reach him, and it was completely extinguished. All of the ancient character seals that you formed have been destroyed. Now you are only using your own power. Since you have to limit it, how can you hope to hurt me? Said Yi Futian. As he said this, the halberd characters burst forth, shrieking through the air. Luo Yang frowned, and the ancient characters came down instantly, smashing through the air. The divine fire light bloomed from him once again. His flames of the way destroyed everything, and they burned up the halberd characters. It was just like what had happened with Xia Qingyuan. He did not let them get near to him. Xing Kai was a bit out of sorts, but he did not stop, nor did he go help Luo Yang against Yi Futian. He did not need to. It looks like this will end up just like Xia Qingyuan. He won't be able to threaten Luo Yang. Everyone thought as they watched the oncoming halberds burning up in Luo Yang's flames. Luo Yang's body and flame magic were too strong. What is that? At that moment, everyone frowned. They saw that not all of the halberds were rushing towards Luo Yang. Some of them had fallen all around him. They seemed to fill the area. Soon the whole area was covered in space will, making it all become a single whole. Beams of light flowed as the space will reached the extreme. But it did not stop. Boom! Luo Yang once again sent out a wave of burning against the halberds. He frowned as he looked around him. He knew that he was trapped within this space will. What is the meaning of this? He asked, looking up at Yi Futian. The will continued to get closer to him, but it still could not hurt him. So, how much of the 1,000-word proverb steal did you understand? Said Yi Futian. An incredibly terrifying halberd seal appeared in front of him. It seemed to be integrated with Yi Futian's mighty willpower, and the glorious light of destruction shone from it. The halberds all resonated with the space will around him, and an even more terrifying atmosphere spread out. Go, said Yi Futian. One of the characters fell, a halberd that sliced through both earth and sky. All of the will in the area seemed to be integrated into it. It transformed into a huge halberd of space and time. The halberd fell like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the air as it fell. Boom! The halberd of space and time's target was not Luo Yang. It hit not far in front of him, but it did not get any closer to him. However, an incredibly terrifying will pressed out from within it, splitting the air. A low moan rang throughout the whole area. Luo Yang's halo of fire shrieked. He could feel the invisible attack as it slammed into him. It was a crosshair attack. Everyone trembled as they watched the scene. Yi Futian used his powerful spatial will to attack him from a great distance. But he did not stop there. Yi Futian stepped through the air, making it tremble. Another halberd pierced through the sky, resonating with all the halberd wool in the area. Boom! This time, the air was shaking fiercely. A devastating, space-tearing storm ripped through the area, seeming to be filled with countless halberds. The whole area seemed like it would be torn apart by the pressure. Yi Futian reached out, and it seemed like the actual halberd of space and time formed in his hand. He gripped it tightly. At that moment, all the ancient characters fell at the same time, following Yi Futian as he stepped forward. His figure flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. The will of the great path flowed. The endless light of the ancient characters entered Yi Futian's body and was integrated into the halberd. A huge image of a halberd appeared in the sky, piercing up into the vault of heaven. All of the will in the area seemed to have been merged, and then it exploded outwards. The halberd of time and space shot forward, containing the will of the unending void. Everything it touched was turned to nothingness. Everyone saw the image of a huge halberd appear above Luoyang. Even the flames of the way could not completely erase it. It looked like he would be subject to a fierce attack. Bam! There was a loud noise as Luoyang was sent flying backward. He tried to block it while still controlling his power, but he was unable to. The aura of a saint of true self flared out from him. He stepped forward. This was the only way he could block the terrible attack. But the moment Luoyang let this aura burst forth, he had already lost. Yi Futian had eliminated him with his overwhelming strength. But although he had used his power, he was still relying on the power he had gained from his understanding of the 1,000-word character steel to launch this attack. The storm of qi had still not abated. It blew against Luoyang. He had lost. He had lost to Yi Futian of Chenya City. Everyone on Divine Mountain was staring at the scene unfolding before them. Yi Futian had directly faced Luoyang and gotten revenge for Xia Qingyuan. He had done what she could not do. He had controlled the entire area with his overwhelming space spells. It was just like he had said. If they were only comparing their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel, Luoyang would not necessarily have been able to defeat Xia Qingyuan. And Yi Futian's understanding of the 1,000-word proverb was much more profound than Luoyang's. The battle they had just had was proof enough of that. The thousands of halberds seemed to have been formed out of the ancient characters and contained the will of the great path. As they fell, Luoyang, who was still controlling his level and relying solely on the flames of the way, could not block them. Standing off to the side, Pei Min smiled and said it seemed that he had not fully displayed his understanding before. If one was simply comparing their understanding of the 1,000-word proverb steel, Yi Futian was absolutely better than Luoyang, and thus he had obviously been able to defeat him. This level of understanding was a little frightening. No one knew how he had achieved it. Everyone also realized this. Perhaps his understanding was also better than that of his final opponent, Xingkai. Yi Futian was possibly the one who was most qualified to take the 1,000-word proverb steel. There were only 2 people left at the banquet, Xingkai and Yi Futian. One of them had been famous for many years and was considered to be a heroic figure in the Crimson Dragon realm. The other one had come from Emperor Xia's realm and defeated all the heroic figures who had opposed him. This man had forced Pei Min to withdraw, had eliminated Luoyang, and had finally made it to the last one left, Xingkai. The battle between the 2 of them would certainly be worthy of being called magnificent. At that moment, Xingkai was the last one left standing before him. Would Yi Futian be able to keep moving forward, defeat him, and claim the Renhuang steel? It would probably not be that easy. Boom! As everyone was considering this, Xingkai stepped forward, and a mighty wave of qi swept forth from him. Powerful fighting will spread out in all directions. A halo of light revolved around Shinkai as he transformed into the battle form of the Great Path. He resonated with heaven and earth. His fighting will surged wildly. He stood there like a god of war. Shinkai was rumored to be the descendant of Emperor Zhan. When he truly let his power burst forth, he seemed to be as vast and mighty as the earth itself. His terrible fighting will covered everything and pressed down upon Yi Futian, but he was still controlling the level of his power, keeping it at the level of a doctrine saint. When Shinkai released his fighting will, many of the madras around him seemed to be the same. They began to resonate with his body to some degree, especially the huge battle madras that had coalesced from his spiritual will. They all seemed to form the word battle. Their power was overwhelming. Yi Futian's power bloomed at the same time. The Great Path became one with his body, and space will covered the sky. It was wild to the extreme. The thousands of characters formed the word halberd, and their power was equally impressive. The two of them faced each other with surging auras that collided wildly in the air, whipping up a devastating hurricane. They're both so strong. Everyone's hearts trembled. Most of the cultivators who studied at the regional palace knew Kai a little bit. The techniques that he cultivated were at the Renhuang level. The heaven-punishing fighting will was said to have been created by an ancient god of war. When the fighting will was unleashed, and his body became one with the Great Path, his spirit would change, and his power would overwhelm everything around him. When he used any method of attack, his power would soar far above that of those on the same level as him. His might was without equal, and he could sweep away all foes. With this technique, he had not been defeated in many years. He had become a highly revered figure. When he had come to the regional to palace several years ago, he had defeated all his opponents. He had no rivals on the same level as him. In this way, he was a little bit like Yu Sheng, who had just entered the regional palace. With the heaven-punishing fighting while increasing his power, Shinkai's aura was simply astonishing. The halo of light around him was dazzling as the divine light of a god of war entering battle burst from him, entering into the battle madras and increasing their power until it was frightening. But Shinkai could see that Yi Futian's perception was possibly stronger than his. But this was not enough to make him give up. Victory was strength. There was no such thing as an absolutely fair fight. Boom! The word battle suddenly exploded and sped through the air as it rushed towards Yi Futian. Every letter seemed to be integrated into his heaven-punishing fighting will. There was a terrible whistling sound as it sped towards Yi Futian. The heaven-punishing fighting will was a Renhuang-level technique, just like the deed of thought comprehension. Just as the heaven-punishing fighting will corresponded well with Shinkai, the deep of thought comprehension was extremely well suited to Yi Futian. The ancient characters wrapped around him. His body turned into a furnace of the Great Path, swallowing up and refining all the will around him. He turned it all into space will and integrated it into the characters that were swirling around him. He saw Shinkai's attack coming for him, and the letters of the word halberd swept out, flowing through the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. The people who were sitting on the mountain could see most clearly. The words battle and halberd were flowing through the air above them, covering the sky, turning into a terrible battle madra and a spatial divine halberd. Then they smashed together in midair. In a flash, rough waves of power swept out. The word attacks that the two of them had sent out were very similar. They were both incredibly overwhelming attack spells. Their attacks seemed to be matched in strength as they collided in the air. Shinkai stepped forward, and the heaven-punishing fighting will whistled through the air. He reached out, and terrible fighting will burst out from the coalescing battle madra before him. It was growing stronger and stronger. Go! Shinkai slammed out with his hand, and suddenly the battle madra whistled forward, bridging the gap between them in an instant as it shot towards Yi Futian. The battle Words were integrated into it and pressed down upon Yi Futian from above. There was a loud boom, and the air itself seemed like it would collapse. The halberd floated through the sky, directly piercing through the air itself. As everyone watched this attack, they thought the sky was going to fall. Would Yi Futian be able to withstand this? At that moment, they saw a celestial halberd form in the furnace that Yi Futian's body had become. It seemed to have been forged from the will that he had taken into the furnace. It pierced through the air in a flash and slammed into the battle madras. Spatial will burst out and tore through everything, turning it all to nothing. A loud sound echoed wildly in everyone's ears as the battle madras and the halberds shattered each other. The attack made everyone's hearts beat wildly. Their attacks were powerful enough to frighten anyone. The two of them stepped forward at the same time. Words flowed around them, sending out waves of pressure in all directions. Both of their auras were incredibly powerful. Their eyes were extremely sharp as they stared at each other. Their auras collided in midair. It was overpowering. Bang! They stepped forward at almost the same time. As Xing Kai stepped forward, his fighting will rose, and the heaven-punishing fighting will grew stronger. It seemed as if an image of a god of war was spreading throughout the sky, looking like it would break through the very air itself. When Yi Futian stepped forward, his aura surged. He used the Xianyuan footwork, and his spiritual will burst forth. His will was growing stronger. Bang! Neither of them stopped. They continued forward. Bang! Bang! Each step seemed to shake everyone to their core. Their hearts were pounding. The great path flowed wildly above their heads, and a destructive storm raged. Their words were still smashing into each other. Their clothes flapped wildly in the gusts of wind that hit them. It was truly frightening. Would this be the decisive battle? Their power had reached its limit, and they were getting closer and closer together. They crossed a vast distance with each step, but they stopped at the same time. Their robes fluttered wildly in the wind. The figure of a god of war seemed to coalesce behind Xing Kai. He had not unleashed his life spirit. It had just formed merely out of his astonishing fighting will. Its strange image stretched through the great path. It was apparent how powerful Xing Kai was. Many of the ancient words were revolving around Yi Futian, such as all universe. A powerful wind form burst forth from the furnace within him, and a dazzling pattern of the great path formed around him and shot up into the sky. Many patterns of the great path appeared at the same time, forming a cylindrical halo around him. Everyone found that they had stopped breathing as they stared at the two of them. Xing Kai was strong beyond a shadow of a doubt, and this was the first time that Yi Futian had truly let loose his own power. He was too strong. He was only a doctrine saint, but his aura seemed to have transcended the limits of this world. Many ancient characters appeared around Xing Kai's body. The towering and lofty figure of the god of war's fist shot out. In a flash, ancient seals floated through the sky, seeming to form into a full body. It pressed through the sky towards Yi Futian. His fighting will would destroy anything. The god of war seal. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. Xing Kai had used the heaven-punishing fighting will to integrate the attack spells that he was good at into the ancient seals. Everyone felt the pressure up in the sky. Yi Futian would be buried within it. Whoosh! The halo of the great path roared around Yi Futian. Under the power of the deed of thought comprehension, a divine halberd rose from the furnace that his body had formed through the halo of patterns of the great path. Brilliant, destructive light surged out from it, shooting up into the sky. An ancient seal descended through the sky, seeming to be a complete whole. The huge halberds slashed through the air as many halberd seals descended and smashed into the falling ancient seals. At that moment, there was an incredibly spectacular scene up there in the air. It seemed as if the whole sky was pressing towards Yi Futian. Destructive light fell, trying to annihilate him utterly. But at that moment, an incredibly long halberd stretched forward, smashing into the god of war seal, shaking the sky itself. Terrible space, tearing power appeared on every one of the halberds. Moreover, it did not end there. The halberd that had formed from his body slashed out again and again, growing stronger and stronger. The god of war's descent was growing slower and slower, and cracks were appearing in it. The cracks were appearing as the halberd slammed into it, stretching out like a spider's web. They grew bigger and bigger. A brilliant golden glow erupted in the cracks. The god of war seal was already shaking. Whoosh! A powerful beam of light shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. The god of war seal shattered, and terrible space tearing was swept out. Many of the weaker people there did not dare to look at it. The destructive space seemed like it would cut into their very eyes. After a moment, their eyes slowly opened, and they looked back towards the battlefield. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed over there, staring dumbfounded at what they saw. Time and space seemed to have frozen. The two figures were still standing up there in the sky. Xing Kai was standing there calmly. He had not moved. He was right where he had been before. Yi Futian appeared in front of him. He reached out with his arms and grabbed one of the halberds and pointed it at Xing Kai, and destructive light flowed out of it. It was evident that Yi Futian had just broken through the god of war seal and used the great path of space, then had strode across the sky to descend in front of Xing Kai with his halberd. There were no more words around Xing Kai, and Yi Futian still had a halberd in his hands. In this battle, they had finally gotten to the point where they were using their real attack spells. Finally, Yi Futian of China City, who had come from Emperor Xia's realm and shown himself to be outstanding, had defeated Xing Kai of the Crimson Dragon realm, who had never been defeated before. The wild airflow had still not completely dissipated. It still blew through the banquet hall. But at that moment, everything was completely silent on Divine Mountain. The scene was firmly imprinted on everyone's mind. The battle of understanding the 1,000-character steel had come to this. It was no longer just a simple battle of understanding. It had now become much more personal for the combatants. Xing Kai and Yi Futian had even let loose Run Huang-level techniques and had cast the spells that they were most specialized in, displaying astonishing power. And throughout the process, Qi Shang had not stopped them, but had let them have free rein. Under these circumstances, Yi Futian, who was at the first tier of the divine path, had been able to defeat Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self. Could that mean that if he reached the level of a saint of true self, it was highly likely that he could directly defeat Xing Kai in battle? He had already proven his understanding. He was not only stronger than Xing Kai, he was stronger than anyone else here. Otherwise, how could this doctrine saint have made it to the very end? And not only that, he had made it to the very end in an outstanding fashion. First, Pei Min, the descendant of Emperor Jian, had admitted he was no match for him. Then, he had defeated Luo Yang, who had previously defeated Xia Qingyuan. And his last fight with Xing Kai had been the most brilliant, and he had still managed to defeat him. Such a display could only be called incomparably glorious. It could indeed be said that he had swept away everyone in his path. At that moment, everyone realized why Yi Futian had been made the lord of Qinya City. There were 3 great figures of Qinya City in Emperor Xia City that had the right to enter the regional king ranking: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Xia Qingyuan. In the future, Qinya City would very likely become the premier city in the Crimson Dragon Palace. Brilliant! Upon Divine Mountain, many of the Nirvana-level figures had a look of appreciation on their faces. Brilliant indeed. Xing Kai had unleashed the heaven-punishing fighting will, and the techniques that he had cultivated seemed to have been passed down from the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty. In the past, when Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm had been at war, it was said that the imperial advisor was not willing to kill him. "Now I see why," someone whispered. He would indeed never have wanted to kill such a talented, dutiful disciple. Of course, if he had been an enemy, he would have been eliminated. This generation of the Crimson Dragon Realm is full of talents. I had thought that this would be the age of Xing Kai, Luo Yang, Pei Min, and Jiang Tei, but I had not thought that first Yu Sheng and then Yi Futian would be so dominant. There's so many heroes nowadays. We don't even know which ones to watch, they all said as they smiled. There was also an uproar among the people watching below the mountain. Yi Futian's name had already been well known throughout the Crimson Dragon Realm, but even at the Battle of Qinya City, he had been relying on Emperor Qua's will rather than his own power. But he had indeed proved himself in this battle. He was a top figure, in no way inferior to anyone in the Crimson Dragon Realm, including those on the regional king ranking and the undefeated Xing Kai. But today, Xing Kai had been defeated. The one who had defeated him was younger than him and of a lower level. No one knew what Xing Kai was thinking at that moment. "How awkward," whispered the prince of Emperor Dong's palace, Duan Wuji, as he saw Yi Futian pointing his long halberd at Xing Kai. Earlier, he had lost to Luo Yang, and the Yi Futian had defeated Luo Yang and Xing Kai in succession. He and Yi Futian were at the same level. He was still desperate for a real battle with Yi Futian. It looked like he would not get the chance now. This guy had embarrassed him. But there was still a slight smile on Duan Wuji's face. Since Yi Futian's was this strong, then did that mean that what had happened at Emperor Qua's ruins was not such a humiliation? And it was not just him. All the top cultivators of the Crimson Dragon Realm were gathered here, and every one of them had been defeated. Thus, it was perfectly understandable that he had not been able to seize Emperor Qua's inheritance. The people who had come with Xing Kai from the ancient imperial city all had ugly looks on their faces, especially Xing Qiu. He had a look of shock and disbelief on his face. His older brother had lost. He still remembered that after the end of the Battle of the Crimson River, his brother Xing Kai had comforted him by saying that no one in the world of cultivators could remain undefeated. Now, Xing Kai himself had lost. It was as if he was proving his own words. Moreover, the one who had defeated him was Yi Futian himself. On that day, the two of them had had the desire to face off against each other, but at that time his brother had looked down on Yi Futian and had not considered him a worthy opponent. But what about now? Xing Kai looked up at Yi Futian. He also remembered what had happened at the Battle of the Crimson River. Even before the battle today, he had not considered Yi Futian to be a worthy opponent. He thought that his final opponent would be a saint of true self like Pei Min, Luo Yang, or Jiang Tei. Yi Futian was no longer his concern. The enmity between them had not been resolved today. He had never once cared about this opponent. But now Yi Futian was right in front of him, pointing at him with his halberd with extremely dazzling light spreading out from him. In the world of cultivators who could remain undefeated, he had known he would lose eventually, but he had not thought that it would be like this. He had never thought that he would lose to Yi Futian today. Nowadays, many people were saying that Qinya City would one day compete with the ancient imperial city for the title of the principal city in the Crimson Dragon Realm. He looked on that prospect with scorn. But was it really impossible? In the future, if Yu Sheng, Yi Futian, and Xia Qingyuan achieved nirvana, could he, Ninth Servant, and Gai Huang suppress them? Moreover, Yi Futian had also conquered the 9 great tribes. Finally, as he stood there calmly in the air, Xing Kai said in a cold voice, "I hate being pointed at." Thinking of defeat and being truly defeated were not the same thing. He found that he was already feeling humiliated by this battle. It was hard for him to bear it. He was incredibly proud by nature. He may have known that he would definitely suffer defeats upon the great path, but he had thought that it would happen later on his road when he reached a stronger sphere and opponents who were more glorious. But in reality, the person who was pointing at him now was someone who had previously been too proud to even fight. Thus, this made it even more difficult to bear. "You lost," said Yi Futian calmly. "Why should a loser be so proud?" He hated it when people struck at others in a time of crisis, but Xing Qiu and Gai Huang had done just that. If they had been weaker, then Qinya City would have been destroyed and he would have died. So what did it matter what Xing Kai hated? Whoosh! And extremely fierce airflow swept out. Astonishing fighting will burst forth from Xing Kai's body. He was no longer controlling his power. The aura of a saint of true self flared out, and the heaven-punishing fighting will bloomed. Lines of frightening light of the great path swirled around his body, then whistled out, rushing towards Yi Futian. In a flash, Yi Futian felt a shocking burst of power. His deed of thought comprehension flared as well. In the next moment, he saw Xing Kai striding forward. The great path roared as he raised his fist. It was the god of war seal. Brilliant light burst out from the halberd, and it pierced forward violently, but it still shattered beneath the god of war seal. A wild hurricane slammed into Yi Futian. He was sent flying back rapidly as the huge wave of wind crashed over him. He was thrown back to the edge of the banquet hall, where he stopped. At the peach blossom banquet, Qishang frowned. A look of disbelief came over everyone's faces. Xing Kai was flaunting the rules here. Perhaps being defeated by Yi Futian had quite a bad effect on him. The seal disappeared. Xing Kai's eyes were cold as he swept them over Yi Futian off in the distance. He called back his aura, then turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. He did not follow up on his attack on Yi Futian. So what had been the meaning of it? All it did was make people laugh. Qishang was about to say something, but when he saw that Xing Kai was not going to do anything else, he held his tongue. It seemed that he had wanted to display his displeasure. Luo Yang was also staring at Yi Futian. They had never imagined that the one who would defeat them would be Yi Futian. The battle for the 1,000-character steel had come to an end. There was a loud rumbling sound in the air. A huge stone steel descended from the sky. On the outside, the steel appeared plain and ordinary, but there were many ancient words engraved on it. If you did not look into it with your spiritual will, you would find nothing out of the ordinary about it. But once you entered it with a thread of spiritual will, you could immediately feel the 1,000-character proverbs. Now, the steel of the 1,000-character proverbs was Yi Futian's. Qishang waved at Yi Futian with a smile. "Take it, Lord Yi." Yi Futian nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." He was not too concerned by Xing Kai's attack. There was no use in worrying about it. This steel of the 1,000-character proverbs was a Run Huang level artifact. It was the whole reason for the battle. He walked up to the steel and took it. There was a strange look in everyone's eyes as they watched Yi Futian. Besides their envy and jealousy, there was another strange emotion. They all knew that Yi Futian had also taken the magic zither. The magic zither had been left behind by a demon emperor. Now, this mysterious 1,000-word proverb steel that had been engraved by Ren Huang was also Yi Futian's. He had just gained 2 precious Ren Huang level artifacts. Those were real treasures. It would be difficult for anyone to measure the value of either one of them. How many of the great powers of the Crimson Dragon realm owned such treasures? And Yi Futian had walked away with 2 of them. But Yi Futian did not care what they were thinking. After he took the steel, he returned to his place. All the people from Qinya City were watching him, and even Xia Qingyuan had a rare smile on her face. She had blamed herself for losing to Luo Yang and worried that Yi Futian would have to face 2 opponents and be defeated. But Yi Futian had once again proven his unparalleled talent. This was true in Emperor Xia's realm, just as it was in Emperor Li's realm, where the imperial advisor had looked on him with favor. Now that he had come to the main region of the Crimson Dragon realm, he was still unmatched. It seemed that wherever he was, he suppressed the glory of all the proud sons of heaven around him. Everyone returned to their seats. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the peach banquet. They were not appeased. If these people had not been restricted by rules and fought without their wills being oppressed, what would the scene be like? It was thrilling even to think about it. It was a pity, but the peach banquet would not let this happen. Besides, everyone's plane differed. If a saint of true self fought with a doctrine saint with unrestricted will, it was not fair. Excellent, a voice came. People followed the voice and found the speaker was Qi Shang, who was sitting at the head of the table. It was amazing to see you all comprehend the idea of 1,000-character proverb so thoroughly in just an hour. Especially the ones at the end's performances were marvelous. I believe the 1,000-character proverb will get a chance to shine in Lord Ye's hand, said Qi Shang, laughing. It is my honor to observe your peerless means. Let us toast to the heroes of our Crimson Dragon realm. He drank up the wine in his cup. Thank you, Your Highness. The peach banquet is renowned around the world. It is an honor for everyone in Crimson Dragon realm to receive an invitation to peach banquet. It is our pleasure today to be invited here, not to mention that it is a precious chance to meet so many gallant heroes, said Duan Qingshan, smiling in a graceful, open manner. Yes, it is a fortunate thing to meet someone more extraordinary than oneself, said Yu Shifei with a gentle smile. Such a chance was indeed rare. It was thanks to the peach banquet that they could convene together. You all are the future of the Crimson Dragon realm. Compared with you, I am the lucky one to be here. Perhaps, one day in the future, some of you will become Renhuang. At that time, the scene will be different, and your states of mind will also differ. I hope the peach banquet will become an anecdote about you, Qi Shang said, laughing. Time would change everything. Although the people here still looked young, becoming a Renhuang was still far away for them. In the long river of time, nothing was impossible as long as one was outstanding enough. The guests being invited today were the most outstanding ones of the Crimson Dragon realm. He was clear that the regional king ranking was based on the standard of having the potential to become a Renhuang. The Renhuang figures who would appear in the Crimson Dragon realm in the future must include one or some of them present today. After today, there will be new names appearing in the regional king ranking, said Pei Min, looking toward Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan might not be, but according to his brilliant grade today, Yi Futian would definitely be listed on the regional king ranking. He would become the 19th figure entering the regional king ranking after Yushang. I should congratulate Lord Yi beforehand, said Qi Shang, laughing. People on the Divine Mountain felt uneasy. Since Qi Shang had said it like that, there was no suspense about whether or not Yi Futian would appear on the regional king ranking. At least 2 warriors of the Thousand Leaf City would be listed on the regional king ranking. Beside Crimson Dragon City, only the top city in the peripheral realm, ancient imperial city, the Ninth Servant, and Xingkai. Regional king ranking is nothing but a list. But I should still thank you, Your Highness, said Yi Futian. He didn't keep the thing in mind. The regional king ranking itself didn't mean anything, but entering the regional king ranking would mean a bright future, at least being of Nirvana plane. However, it was nothing but a list. People looked toward Yi Futian. He was too proud by speaking like this, but it was the truth. Qi Shang said, Lord Yi is right. It is nothing but a list. Okay, I will not waste your time. Here is the last course of the peach banquet, the divine martial road, said Qi Shang. He rose to his feet and turned around, raised his head, and looked toward the rushing waterfall. Above the waterfall, golden peach flowers were in blossom. A celestial road seemed to be hidden inside. There was a celestial pavilion on the top. Everyone, please come." Qi Shang turned around and looked toward the warriors. People rose to their feet and fixed their eyes on the celestial road above the waterfall. The pavilion on the Divine Mountain had a name, Divine Martial Palace. The Divine Martial Palace on the Divine Mountain stored martial arts classics of the world and contained law methods beyond imagination. It was the place where numerous top figures of Crimson Dragon realm dreamt of visiting. However, people who didn't belong to the Imperial Palace only had one chance to approach the Divine Martial Palace. The chance was to attend the top one banquet in the Crimson Dragon realm, Peach Banquet. Below the Peach Banquet, numerous pairs of eyes looked toward the warriors who rose to their feet, full of envy. Only the people who were invited to the Peach Banquet were qualified to walk on the Divine Martial Road. Even their companions had no right to step on it. Although Princess Qingyuan was a companion, her performance was outstanding in the previous trial. "She can come, too," Qi Shang said, looking toward Xia Qingyuan. He made an exception for Xia Qingyuan to step on the Divine Martial Road. Xia Qingyuan defeated Xu Zi of the Regional Palace in the previous fight and fought with Luo Yang at such a high level. Of course, she was qualified. So, it was reasonable that Qi Shang made an exception to allow her to come with them. "Thank you very much, Your Highness," said Xia Qingyuan, nodding. After Yi Futian received the Peach invitation, they had researched everything about the Peach Banquet and knew the chance to enter the Divine Martial Road was very rare. Of course, they would have a try. She wanted to see how many steps she could take on the Divine Martial Road. "Please," said Qi Shang. "Your Highness, please." Warriors replied courteously. Qi Shang nodded with a smile and soon rose to the air. He directly strode onto the waterfall and walked into the boundless golden peach flowers. After a short while, they reached in front of the ancient roads and paused their steps. Peach blossoms drifted in the wind and fell slowly on the ground. The mysterious ancient roads stood in the mist. The end of the road seemed to be the palace of deities on the top of the Divine Mountain. 36 weapons were lying ahead on the roads. Each weapon contained a wisp of path will, which represented an ancient road. People who arrived here each could choose a path to go. I think you all have heard about the Divine Martial Road. These weapons are the barriers you are about to face, but at the same time, each of them represents a kind of path method of Renhuang level. What you'll get depends on which step you will finally reach, said Qi Shang. Please use your discretion in choosing which path to go on. Good luck, everybody. Okay, said Pei Min with a smile. He directly entered the ancient road with a sword with no hesitation. He cultivated in swordsmanship, so he didn't have many choices. He didn't need to hesitate. Pei Min disappeared after entering the Peach Ancient Road, but above the empty space on the Divine Martial Road, dazzling sword light flashed up. The sword floating in the air made metallic clangs and wind sound. Many figures on the Divine Mountain saw the scene and felt it normal. It was normal that Pei Min chose the road of the sword. Many people below saw the dazzling sword floating in the air and asked, just now, who chose the Divine Martial Road of the sword? Of course, Pei Min, someone replied, and many nodded. Next, how would others choose? Emperor Shu Princess. Shu Zi stepped out and chose the Thunder Hammer. She didn't act like a delicate lady at all. This weapon was extremely fierce. The moment she stepped on the ancient road, thunder, lightning exploded in the sky above the road, extremely fierce. Xiang Zhe chose a cauldron that contained the horrifying path will of suppression. As he walked on the Divine Martial Road, a cauldron with metallic clangs appeared on the Divine Martial Road. Xing Kai chose a giant ancient bell and entered the Divine Martial Road. Gradually, warriors all entered the roads. Numerous people were paying attention to them. Everyone chose the ancient road, matching their cultivation. Which road do you want to choose? Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan, who was standing next to him. Xia Qingyuan pointed toward the fighting gloves, from which horrifying will a fist was exploding. She came from Emperor Xiao's realm and cultivated in the best method. The thing she got here might not be better than what she had already owned, so she treated it more like a trial. Go ahead, said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded and walked there. Yu Sheng, how about you? Asked Yi Futian, looking at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng pointed toward another direction, where there was a poleaxe. Yi Futian nodded. Yu Sheng went there and entered the divine martial road. Qi Shang looked toward Yi Futian. He let Xia Qingyuan and Yu Sheng choose first. Which path road would he choose for himself? Yi Futian browsed the 36 ancient roads. First, he noticed the cudgel, but he had his own heaven-traversing staff techniques. He saw the halberd, but he also created his own halberd skill, Unending Void. Finally, his eyes fell on one place where there was one thing, a steel. The steel seemed to contain stars, a celestial steel. Not long ago, he had obtained a steel with the inscription of 1,000-character proverb. What would happen if these two abilities merged with each other? Even if not, he was also good at starry spell anyway. Yi Futian stepped out and directly strode onto that ancient road. Qi Shang showed surprise at the scene. He didn't expect Yi Futian to finally choose the celestial steel. He raised his head and saw a gleaming giant steel show up above the divine martial road Yi Futian chose and lit up the void sky. Yi Futian came in. Below the divine mountain, numerous pairs of eyes looked toward the divine martial road. After the previous battles, now Yi Futian had attracted much attention. His action was always the focus of people's concern. During the last battle, Yi Futian was the one who came to an end and got the steel of 1,000-character proverb. So this time would Xing Kai, Luoyang, and others exceed Yi Futian and prove themselves? Bam! At this moment, the sound of a bell resonated between the sky and earth and took people's thoughts back. Many people raised their heads toward the sky above the ancient roads and saw beams of light coming from a giant ancient bell. Soon, the second ancient bell appeared and stretched out toward the divine martial palace. It's Xiang Kai, many people said. Xing Kai was the one who chose the road of the ancient bell. He was the first one to pass the first level and let the sound of the bell resonate between the sky and earth. Whiz. Another moment, the sword emitted boundless light amid the limitless golden peach blossoms. The second sword appeared above the ancient road and swallowed and spat very dazzling will of sword, pointing toward the top of the divine mountain. Pei Min was the second person who passed. Soon, the cauldron rang, the poleaxe shone. People knew these warriors were all heading toward the divine martial road. Every transformation meant they took one step forward. On the top of the divine mountain, there were Nirvana-plane figures from Imperial Palace observing what happened on the divine martial road. These peerless figures were currently the strongest warriors of Crimson Dragon Realm. Would they surpass former warriors and take more steps? The trial on the divine martial road could reveal who was the most outstanding one among them. However, even the public of Crimson Dragon Realm was not aware of it. Only the people from Imperial Palace knew this. Qi Shang, as the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, also knew a secret hidden in the divine martial road, which was only known by the core figures of the Imperial Palace. Even the top powers in the Crimson Dragon Realm didn't know about it. Who was the peerless one on the divine martial road? Would Yi Futian outperform everyone and reach the end like the last time? The trial this time wouldn't be less difficult than last time. This time, it might even be harder. The moment Yi Futian stepped onto the divine martial road, he immediately felt that time moved more slowly. It was as if everything had changed. The divine mountain was not here. There were no boundless golden peach flowers, either. There was only a starry ancient road with no end. In front of him, there was an enormous steel of stars. In the steel, Stars moved around. The mood inside the steel was extremely strong. It was as if all of a sudden Yi Futian was about to be taken into the space of the starry steel's mood. His body was below the stars, and compared to the stars he looked so trivial. Boom! Suddenly, a massive gust of might enveloped the world and exerted pressure on Yi Futian. Stars fell. The boundless colossus stars dropped down on him as if the world was crashing down and he would be turned into ashes by the stars. Yi Futian took a step out and instantly released the fierce power from his body. His might of law released, and the might of the great law squeezed the world and rushed out, roaring. With a loud boom, the dropping stars were blocked by a gust of horrifying might, but the stars continued to spin forward, trying to vanquish him here. A strange look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. The pressure of the might was indeed aggressive. They all happened mentally. It was as if all was nothing but an illusion, but the scene was so vivid. If anything went wrong, he would be trounced and severely hurt. He stood in the world of the starry steel. The rotating stars kept emitting horrifying might and gnawing at his willpower until he couldn't stand it anymore. The oppression was so intense, even at the beginning. What would happen next? At this moment, Yi Futian was somewhat looking forward to it. He lifted one foot and stepped forward. The great law resonated, and the fierce will of space tore the stars apart. Stars exploded into fragments, and the starry sky seemed to break. With one step, Yi Futian seemed to walk into another independent space. After he took the step, two starry steels appeared above the ancient divine martial road where he was. At that moment, people outside also knew that Yi Futian had taken his first step. Now, every step he took would be the center of attention. After that, a similar scene happened again, but the might was even stronger and more stars dropped down in the starry steel. It was as if the world was about to collapse. But Yi Futian still took the second step with confidence. All the warriors invited to the peach banquet were heading forward, step by step. Outside, people were looking toward the sky above the divine martial road. At this moment, the giant bell had rung 5 times, and 6 bells had shown up, which meant Xing Kai had taken the 5th step. Above that ancient road, the sound of the bell released gorgeous beams of light, and the might of law swept out. No one could catch up to him. Xing Kai had walked the farthest, far ahead of anyone else. On the ancient road nearby, there were 5 giant poleaxes. People knew Yu Sheng was there. Next to it, there was dazzling sword light piercing through the sky, projecting toward the divine martial palace. The sword will permeated the sky and earth, in which there were also 5 swords. Pei Min was there. Boom! Bam! At this moment, the thunder lightning ripped the sky apart. The thunderstorm appeared in the upper sky. Warhammers somewhere above the divine martial road directly broke into pieces. The might of the thunder violently danced in the air, and soon a figure was thrown out of the ancient road. She made a sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Shu Zi, she stops there," some people said in shock. Before, there were 4 divine hammers on her ancient road, which meant she was done after taking just 3 steps. What did she encounter on the divine martial road? Shu Zi wiped off the blood from her lips, quite embarrassed. Was she only able to take 3 steps on the divine martial road? Just now, why did the might in front of her suddenly surge and rise up to a horrifying level, directly shaking her out? Were other situations similar to hers? Luck is an important thing on the divine martial road. You might need more luck with it. Don't keep it in mind. The outcome is not that important, said Qishang. He seemed to know what Shu Zi was thinking, so he tried to comfort her. Shu Zi nodded, but she had known the actual reason and understood Qishang was trying to make her feel better. Good luck was always in company with real strength. Qishang raised his head and kept looking toward the divine martial road. What Shu Zi thought was right. Although luck mattered on the divine martial road, the warriors who came to the end were absolutely the strongest ones. Xing Kai was still heading forward. He looked invincible. Nobody knew when he would meet a barrier. Soon, Yin Tianjiao was shaken out and soon quit the game, too. She didn't look good, either. People gradually figured out that after Shu Zi, at every step, there would be at least one person gone. Bam! After a loud sound, the sound of the cauldron resonated between the sky and earth, and then the cauldrons over the divine martial road were directly shattered into pieces. Xiang Zhe's body appeared at the gate of the divine martial road. He was thrown out, too. He looked quite awkward. After the 9th step, there were only 7 people left. Yu Shifei, Xie Qingshan, and Duan Wuji left the game. The first 2 people were listed on the regional king ranking had also lost the game. One could tell how hard it was. Xia Qingyuan had trouble at the 10th step. Limitless fist shadows appeared in front of her. A gust of unsurpassable fist will struck toward her as if a war deity-like figure launched an attack at her. The fist will resonated and lit up the willpower. All of a sudden, the power grew invincible, as if able to slay a god. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and still didn't want to give up. She released the infinite catastrophe from her body and used it to collide with the endless fist will. All of a sudden, she felt an endless source of power which smashed all the fist will and kept moving forward. She only had this feeling when fighting Yushang. Her infinite catastrophe was penetrated. The fist will rushed in front of her. Finally, Xia Qingyuan could no longer stand it anymore. Above the divine martial road, fist will violently exploded into pieces. Xia Qingyuan was shaken out of the divine martial road. There were 6 people left. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Xing Kai, Luo Yang, Pei Min, and Jiang Tai. The bell had rung 11 times and 12 bells showed up. Xing Kia paused his steps. The other 5 warriors gradually all caught up with him. As Jiang Tai finally reached the end, these 6 warriors together appeared at the same starting point. But the scene above the divine martial road was extremely horrifying. Xing Kai took action again. This time he felt a terrifying power. The sound of the bell triumphed over everything, annihilating his law and his willpower. Nothing could stop it. The radiance of the great law from Xing Kai's body exploded to the extreme. He launched the heaven-punishing fighting will and summoned the war deity. The mark of the war deity was released and darted toward the ancient bell. At this moment, the sound of the bell trembled in the sky and earth. It lingered on the top of the divine mountain endlessly. 12 rings, 12 steps. The sound of the bell made numerous people's hearts thump. Xing Kai had taken the 12th step, which was approaching the limit. They looked up to the sky above the divine martial road. Matchless radiance exploded in company with the appearance of the 13 ancient bells. Xing Kai was the first one who had taken 12 steps. On the top of the divine mountain, someone asked, "How many steps did the strongest warrior take in the peach banquet last time?" 13. 13 steps. Just with one more step, Xing Kai will catch up with the strongest warrior from last time. Even though Yi Futian defeated him in the last battle, Xing Kai still released his matchless radiance on the divine martial road. He wanted to become the peerless one. There! Someone moved, too. At this moment, other people's ancient roads also showed a radical change, but soon, things on 2 ancient roads violently exploded and were destroyed. And then, people saw 2 people show up in the space under the divine martial road. They were the most extraordinary warriors of Crimson Dragon City, Luo Yang and Jiang Tai. They were removed from the game at the same time. Both took 11 steps. But it was still terrifying enough. Look at the sword, Will. At this moment, numerous pairs of eyes looked in one direction where the frightening sword will flew and grew stronger and stronger. The 12 swords kept swallowing and spitting dazzling radiance of the sword. Finally, a new Lingtian sword was born and converged into the 13th sword. Pei Min succeeded. Pei Min took the 12th step. Before he reached his limit, if he took one more step, he would achieve the record from last time. Last time, during the battle of understanding the 1,000-character stele, Pei Min surrendered without fighting. Still, it didn't mean this warrior from Sword Imperial Palace, whose name was on the regional king ranking, was weak. At this moment, everyone saw how powerful Pei Min's sword will was. The law of sword that he swallowed and spat during the trial of divine martial road was almost horrifying. Xian Kai and Pei Min had made it. There were another two people, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. At this time, the light of the poleaxe flashed across the sky dome and released boundless radiation of the poleaxe. It was as if the sky and earth would be chopped into two, and an even bigger poleaxe of war deity showed up. 13 poleaxes formed a line. Yu Sheng had taken the 12th step. The third warrior was only one step away from achieving the same record. They had all taken the step. Before long, Yi Futian's performance was the most outstanding. Would he fail this time? If Yi Futian failed, he might have to face people's jeers. Qi Shang also stared forward. He perceived the might and felt slightly stirred. If Yi Futian succeeded this time, there would be 4 people taking the 12th step. There were only 2 people who made it in the peach banquet last time. There was only one person who took the 13th step. Now, everyone was watching Yi Futian. He shouldn't disappoint them. After all, his previous performance was outstanding and undoubtedly his talent was exceptional. But even so, Qi Shang knew that Yi Futian would have a hard time since he would have to face not only the divine martial road, but also the 3 warriors who came with him. Yi Futian indeed felt a lot of pressure. He was standing in a real starry sky in the space of divine martial road. Dazzling stars were shining above his head. Tens of thousands of celestial bodies of the great law revolved in the sky, each of which released extraordinarily copious might. One could imagine how the pressure would be if all these stars fell down at the same time. Some stars directly plummeted toward Yi Futian. The might was released to the extreme from his body. The spatial would block all the stars that came near. The deed of thorough comprehension was released. Ancient characters appeared around his body and formed the halo of the great law. The dazzling halberd of time and space was formed from his body. He leaned forward and thrust the halberd toward the sky dome. Suddenly, the light of the great law pierced through the sky and earth. It tore the space apart and crushed on the stars, broke them into pieces. He lifted one foot. When he tried to step forward, endless starry light of the great law shot toward him again. Suddenly, the gleam of stars shone, and he was like amid a river made of stars, where each wisp of starry light contained extremely intimidating will. They were like concrete stars, blocking his way and suffocating him. This step was so hard to take. Boom! The beam of the great law starry light reached. Another star fell, like a meteor trying to smash him to death. The will of the torn space turned into beams of dazzling golden light and thrust forward. They were projected over the stars and created crevices in the stars, but that didn't stop the stars falling upon Yi Futian. The might of the deed of thorough comprehension was released. Yi Futian was bathed in the dazzling aura like an immortal. When the stars arrived, they didn't fall on his body, but rather were crushed by themselves. Yi Futian didn't even frown. He had experienced many similar scenes before this step. After each step, a new space appeared. Each time, the number of stars increased, and the will became stronger. Besides, there was a gust of wonderful energy merged in the starry steel's attack. Stars started attacking. Yi Futian's body was shaken, but he didn't step back. He realized that the strikes of the stars were getting stronger and stronger, faster and faster, as if the dazzling falling stars streaked across the sky dome to strike his body and will, trying to wipe out his existence. Boom! 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 Yi Futian's clothes were flying in the wind. He felt his would collapse any time. If there was no end, tens of thousands of stars would shake him away. At this moment, he had felt the oscillation of his mind and will. He was in agony because of the feeling. Boom! The will of the deed of thorough comprehension was released to the extreme. His inner energy was like burning, roaring. More and more halberds of time and space formed within his body. They floated around his body and became a part of it, creating a time and space matrix lying in the void sky. The halberds of time and space was projected to the front, but were smashed into pieces by more and more stars. Go! Dazzling beams of light pierced into the sky. The complete void and Yi Futian became one. The matrix of the time and space was projected, and the halberd of endless time and space thrust through the void air at the same time and pierced everything. Boom, boom, boom! The falling stars exploded and smashed into fragments. The halberd of time and space pierced a hole in the boundless void sky. Yi Futian was very spirited and took a step forward. Suddenly, the great law hummed between the sky and earth. The 13th stele appeared above the divine martial road. This moment, people knew, Yi Futian had also taken the 12th step. For warriors had all taken the 12 steps. Just one more step, they would tie the record of the last peach banquet. Among these 4 people who could take the step, the sword moved. On the divine martial road, 13 swords whizzed ahead. The flows of sword will surged above the sky dome as if one sword pushed another sword forward, each one stronger than the last. Was it the power used by Pei Min on the divine martial road? Nobody knew what happened on the divine martial road. All they could see was the change in the sky. The 13 swords were inclined to merge as one and kept going. They kept making metallic clangs and whooshing sounds. Even though no one could see the scene in the divine martial road, they could still imagine how strong-willed Pei Min was when he fought with his swordsmanship. Hum! The sword intended to rise in the sky. It was swallowing and spitting very horrifying sword will. The 14th sword loomed as if it was about to be formed. But right this moment, a destructive beam of sword light flashed by and annihilated everything. All of a sudden, the sword in formation directly disappeared, and the 13 swords which had been formed turned into ashes in a second. The swords were all gone. A figure soon showed up at the gate of the divine martial road. He was shaken out from the road. He let out a low moan, and a bit of blood oozed out of his mouth. Pei Min came out of the divine martial road. He finally didn't succeed in taking the 13th step. Would the other 3 warriors make it? Over the 3 ancient roads on the divine martial road, violence broke out at the same time, thunder continually booming in the sky. On the ancient road where Xingkai belonged to, 13 ancient bells hummed at the same time. Very horrifying strong light emitted from the ancient bells. Above the ancient bells, a gust of stuffy might envelop the sky. The ancient bells became one and resonated in some way, trembling. On the other side, the aura of the poleaxes was also scorching and became brighter and brighter. On the 3rd ancient road, dazzling light of stars erupted from the starry steel. The 3 warriors must be undergoing huge pressure. It was just that they couldn't see. The sky and earth were roaring, rumbling. The 13 ancient bells trembled even harder. Finally, bong! A loud sound came, trembling the sky, resonating on the divine mountains. The 13 ancient bells resonated with it. All of a sudden, the bell rang without an end, making everyone's eardrum tremble. Their stares froze on the gorgeous scene on the divine martial road. The 14th ancient bell was formed. Xingkai took the 13th step. The sound of bells resonated in people's ears. Even the seniors on the divine mountain were quite surprised. Xing Kai was defeated by Yi Futian in the final battle last time, and this time he seemed to succeed in defending his self-esteem with his action. He was still Xing Kai, the warrior who rode the whirlwind in the ancient imperial city. He tied the record created by the strongest warrior in the last peach banquet and took the 13th step. The morale of people of the ancient imperial city was very high, especially Xingqiu, who looked extremely excited. They all had to swallow the humiliation in the previous battle and had nowhere to release the pressure. Until now, when Xing Kai took the 13th step, they felt all the depression in their chest was suddenly cleared out. Were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng able to take the 13th step? They clenched their fists and stared toward the sky above the other two ancient roads. The moment Xingqiu turned his eyes to that scene, he saw an unusual aura. Poleaxes chopped down from the sky dome, cleaved open the skies, and streaked across the sky. The world was almost split into half. The 14th poleaxe appeared on the ancient road. Xingqiu suddenly looked dumbfounded. And it was not only Xingqiu. Everyone on the divine mountain was stunned at the scene, too. Xing Kai had just taken the steps that the strongest warrior took during the last peach banquet, and everyone thought that Xing Kai had washed away the shame. But after just one moment, Yu Sheng told the world. Yu Sheng, could do it, too. 13 steps. Yu Sheng didn't even show up in the last trial and directly surrendered. But this time, obviously he didn't do this. But how? Xingqiu couldn't believe his eyes. During the last peach banquet, only one person was taking the 13th step on the divine martial road, which meant the step was almost the symbol of perfection on the divine martial road, extremely hard to achieve. Just now, Xingqiu's brother Xing Kai made it. But before he felt excited about it, Yu Sheng soon took the 13th step forward, too, the step of perfection. Not only Xingqiu, but other warriors were also all shocked by the scene. Yu Sheng of the Thousand Leaves City stepped out, too, just like Xing Kai. Warriors of the Peach Banquet this term had surpassed warriors of the last term on the divine martial road. "Look there!" someone yelled. On the last ancient road, gleaming stars of the great law flew and shone on the steel. Starry steels lay over one another. Horrifying, deep boom trembled the air as if a starry world was there. A new steel was just formed. That was the 14th starry steel. Many people around it were speechless after Xing Kai and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian made it, too. How could this most extraordinary figure in the last battle fall behind? He could also do the thing that Xing Kai was able to do. These three warriors tied the record of the last term. This time the peach banquet was so crazy. So next, would any one of them break the ultimate record of the last time? The ancient bells began to hum, releasing dazzling aura, as if trying to ring again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed there. If Xing Kai could continue taking steps, it was very likely that he would leave Yi Futian and Yu Sheng behind on the 13th step. At this moment, on the divine martial road, warriors were unaware of things happening outside. Even though it was uproar outside, what they faced on the divine martial road was nothing but the terrifying power in front of them. Xing Kai was standing in front of the huge ancient bell. He took a deep breath. Xing Kai had known he had tied the record of the last peach banquet and taken the 13th step. He had tried his best. He believed the 13 steps would leave others behind him. As for the 14th step, that would be a challenge for himself. Xing Kai released his life force to his limit. It was the strongest degree he could reach. The life spirit had already been summoned and merged into the heaven-punishing fighting will. Xing Kai turned into a burly ancient god of war. The intimidating will exploded from his body and fought against the power of the ancient bell. The might above the ancient bell was extremely powerful, like the might of heaven. It was an existence that vanquished all the beings of the world. Xing Kai had a feeling that the ancient bell contained the will of the deities, and all life forms in the world would have to yield to its might. It was the moment he felt the threat. Xing Kai lifted his foot. The will to fight was abundant in his sharp eyes. This step was not about success or failure. He had tried his best. Ancient bells were shaking above the divine martial road. Numerous people stared hard there. Would the 15th ancient bell appear? Would Xing Kai break the highest record of the last peach banquet and take out the 14th step? The whirring sound echoed between the sky and earth as if the bell would start to ring with just one more step. Boom! After a loud sound, all turned into ashes. The ancient bells kept exploding, turning into pieces. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the scene. Many people took a deep breath. Finally, it didn't ring. Xing Kai was just one step away. At that moment, many people thought the 14th bell would start to ring, but it finally failed to do so. A figure showed up at the gate of the divine martial road. It was Xing Kai. He was shaken out of the divine martial road by the ancient bell. However, Xing Kai didn't show any frustration on his face. He had done all he could within his limit and had taken out the ultimate 13th step. He felt humiliated because Futian defeated him in the last battle. The trip of divine martial road should be able to help him save some face and prove himself to the world. The violent air flows whipped his face. Xing Kai's clothes were blowing in the strong wind. He stabilized his body movement. Although he was a little hurt, his breath gradually calmed down. Xing Kai exhaled a deep, thick breath. All the fierce torrents around him disappeared. Xing Kai looked forward. In just one moment, Xing Kai's eyes froze there. He raised his head and looked at the scene above the divine martial road, speechless. Those 14 poleaxes and 14 starry steels were so eye-catching and shocking to him. Beside him, 2 other warriors also made it. And they were still inside and were trying to challenge the 14th step, just like how he did. Who was still in there? He looked around. The divine mountain was quiet right now. Although many watched him, there was no awe or admiration. Even Shu Zi didn't express any admiration or excitement for what he had achieved. He had been used to this. He usually never cared about it at all. But today, after having just experienced defeat not long ago, he suddenly craved that kind of feeling. However, there was none. Who were the people who took the 13th step, just like him? He had a rough guess, and his face turned gray. He asked the people who had come out, "Who is still there?" Shu Zi looked toward him with a pair of gorgeous eyes. She said softly, "Yi Futian and Yu Shang." She knew these 2 names were what Xing Kai least wanted to hear. Xing Kai had done his job perfectly. With 13 steps, he tied the record of the last peach banquet. The score would have been outstanding at any other time. However, only this time it was different. Due to the rivalry between Thousand Leaf City and Ancient Imperial City, Xing Kai was defeated by Yi Futian, and Xing Qiu was beaten by Yu Xing many times. Although Xing Kai had not kept all these things in mind, this time he wanted to prove himself to be more outstanding than Yi Futian and Yu Shang. However, things didn't turn out the way he wanted. The only people who were still in there fighting at the same level as Xing Kai happened to be Yi Futian and Yu Shang. So, even though Xing Kai could tie the record, what was the point? Yi Futian had defeated him in the last battle. Even if it was a tie this time, he still lost. So, what Xing Kai had done was meaningless. Even though he had made a rough guess, when these 2 names came out of Shu Zi's mouth, his face turned sullen. Yi Futian and Yu Shang, were they still able to do what he could do on divine martial road? Besides, they seemed to be still heading forward. Of course, he didn't believe it was possible. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were incapable of taking the step. At this moment, above the divine martial road, a violent storm surged. It rumbled in the sky. The light of Polax enveloped the sky like a horrifying wave crazily pushing forward. The sky turned into a battlefield. It was as if tens of soldiers with poleaxes and thousands of horses were roaring there. Yu Sheng was challenging his 14th step. Xing Kai was reluctant to believe Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could make it, so he thought it was impossible. But others were not like him. Many people expected to see the miracle arrive. Boom! A strong beam of light erupted. A poleaxe seemed to appear over the sky dome, which split all skies and chopped all roads of the great law into half. The next moment, people witnessed the birth of a matchless poleaxe. The moment when the poleaxe appeared, numerous pairs of eyes were fixed on it and froze there. Was he about to succeed? Xing Kai's pupils were also contracting. He watched the scene, stunned. The 14th step. He took the 13th step and tied the record of the last peach banquet. He thought it was the limit, so even he couldn't make it, he thought he wouldn't feel bad. Since the 14th step was the historical limit of the peach banquet, the highest record since the peach banquet was first held. He wouldn't feel bad even though he couldn't make it. However, that poleaxe was being gradually formed. Until that moment, the giant poleaxe lay over the divine martial road, swallowing and spitting the intimidating halo of bat leaks. The axe seemed to be able to chop off everything in the world. The 15th axe appeared. Yu Sheng tied the historical record. Did it mean another historical figure would appear in the peach banquet? During the last battle, Yi Futian beat Xing Kai. And at this moment, Yu Sheng tied with the past record on the divine martial road. These two guys of Thousand Leaves City today, guests of the peach banquet, were all the most outstanding top figures of Crimson Dragon Realm. Doctrine saints and true self saints listed on the regional king ranking were all present. However, even among such a lineup, nobody could steal Yu Sheng and Yi Futian's spotlight. They won over everyone else and stole all the attention. They triumphed over so many extraordinary figures: Xing Kai, Pei Min, Luo Yang, etc. Yu Sheng, who gained fame during the Battle of Crimson River, had been proved to be stronger than the world had assumed and more strong-willed. Interesting, murmured Qishang. He no longer looked unconcerned. Such a score was not only just outstanding, it tied history. Besides, Yi Futian and Xing Kai also tied with the past record of the last peach banquet. How striking the score was this time. The look on Xing Kai's face constantly changed. Even his heart for the law had a wisp of fluctuation. Although he had been defeated by Yi Futian before, he believed that Yi Futian was not actually stronger than him in terms of real strength, even when Yi Futian comprehended the 1,000 characters steel better than him. He was still confident he could defeat Yi Futian. That was why he took steps aggressively on the divine martial road and stayed ahead of everyone else. But what was the result? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng did what he could do. Now, Yu Sheng even surpassed him. At this moment, dazzling stars shone between the sky and earth. People's hearts were slightly stirred. It was as if they were being triggered by something. They all looked up to another road, amazement in their eyes. At this moment, the silence on the divine mountain was somehow horrifying. Nobody said anything. They just looked at the dazzling stars in the sky. The starry light enveloped the sky where a giant steel was formed. Many people's hearts suddenly thumped. They trembled at the scene. Wasn't it crazy? This peach banquet was going wild. 14 steps, another 14 steps. He tied Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. These two warriors of Thousand Leaves City were now tied at the same time, leaving Xing Kai far behind. Before long, when they saw Xing Kai take the 13th step, they all thought Xing Kai was proving his ability. But at this moment, many people even began to sympathize with Xing Kai. He was not mediocre at all. He had tied the record of the last peach banquet and was just one step away from breaking the historical record. Literally one step. Wasn't that outstanding enough? Who could imagine that the two warriors after him would both surpass him? and, unfortunately, both of them had a grudge. How embarrassing this scene was for Xing Kai. Xing Kai made a humph in a low voice. When Yu Sheng tied the record, even though he felt frustrated and struggled, losing the pride in himself, he could accept it since Yu Sheng was far behind him in the last battle. However, Yi Futian took the step, too. What was that? It was such a smack in his face. Xing Kai was slightly hurt, but because his mood was not bad and his will was stable, after the trial on the divine martial road, his willpower had become stronger, and his heart for the law was firm. But soon after it, he had to suffer the strike, which was heaviest for him. One could imagine how drastic the change of Xing Kai's state of mind was in this peach banquet. Now he truly began to question himself. His heart for the law was no longer that firm. His state of mind was damaged, and that was why he let out a humph in a low voice. Shuzi heard it. She looked toward Xing Kai, quite worried. She knew that Xing Kai was an outstanding person, full of pride, but this time he suffered a series of breakdowns. What kind of shock should be brought to his state of mind? All of a sudden, Xing Kai had undergone numerous changes in his state of mind. He wanted to stabilize his heart for law and strengthen his belief, but it was still too hard to achieve. His faith faltered. That was it. Even though he understood all the cultivation paths of the world and knew that the truth of the law was that no one could triumph forever, it was only a hazy notion for him, and when it happened to him, it was not easy to realize it. At this moment, Xing Kai was clear that he actually couldn't see through it. He was reluctant to admit it. It was hard to acknowledge it, but it had been the fact. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had surpassed him on the divine martial road. Yi Futian also surpassed him in the last comprehension battle. Yi Futian performed better than him in 2 battles, back to back. What did that mean? Did he still have the confidence to say he was capable top Yi Futian while in the same plane depending on real strength? Who would think like this? Everyone would think Yi Futian was stronger than Xing Kai after the peach banquet. Even though he could ignore others, how would he get through it when facing his own heart? Xing Kai was not the only one who had inner struggles. At this moment, some people were excited to witness history, while some people were also in an awful mood, like Xing Kai, Xing Qiu, Xing Zhe, and Xing Nan, who begrudged Yi Futian. They were all very mad. But even though they were mad, things had happened. This time at the peach banquet, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had made history. In the divine martial road, Yi Futian stood there. All the stars in the sky turned into a gorgeous Milky Way. It seemed like the starry sky was hidden inside the steel, a divine steel. One starry steel was one sky, one starry steel was one world. Boundless sprinkles of starry light dropped down as if the whole world was under seal. The light fell on Yi Futian's body like a starry sky was over him. His body couldn't move at all. The light projected from the steel seemed to be the will of the great law originally contained by the starry steel. Yi Futian perceived the power. He had released his willpower to the extreme. His body was the cauldron of the great law, making a deafening noise. He raised his head to see the starry steel. It was as if his eyes had seen through endless layers of starry skies. He looked into the steel and saw a matchless figure standing there. His willpower was unparalleled. The willpower was attached to the boundless aura of starry light. Yi Futian had to bear the intense pressure from each bump. He would directly be shaken out if he relaxed a little bit. "So that's how it is," murmured Yi Futian to himself. It was not until this moment that he truly understood the meaning of the divine martial road. Qishang didn't announce the meaning behind the road, and very probably all the warriors who stepped on the divine martial road didn't realize it either. If he had not owned some special abilities, he would have not figured out either. "Yu Sheng should be the only one here," Yi Futian said to himself, and then laughed. He slightly relaxed and slowed down. The indomitable spirit and willpower seemed to have gone. It was as if he was glad to let it go. The endless light in the starry sky was like trying to devour him. Amid the whirlwind of the stars, his body spun and was thrown out of the divine martial road. Yi Futian appeared outside the divine martial road. A glaring halo surrounded his body. He glided backward for a short while and soon stopped moving. The life force on his body gradually cleared at a steady pace. Even after he had taken the 14th step, he didn't experience severe shaking after he came out. He still looked quite secure in a proper manner. Numerous pairs of eyes fell on Yi Futian. Finally, he came out. He was still not able to break the historical record. But it was normal since, even though he didn't break the historical record, he had tied it, which was precious enough. Undoubtedly, Yi Futian was the most eye-catching person in the peach banquet this time. He stole the limelight from so many people, and the only person who was comparable with him was his good friend Yu Sheng. Xing Kai's glance fell on Yi Futian. He had never seen Yi Futian as a rival before the peach banquet. But now, in the public eye, Yi Futian was different from before. This lord of Thousand Leaf City was very likely to become the most outstanding person in this generation that few people could match. In the vast land of Crimson Dragon Realm, even many figures whose names were listed on the regional king ranking were thwarted by him. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She walked to him and said in a low voice, "Why did you just come out?" Other people were stirred by Xia Qingyuan's words. "He just came out. He took 14 steps and tied the record." And she said that he just came out? It was as if, in her eyes, the step was not difficult at all for Yi Futian, and he could easily make it. Were 14 steps not enough? Xing Kai felt it irritating. Did she say it with irony? Yi Futian looked quite calm after he came out and just watched the divine martial road quietly. "I tried my best to finish the step, so I came out," Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, smiling. Xia Qingyuan looked at him and slightly lifted one eyebrow. Her intuition told her that Yi Futian didn't say the truth. This guy was definitely able to keep going and challenge the record. Probably he himself chose to give up. Was it because he knew he and Yu Sheng were the only ones there, and he didn't want to compete with Yu Sheng? The aura of the poleaxe shone upon the divine martial road. A gigantic divine axe appeared above the sky dome. The whole divine martial road became almost transparent, and a figure loomed in the illusion. That person was Yu Sheng. At this moment, he was the incarnation of a demonic deity. Immense demonic will was released from his body. A poleaxe also appeared in his hand. He used the poleaxe to chop ahead, and with one strike, the sky was split into half. It was the absolute power, extremely intimidating. It was as if nothing could stop him. The light of the poleaxe flashed across the sky dome as if it would chop off the divine mountain. A new record on the divine martial road was set. Yu Sheng from Thousand Leaf City broke the historical record and took out the 15th step. The howling wind surged in the upper sky. On the quiet divine mountain, countless pairs of eyes looked at Yu Sheng. He finally made it. Even Qi Shang and the seniors on the divine mountain were bewildered by the scene. Who could expect that someone would break the record of divine martial road during the peach banquet this time? He will be another legendary figure, an old man on the divine mountain remarked. True, it will take many years for later generations to break this record, another man said. The record created by Yu Sheng today probably would be exhibited in files for many years. Maybe no one will surpass the peach banquet of this year in at least 100 years, people on the divine mountain said. Obviously, they all thought highly of the peach banquet of this year. During the trip of divine martial road in the peach banquet, one warrior created a new historical record. One warrior tied the historical record, and one warrior tied the record of the last term. It was supposed to be very extraordinary to tie the record of last time, but this time apparently the history was rewritten. Xing Kai had bad luck. Don't know if his state of mind will be affected, someone said. What Xing Kai had done was great enough at any previous time. However, he met Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It seemed that Xing Kai in this peach banquet was a foil for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to show their excellence. It must be a big shock to him, who was a proud person, which was revealed in his bad look after he came out. The glaring light shone upon Yu Sheng's shoulders. After a while, people saw him turn around and step out of the divine martial road. He showed up in front of others, bathed in the divine aura. Congratulations, Qi Shang said to Yu Sheng, smiling. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Yu Sheng nodded and replied to Qi Shang. Both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian had benefited from a lot during this trip. This prince of Crimson Dragon Realm was indeed very generous. You earn it with your own effort. No need to thank me, Qi Shang said with a laugh. He soon turned to the crowd, saying, I assume all of you have obtained gains on the divine martial road. People all nodded. Every time they took a step, they could see more clearly the technique being used to attack them and have a better understanding of it. It should be the original cultivation method of the divine martial road. Since Yu Sheng broke the record, he might have obtained the complete version of it. But Yi Futian and Xing Kai should have also benefited a lot. It is an honor to witness the creation of a record during the peach banquet this time. I believe people of this generation will definitely create a new history. From now on, the future of the Crimson Dragon Realm will depend on you, said Qi Shang, smiling. People had mixed feelings after hearing the words. If one could say people of this generation in Crimson Dragon Realm were able to create a new history, it was all because of the Thousand Leaves City. If Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were removed, the general ability of the Crimson Dragon Realm would be almost the same as before. Were these few people from the Emperor Xia's realm raising a storm in the Crimson Dragon Realm? So, let's wrap up this peach banquet, continued Qi Shang. People's faces looked different. Some looked calm, but some were not willing to accept the result. Thank you, Your Highness. People showed respect and courtesy and requested to leave. Soon they all turned around and left there. Let's go, Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng and Xia Qingyuan. They left the place and met with Yi Wuqian and others. Soon, their bodies flashed and they left the divine mountain. People all walked down and left the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, many people made way for them. The way they looked at Yi Futian was different. The top of the divine mountain was covered with fallen peach flowers. The only person who hadn't leave was Yu Shifei. She was standing next to Qi Shang. Seeing people leaving, Yu Shifei turned to look at Qi Shang's face. What are you looking at? Said Qi Shang with a gentle smile. What is the secret hidden inside the divine martial road? Asked Yu Shifei bluntly, without caring about her own identity. You want to know? Asked Qi Shang. Yes, said Yu Shifei, nodding, but it's okay if you can't tell. There is nothing I can't tell, said Qi Shang with a laugh. Actually, the divine martial road contains a matrix. When you step into the divine martial road, you have to face not only the attack of the matrix's wills inside, but also clashes with other warriors. Your willpower will be merged in the will attack of other divine martial roads. Luck is a factor to help you take the first few steps, but the warriors who come to the end are all. Yu Shifei had a strange look on her face. She said to Qi Shang, that is to say, all of us have indirectly fought with each other once without realizing it. You can say that, said Qi Shang, nodding. Yu Shifei laughed and said, so you can figure out every warrior's talent level and information without anyone noticing. Who set the rule for the peach banquet? He was really shameless. Aren't you afraid your future senior-in-laws here and don't allow you to enter my house? Qi Shang said jokingly. I am okay if they do it, said Yu Shifei, laughing softly. Nah, it will be my loss, Qi Shang said and took her in his arms. Obviously, their relationship was very good. They snuggled together and looked down at the scenery. Something seemed to occur to Yu Shifei, so she asked, when Yi Futian took the last step, there was not much fluctuation of life force on the divine martial road. Was it possible that he was aware of the truth of the divine martial road, so he finally gave up? Qishang showed a flash of surprise in his eyes after hearing Yu Shifei's words. Had he already seen through it? After warriors left the divine mountain, they respectively began their journey home, including Yi Futian and his companions. Wherever they arrived, they always received a lot of attention. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were both from the 1,000-league city. One could weigh their influence. And now, since they traveled together, they were always in the limelight of the Crimson Dragon realm wherever they went. Brother Yi! They heard someone calling when they were walking. Yi Futian followed the voice and found it was Duan Wuji, so he nodded to him, smiling. Come visit me in Eastern Imperial Palace if you have time, said Duan Wuji, laughing. To practice combat skills, asked Yi Futian. Nah, Duan Wuji waved his hand. There was no way to practice combat with him. Duan Wuji used to have the thought, but after Duan Wuji experienced the peach banquet, he would just give up the idea. Yi Futian was too dangerous. He didn't want to bring trouble. Besides, Yu Sheng, the badass, was standing next to Yi Futian. He didn't want to mess with him, either. If Yu Sheng fought him, he was afraid he would be killed. To have a drink. Yes, have a drink, Duan Wuji thought a while and said. Yi Futian heard his words and laughed and said, That's great. If one day I come, please don't forget my name, Your Highness. After today's peach banquet, there will not be many people in the land of the Crimson Dragon realm who don't know your name. I am afraid that later I will need to wait in line to give you a treat, said Duan Wuji with a hearty laugh. He was speaking the truth. The peach banquet was called the #1 banquet of the realm, and soon all that had happened in the peach banquet would be known to the whole Crimson Dragon realm. The Lord of 1,000-league city Yi Futian and Yu Sheng would be hard to avoid being famous. Yi Futian laughed. Duan Wuji waved his hand and said, See you. And then he turned around and left. He was about to depart to return to the Eastern Imperial Palace. People were all on their way back. So many warriors were flying in the sky. Duan Wuji looks like a good guy. Last time, he helped you in Emperor Qua's relics and was not jealous of the relics you got, said Xia Qingyuan in a low voice. Yi Futian nodded. Duan Wuji was a trustful person who was very different from Xing Kai. Perhaps it was because of the way they were raised. Duan Wuji was a prince, so he didn't need to compete with anyone else. What he owned was always the best. Xing Kai always had to take responsibility. Maybe he had always tried to be perfect and become the most brilliant person. He was proud and arrogant. Even though he said everyone had their time of failure, when he was defeated, he didn't show the detachment he claimed to have. He is worth befriending, said Yi Futian, nodding. And Yin Tianjiao, she is good too, said Xia Qingyuan softly, looking ahead. Yi Futian got a strange look on his face. What was she talking about? Why did she mention Yin Tianjiao? At this moment, a strong gust of life force surged behind them. They had left the Imperial Palace a while ago, but the life force had just reached them. Having perceived the life force, Yi Futian and others turned their heads and took a look. 2 warriors of Nirvana Plain, the ex-lord of 1,000 Leaves City Xintianzhan, and Wu Yong were also with Yi Futian. Emperor Qua's heritage caused the Battle of 1,000 Leaves City. Although they successfully repelled the opponents, they still didn't dare to relax their vigilance. So this time when Yi Futian attended the peach banquet, 2 Nirvana Plain warriors of the 1,000 Leaves City accompanied him. But at this time, 2 Nirvana warriors frowned. They turned their heads and looked into the distance and said in a low voice, They are from the ancient imperial city. In the distance, amid the howling winds and clouds, warriors were coming near, not taking cover. The person who led the group was Xing Kai. This group of people swiftly caught up with Yi Futian and others, and walking with them shoulder to shoulder. Yi Futian resumed his steps and ignored them. But at this time, Xing Kai started talking. Your performance in the peach banquet was quite impressive. I am curious about your real strength. His eyes slowly turned to where Yi Futian was. Yi Futian also looked toward him and said, laughing, It should be good, too. I can't know if I don't try it, said Xing Kai. He directly rushed toward Yi Futian and released a gust of intimidating life force. People around Yi Futian frowned. Someone tried to block him. A chill flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. What did Xing Kai mean? He took a step and darted toward the direction where Xing Kai was. The deed of thorough comprehension suddenly erupted, and the horrifying life force enveloped his body. Although Yi Futian's performance in the peach banquet was eye-catching, he was not so conceited to think that he would easily beat Xing Kai. Xing Kai was the one who tied the record of last time, and his real plane was true self-plane, one level higher than Yi Futian's. There were huge gaps between different levels in the Saint Plane, not to mention that Xing Kai had already become a figure who rode the whirlwind in Crimson Dragon Realm. A giant palm print came in the howling sound of the wind. The palm print swallowed and spat glaring aura, which contained terrifying fighting will. In just one moment, the palm prints fell at an extremely fast speed. Yi Futian raised his arm and stepped into the void sky. The haunting fist will exploded and continually punched into the air. The aura of the 11 fists became one and blasted toward the giant palm print. After a booming sound, the giant palm print and the aura of fist were both turned to ashes. Xing Kai stepped into the air and released his heaven-punishing fighting will. All of a sudden, wisps of fighting aura swept across the world. The halo of fighting will appeared above his body, resonating with the great law of the sky and earth. Countless beams of light of the great law flew over his body and formed a phantom of the deity of war. It was as if it was purely created by the fighting will. Besides, in the whole space, the area around Yi Futian's body was wrapped up by Xing Kai's fighting will. So much fighting will was directly turned into an enormous palm print which smashed down from the sky dome. It was as if the explosion was from the deity of war. Yi Futian's body was fettered by the light. The halo dripped down and covered the sky from where the palm print fell. Boom! When the deed of thorough comprehension exploded, spells of halberds appeared from the cauldron formed by his flesh and transformed into divine halberds flying upward. Even a giant halberd of time and space was forged from there and appeared in Yi Futian's hand. The aura of the halberd flew. Yi Futian took a step. He seemed to have deployed what he had learned not long before in his fighting. The halberd of time and space directly thrust out and clashed with the dropping giant palm print. Endless light of halberd flew in the air and formed into one spot. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the giant palm print, which contained horrifying fighting will. The light of halberd kept bumping against the spot, and immediately more crevices showed up in the space. Boom! A horrifying explosion sound came. The halberd and the dropping giant palm print were smashed into ashes. Xing Kai started walking, and step by step he came closer to Yi Futian. More palm prints of the great law were in formation, covering the sky and hiding the sun. Countless beams of light appeared above the phantom of the war deity behind him. The wind and clouds roared between the sky and earth. Even the appalling fighting will alone could crush and suffocate many. Yi Futian stood in front of Xing Kai and felt a gust of very strong suppressing power from the heaven-punishing fighting will. He looked at Xing Kai's eyes. He looked through that pair of cold eyes as if trying to figure out what Xing Kai was thinking. He saw the chilly killing thought in Xing Kai's eyes. Having felt the killing thought, Yi Futian knitted his brows. Did Xing Kai want to kill him here? The howling sound came from the distance, from time to time. Many warriors who had left from the peach banquet seemed to have perceived the disturbance and converged in the area. They showed interest after they reached the battlefield. Xing Kai was fighting with Yi Futian. What happened? Was it because Xing Kai was pissed off by Yi Futian's performance and wanted to teach him a lesson, using this way to prove his dignity? But the thing was, Xing Kai was a saint of true self. His plane was higher than Yi Futian's, so even though he defeated Yi Futian, it couldn't prove anything. And on the other hand, people would think he was jealous of Yi Futian. At this moment, the palm print which enveloped the sky and hid the sun dropped down and covered that space. Xing Kai showed no mercy at all. At this moment, Yi Futian was almost buried inside the palm print of the great law that covered the sky and sun. Yi Futian released the deed of thorough comprehension to the extreme. A long halberd showed up in his hand amid the glaring aura. When the palm print dropped down, he immediately launched strikes and destroyed it. But the halberd was smashed into ashes by the fighting palm print after the clash. However, the dropping palm prints had no end. Obviously, the fight was much harder than the one he had with Xing Kai in the peach banquet. During the peach banquet, Xing Kai restrained his own will. But at this moment, Xing Kai was just pitiless. Bam, bam, bam. Yi Futian's body shifted location and flickered in the air. He continued thrusting his halberd out and smashing the palm prints while at the same time taking shunning steps. Xing Kai let out a chilly humph. He stepped onto the sky dome. The illusions around him were extremely dazzling. He pushed down his palm, and the formed deity of war also followed his action and dropped a palm print. Suddenly, the endless palm prints above Yi Futian's head became one and turned into a real print of the war deity. The sky and earth were roaring as if everything would be smashed into pieces. Yi Futian's body was below the palm print. The countless halberds pierced into the air and blew on the boundless giant palm print, but the unparalleled fighting aura just crushed them. Yi Futian raised his head and felt the might. The holy halberd of time and space appeared in his palm. It kept swallowing and spitting the aura of the great law. The fighting halberd formed by what was formed to smash everything into fragments. Hiss! Yi Futian rose up, his body transformed into a phantom. The halberd of time and space thrust out. The sky and earth kept buzzing as if all would turn to ashes. The halberd was thrust into the palm print of the length of the sky, but it didn't break it. The palm print was like the real celestial might, exterminating everything in the world. The fighting will on the palm print turned into countless golden lightning, which dropped down and shot toward Yi Futian's body. The space was full of fierce power of destruction, trying to engulf and bury Yi Futian's body. "You are seeking death," said Xing Kai. A flash of chilly light ran across Xing Kai's eyes. He dared to take his attacks directly. The heaven-punishing fighting will turn into the light of catastrophe. Who could defend from this? Seeing the light of destruction in the vast space, many warriors were stunned for a moment, their hearts thumping hard. They suddenly realized that Xing Kai had not intended to practice combat skills with Yi Futian at all. Obviously, he was trying to kill Yi Futian. As they had thought, if Xing Kai just tried to beat Yi Futian, people would think he was bullying him with a plain advantage. Xing Kai was trying to erase Yi Futian. How ruthless! At this moment, Xing Kai was indeed thinking of killing him. After a series of defeat, he asked himself whether or not he could just let it go. During the peach banquet, he was overshadowed by Yi Futian twice, which had affected his heart for law. He felt Yi Futian had become the barrier on the way of his cultivation. It would be hard to enter the unblemished plane because of him. For Xing Kai, it was absolutely unacceptable. Anyone who hindered his cultivation was supposed to vanish, to be out of his sight. Thus Yi Futian should be wiped out, and if possible, Xing Kai should kill him in person. In this way, Xing Kai could prove his heart for law. Not to mention the grudges Xing Kai had already had with Yi Futian. Yi Futian should be killed. Otherwise, he would become a scourge for the ancient imperial city. Xing Kai was also afraid that Yi Futian had harbored resentment because of the last battle since Gai Huang and Xing Qiu attacked them. Besides, his brother Xing Qiu was almost killed by Yushang. All these factors led him make the decision to wipe Yi Futian out. The print of War Deity contained unparalleled great law of oppression, and with the aid of heaven punishing fighting will, it could seal all beings under one sky. The destructive golden lightning also contained the tearing law derived from the gold attribute and thunder attribute. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. It was very intimidating. Besides, the will of a true self-saint was much stronger than the one of a doctrine saint. How could Xing Kai show mercy when he had the intention of killing? The fighting power exploded from his body. Below the aura of destruction, it looked like Yi Futian could be wiped out at any time. The faces of the warriors of the Thousand Leaves City turned pale. They all knew what Xing Kai was going to do. Both Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan were warriors of the Nirvana plane. Their reactions were instant. Seeing Xing Kai of the true self plane try to kill Yi Futian, they immediately released an immense amount of might. Between the sky and earth, the wind and cloud changed color. A gust of horrifying might of flame fell, and a giant blazing palm print appeared from the sky dome and smashed down toward Xing Kai. Boom! An intimidating beam of intense light shot out. Someone tried to block it directly in front of them. Gai Huang, who was wrapped in the aura of the Great Law, showed up. He cast his golden eyes on Xin Tian and Wu Yong. Obviously, he didn't allow Wu Yong and Xin Tian to disturb Xing Kai killing Yi Futian. Xing Kai was very resolute. Since he had decided to kill Yi Futian, he knew what to do. Using practicing combat skills as the excuse, Xing Kai would wipe Yi Futian out, exterminating this threat. Gai Huang! Shen Tianzhan shouted. He stepped forward. Gai Huang's real strength was powerful. In the Battle of Thousand Leaf City, he was blocked by the star-plucking hand. They want to keep practicing combat after the Peach Banquet. Why do you bother them? Gai Huang said coldly. His eyes reflected golden beams. The horrifying golden storm rose around his body and headed toward these two Nirvana Plane warriors. One gust of very intimidating spatial great law came and intended to block all their ways. More and more warriors gathered around them. They looked up at these three godlike figures in the void sky and thought to themselves that obviously Gai Huang was assisting Xing King in killing Yi Futian. It was not a practice. Xing Kai at this moment was trying to kill him. Xing Kai was a determined person. Yi Futian overshadowed him in the Peach Banquet, so he wanted to wipe Yi Futian out and exterminate this threat. If Yi Futian reached the true self-plane, Xing Kai might not be able to suppress him anymore. In the battlefield where Xing Kai and Yi Futian were, the destruction print of War Deity crushed Yi Futian. The endless golden lightning fell from the print of the War Deity and sealed him in this space, trying to kill him. The halberds kept shattering in his hand. Yi Futian held out his palm. The divine halberd of time and space appeared on the palm, swallowing and spitting intimidating might. Boom! A strong shaking began. People could see Yi Futian didn't pause under the burning pressure of the might of great law, but rather kept heading forward against the force. He took one more step, his spirit rising, roaring. The halberd of time and space swallowed and spat endless light that tore the space apart. It clashed with the golden lightning that fell down the sky dome. These two forces were getting extremely close, each containing horrifying energy of tearing destruction. When they collided in the void sky, the space where Yi Futian was submerged in tens of thousands of beams of catastrophe light. He stood inside and bore the killing power of the Saint Law. Bam! He took one more step. The footwork of Shen Yuan was strengthened. All the law of the sky and earth was being smelted above the body. The energy released from the deed of thorough comprehension converged in the center of his palm and slipped into the halberd of time and space in his hand. The halberd swallowed and spat endless aura. The print of war, deity, dropped from his head as if the sky would collapse. Boom! Yi Futian took the third step. His body spun, and a terrifying beam of light rose into the sky. The halberd of time and space in his hand thrust out. At this moment, the spatial beam of light rushed toward the sky. In the vast space between the sky and earth, a boundless giant divine halberd appeared and wrapped the halberd of time and space inside. It directly pierced on the falling print of war deity. After a loud boom, the destructive might swept across the world. The sky and earth trembled, and the print of war deity roared. Above, the giant divine halberd in the aura that pierced through the print of war deity held the sky dome and blocked the oppression of the falling print of war deity. Yi Futian's torso was glaring in the holy aura that enveloped the sky and echoed the great law. He raised his head and looked up to the sky. The halberd light penetrated the clouds, like the light that unlocked heaven, but it didn't completely destroy the print of war deity. Xing Kai's heaven punishing fighting will claimed to be the heritage from the War of God. When it was infused in the fighting power, the might of the war deity could explode from it and slay gods. Xing Kai's attack was always powerful, and with the aid of heaving punishing fighting will, it was devastating. The roaring sound between the sky and earth continued. The boundless giant phantom of the war deity stood above the sky dome. Xing Kai stepped into the void sky, extreme coldness in his eyes. His palm pushed down toward the ground. Immediately, the phantom of the war deity followed his action and used his palm to push down. The print of war deity kept falling, trying to crush Yi Futian. He wouldn't give up until Yi Futian died. The giant light of halberd was being devoured. What was above Yi Futian's sky was no longer just one divine seal. It was more like a sky that kept crushing down on him. He was not able to move. He was on the edge of being crushed to death. Even the halberd of time and space was unable to defend from the print of war deity. Other warriors saw the scene and were stirred. How intimidating Xing Kai's real fighting strength was. He was always the peerless top figure in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had never been defeated and was always listed on the regional king ranking. He was of the true self plane, but even other outstanding figures of the plane had difficulty defending him. He was supposed to wipe out any doctrine saint quickly. However, Yi Futian could fight with him. One could tell this lord of Thousand Leaf City, who left great impressions during the Peach Banquet, indeed had very horrifying fighting power. If it had been another person fighting with Xing Kai, they would have been killed after the print of war deity showed up. At the same time, from another direction, warriors of the Thousand Leaf City were quickly heading toward this battlefield. Obviously, it was not a fair duel, and Xing Kai's goal was not to practice with Yi Futian. He was trying to kill him. He wanted to exterminate him as a threat. Warriors from the ancient imperial city started to take action, too. They all began to move and blocked the way of warriors of the Thousand Leaf City. Seeing the scene, Xing Kai again drew one hand and created one more print. Two prints overlapped and oppressed all the skies. The loud booming sound came, and Yi Futian's body was about to be crushed down by the great might of the great law. The giant light of the divine halberd was still collapsing. Yi Futian perceived the pressure, and suddenly an aura of stars appeared around his body. Endless starry light erupted. The vast space between the sky and earth turned into a starry world. Stars were formed in the new world. The stars of the great law rotated and rose to the upper sky. Boom, boom, boom. People saw the stars clash on the print of the war deity. The void sky trembled for it, but the moment when the stars touched the print of the war deity, they were just ground into ashes. All they did was slightly slowed down the fall of the print of war deity. However, the light of the stars grew brighter. Yi Futian was amid the world of stars. Endless stars spun and rotated around him. Under the deed of thorough comprehension, a holy halo appeared and formed a plane of stars. At this moment, stars all over the sky became one and formed an intact starry steel, where stars of all skies were included. This is. People who watched the scene from a distance contracted their pupils, stunned. Wasn't it the starry steel of the divine martial road in the peach banquet? It was the road that Yi Futian was on at that time. Did it mean Yi Futian had absorbed it and used it in the fight after he stepped out of the divine martial road? Stars were moving. The boundless starry steel rose with the stars of all skies and smashed on the print of the war deity. The sky dome shivered violently as if it was about to collapse. Holding the halberd of time and space, Yi Futian shifted away and rushed out of the restraint power of the great law. He strode over the space and headed toward Xingkai. Xingkai took a glance at Yi Futian with disdain. The gap between their planes was too large. If he had been a common person, Yi Futian might be able to win over him. But he was Xingkai who had never been defeated. If Yi Futian could ignore the plane difference and defeat him, he would give up cultivation from now on. A beam of horrifying halberd light thrust out. Yi Futian threw out the halberd of time and space, which pierced through the great law and thrust toward Xingkai. The halo of the great law flew above Xingkai's two arms and linked between the sky and earth. Gorgeous golden halos darted out and blocked the attacks of the halberd of time and space. At the same time, he stretched out both arms, which penetrated the void sky and broke into the great law. Two forces clashed with each other. Yi Futian's advancing force was pushed back, but his spirit was not weakened at all. At the same time, a gust of forceful demonic might came in. Xingkai raised his head and saw another person arrive from the sky. Yu Sheng held a dazzling poleaxe in his hand and chopped down from the sky dome. The demonic light illuminated the sky. As the poleaxe chopped off, it opened the sky as if directly chopping the sky dome into half. "You came just in time," said Xingkai. His eyes turned toward Yu Sheng, full of coldness and a stronger killing desire. During the peach banquet, both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian had excellent performance, and since Yu Sheng actively came to fight with him, he didn't need to consider the regional palace. Seeing the poleaxe chopping down, Xingkai faced the sky and let out a roar. Horrifying will exploded from his body, and a dazzling beam of light rose up to the sky. Endless fighting will was merged into his body as if a war deity was rumbling. The bellow trembled Sheng's mind and slightly affected his impelling force of the poleaxe. Phantoms of ancient bells showed up and surged forward, following the sound waves. They turned into an immense amount of will and formed an excellent barrier for the poleaxe. Xingkai raised his hand and drew a big palm print toward the void sky. He stretched out one arm, which turned into a golden forelimb. When the palm print was released, it crashed onto the poleaxe with the heaven-punishing fighting will and blew Yu Sheng's heaven-breaking poleaxe away. Yi Futian took a glance at Yu Sheng. Even though Xingkai was one level higher than Yu Sheng, he was the first person of this generation who, face to face, shocked Yu Sheng that Yi Futian had ever met. Regardless of Xingkai's character, his real strength was undoubtedly very strong. He claimed to be War Emperor Zhan's successor and owned the heaven-punishing fighting will inherited from the ancient war deity. He was the most peerless warrior in the Crimson Dragon realm. His way of doing things was brutal, too. Before, he had never thought about competing with Yi Futian in the peach banquet. Xingkai had not regarded him as the opponent at the time. But after the peach banquet, Xingkai felt a threat from them. Or one should say, things that happened in the peach banquet affected his state of mind. So he wanted to kill Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to prove his own heart for law. and to exterminate the potential threat for the future. Since his state of mind couldn't accept them, he chose to kill them. He was resolute in this. On his way back from the peach banquet, he used practicing combat skills as an excuse and wanted to wipe them out forcibly. In fact, the rule of Crimson Dragon City didn't allow random killing in the city. Not to mention that Futian had just left the Divine Mountain not long ago. His performance in the peach banquet was outstanding. When Kai thought about killing him, shouldn't he have taken the Imperial Palace on the Divine Mountain into consideration? But Kai still was going to do it. He was cold-blooded indeed. However, even so, he said it was for practicing combat skills. He could still use it as an excuse. Futian and Yu Sheng were both standing in the air and staring at Kai. The spirits of 3 of them were all very intimidating. Numerous people were staring at this battlefield, astounded by the scene. The most extraordinary 3 warriors in the peach banquet were face-to-face fighting with each other. The heaven-punishing fighting will came out from Kai's body and swept across the world, turning into gusts of horrifying air flows. His light of life spirit shone behind him, from which a real figure of war deity showed up. The life spirit contained horrifying heaven-punishing fighting will and surrounded every part of his body. Kai slowly merged into the figure and turned into a war deity. His body started to move at a low pace. At this moment, his life force reached the climax. "Since you 2 want to fight together, come on, show me what you can do," Kai said loudly while looking at Futian and Yu Sheng. Around the battlefield, other warriors tried to help, but Futian stopped them. Xia Qingyuan took a glance at him. Futian raised one arm in the air, suggesting for others not to intervene. Since Yu Sheng had entered the battlefield, he also wanted to see how powerful this greatest true self-saint in Crimson Dragon Realm was. Demonic will billowed above Yu Sheng's body. Many demonic phantoms showed up. Demonic flows gushed out and swept between the sky and earth. A demonic deity-like figure showed up behind him. His body of demonic law merged inside and turned into a figure of a peerless demonic god. Above Futian's body, the deed of thorough comprehension emitted glaring light. The aura of the great law enveloped the sky and earth. The body of the great law formed in Futian's body, emitting beams of light and echoing the great law of the sky and earth. His figure kept expanding. The fighting dharma itself was not powerful. When a fighting dharma was first established, the warrior was only at the apex of sage plane. Still, in a real fight, if the fighting dharma fit with the saint plane, it could connect the law between the sky and earth and break the limit of the warrior's flesh, creating a rousing echo between the sky and earth. It would help the warrior's flesh make a breakthrough until the warrior was stronger than his or her own plane. The fighting dharma could be put into practice in a better way when the user reached the saint plane, since it was able to fit with the great law. Especially when the deed of thorough comprehension was released, it could make the fighting dharma transform, and Futian could coalesce any will into it. At this moment, the dharma information contained very strong spatial and starry will. Kai was good at attacking, and his fighting ability was peerless. Only an equivalent counterforce could suppress its power. In Futian's life palace, the ancient tree was emitting glaring light. Futian's body was echoing with all the skies. Between the sky and earth, countless beams of light fell on his body. Boundless will of the great law merged into his body. With the power of the deed of thorough comprehension, his dharma was built extremely strong. Boom! At this moment, the void sky sent an intense shiver. Kai took a step forward. The halo of great law around his body coalesced into an endless golden spear. It was extremely intimidating. He raised one palm, and suddenly many giant golden spears came out and pierced through the sky and earth. Divine golden light penetrated the space and darted toward Yu Sheng and Futian. Xingkai of the true self-saint plane was trying to kill two peerless figures at the same time. Behind Yu Sheng, tens of thousands of phantoms loomed out. Above all the skies, a demonic space was created. The demonic will surge forward and engulfed all the skies. Those demonic statues let out mysterious demonic tunes, trembling in people's ears. At this moment, wind and cloud changed their color above the sky dome. They changed their dark, demonic color. Demons of all skies raised their hands at the same time and drew demonic palm prints toward the lower sky, covering the sky and hiding the sun, devouring the sky dome. The palm prints struck toward Xingkai's incoming spear. When the palm prints and the spear clashed, the void sky was about to collapse. However, from another direction, Yi Futian stepped into the void sky. When the footwork of Shen Yuan came out, the void sky shivered. He stretched out two arms and thrust the halberd of time and space. The attack of the halberd contained the destructive space-tearing will and intimidating power of stars. Flares like falling stars appeared between the sky and earth. The light of halberd turned into dazzling falling stars and struck toward the incoming spear. Two gusts of forces collided and together annihilated in the sky dome. Gorgeous light sprinkled down and burned people's eyes. Boom! Xingkai did not sway. He stepped into the void sky like the war deity's incarnation. At this moment, he was the war deity himself. The heaven-punishing fighting will surged out, and his spirit reached the apex. Not to mention a doctrine saint, it was rare for the strongest warrior of the true self to own such a horrifying spirit. Xingkai's goal was not just being a true self saint. He wanted to become a Renhuang. The unblemished plane and Nirvana plane were just stages on his way of cultivation, so he would never let Yi Futian blemish his heart for law. Yi Futian must be killed here. Xingkai stretched out two hands. Suddenly, the endless fighting between the sky and earth coalesced into a divine, golden poleaxe. The boundless poleaxe was extremely sharp. It was held in Xingkai's hand and chopped forward. The light of the poleaxe chopped down the void air between the sky and earth. A golden line appeared and crossed over the sky dome. The poleaxe chopped toward Yushang and Yi Futian at the same time. He seemed to be able to infuse the heaven-punishing fighting will into any derived weapons and ignite an explosion of appalling fighting skills. The power was infinite and unstoppable. There was a coldness in Yu Sheng's eyes. The demonic will from his body got stronger. The sounds from the demonic statues echoed, trembling the sky and earth. Tens of thousands of demonic palm prints surged out, rumbling, and finally turned into a horrifying demonic palm print, striking toward the incoming light of poleaxe. Yi Futian kept treading in the air, highly spirited. The life force of his dharma grew stronger, echoing with the great law between the sky and earth. The halberd of time and space in his hand launched one more strike. His appearance was like galloping thunder. Endless light of halberd converged in one spot and thrust into the incoming poleaxe light bit by bit, tearing the shadow of the poleaxe. The aura of destruction surged out from his body. Horrifying flows beat up his body, but his body of stars was still not affected. Xingkai lightly lifted eyebrows. These two warriors were still not shaken even after two intimidating attacks. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were getting even more spirited as they fought. The spirit surged from their bodies and got even stronger. That was why Xingkai felt threatened by them. If Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were still alive, they would become the biggest threat for Xingkai in Crimson Dragon Realm. He continued stepping forward. The giant golden poleaxe in his hand chopped out. That giant figure of war deity moved slowly, but it contained an intimidating might. Every time the poleaxe chopped out, the sky and earth trembled. Beams of poleaxe light chopped off the void sky and buried Yushang and Yi Futian's bodies inside. Every attack used a fighting skill that was fatal to a true self-saint. If they hit a target, the person's body would be split in half. Even though Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's physiques were extraordinary, they didn't dare to bear such attacks using their fleshes. Tens of thousands of demonic statues let out the same tune. The demonic will permeated the air and became one in the sky. Yu Sheng stood in the center, like a real demon king. All the demonic figures saluted him. He stretched one palm, and the appalling demonic will formed a demonic poleaxe in his hand. With one jump, he rose into the sky. All these demonic statues groveled in front of him, and endless demonic light converged in his body. The poleaxe came out, and suddenly tens of thousands of beams of poleaxe light converged into one strike and chopped off the great law. He chopped down all the attacks. His demon-like body darted toward Xingkai. It was as if nothing could stop him. Yi Futian continued heading forward. Every step he took raised his spirit even more. The halberd of time and space in his hand pierced through the sky and earth. The power was getting stronger. Every attack seemed to contain the momentum of the previous attacks. The power of attacks was increasing progressively. Even though Xingkai's fierce attacks kept destroying his defense, it couldn't stop him from marching forward. These three towering figures were fiercely fighting on the battlefield. The sky and earth kept rumbling. People's hearts thumped hard for Yu Sheng and Yi Futian, who kept approaching Xingkai despite his attacks. Were these two peerless doctrine saints able to triumph over Xingkai, the true self-saint? Xingkai claimed to be invincible among peers. Except for a few warriors who he didn't have a chance to fight, he had never been defeated by anyone in the regional palace. But now, these two lower-ranking warriors were challenging his power. In the Midair battlefield, Gai Huang overpowered Xin Tianzhan and Wu Yong, who were both holiness of nirvanas, all on his own. Gai Huang was of immense renown, and he was an exceptional figure among the holiness of nirvanas found in the realm. He was deemed a truly terrifying figure, as he was lauded as one who stood at the pinnacle of the final plane of sainthood. He was so immensely powerful that he would be able to reign supreme in any realm found within the Crimson Dragon region. However, due to the debt he owed to the Ninth Servant, he spent most of his time training in ancient Imperial City instead and was considered a member of the city by all in Crimson Dragon realm. He held Xingkai in extremely high regard, hoping that he would be able to continue Emperor Zhan's legacy and make it into Renhuang Plain. Even though Xingkai was not someone he taught personally, he watched the younger man grow. Yet, there were two figures capable of threatening Xingkai's existence in the Peach Banquet. Yi Futian managed to overpower Xingkai in 2 battles. While Gai Huang was concerned for Xingkai somewhat, the younger man's decision to act against Yi Futian made him realize that he needed not worry for Xingkai after all. Xingkai knew very well what he needed. He knew his mind better than anyone else. He was unable to accept Yi Futian managing to surpass him and the idea of Yi Futian being able to reign above him in the future. As such, he decided to take Yi Futian out of the picture outright, furthering his progress in training by killing Yi Futian. Both men had not been on good terms to begin with. Xingkai was thinking that if he were to deal the killing blow during the sparring session in Crimson Dragon City, the royal palace would not bother doing anything against him. Winner takes all after all. If Yi Futian died, he wouldn't have been such a big deal anyway. There was no doubt that Xingkai picked the best opportunity to make his move. There was no way Gai Huang would have done anything that was not in Xingkai's favor. He was not alone, as everyone from ancient Imperial City would have done the same, making sure that Xingkai was able to cut Yi Futian down in that very same place. However, Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan did not let anyone else interfere when they saw Yi Futian and Yu Xing join hands. The 2 older men did not rush in to aid their juniors. They held their own against Gai Huang, stalling him on that battlefield instead. Both Wu Yong and Shen Tianzhan had extremely great faith in Yi Futian's powers. Furthermore, Wu Yong believed that even though Yi Futian paid a hefty toll when he last summoned Emperor Kwa, everyone knew that it was not something that Yi Futian was able to do at will. Nonetheless, he could pull it again if his life were once again on the line. It went without saying that it would have only worked when he truly needed such powers. At that moment, there were 3 men in front of Yi Futian on the battlefield. Xing Kai frowned slightly. He was able to tell that Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were getting increasingly aggressive. None of them showed any signs of lethargy or dread from being overpowered. Both of them were enraged instead. Yu Sheng's devil bat leaks was brought down again and again. Every single blow felt like a devil trying to split the sky, cutting the space down right there and then. Yi Futian's halberd of space and time grew intensely powerful. Every single strike saw the might behind it burst. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension's power on his body grew increasingly intense. The might that burst with it seemed to have burned the great path around them. Attacks from both men posed increasingly great stress to Xing Kai. Xing Kai, who had become a saint of true self, was being pressured by attacks from 2 cultivators of lower planes. Xing Kai had never been one who would have bothered acting against anyone of planes lower than his, as he could have easily overwhelmed and taken them out without breaking a sweat. However, Yi Futian was one who forced his hand. He was worthy of him doing so. But then again, Xing Kai never expected that he was unable to take both men down outright. Instead, he began to sense a looming threat from both of them. Boom! The axe was brought down again. The air in the sky felt like all demons have returned to become a single being, melding into a shadow of a great, overbearing devil, overlapping with Yu Sheng's body. Boundless demonic auras washed throughout the space around them when the axe was brought down. The dark axes tore through the sky at the same time, especially the extremely terrifying one in the middle, trying to tear through Xing Kai's body. Xing Kai, who took the form of a god of war, shouted. Will of combat surged throughout Xing Kai, and his aura burst to maximum capacity. He stepped forth, and it looked as if one shadow of the Saint of War after another rushed outside his body. Every single shadow looked as if they came from him. What was more terrifying was that every single god of war shadow was imbued with extremely terrifying spiritual willpower. It was as if every single one of them was Xing Kai himself. The shadows blasted divine seals at the same time. Their surroundings continued to shake, turning into tidal waves sweeping forward, clashing with Yu Sheng's bat leaks. It tore through the weapon's light. The waves eventually blocked the most devastating move that Yu Sheng was able to bring to bear, causing the weapon to rattle without stopping. All who witnessed the battle shook within. The 3 who were fighting right there and then were indeed terrifying. Each of them was of an extreme embodiment of devastating offense, extreme physical resilience, and adamant spiritual will. All 3 of them possessed peerless head-on offensive capacities. It was a case of fighting a firestorm with firestorm. Few would have been able to block attacks from someone as terrifying as Yu Sheng, whose devil-like bat leaks was brought down with force capable of leveling mountains. If Xing Kai had been at proving holiness level instead of a saint of true self, he probably would not have been able to stop one such overwhelming attack from Yu Sheng, which offered no mercy or no way out for its target. If Xing Kai were only taking on Yu Sheng, he would have still been able to handle it fine. The edge of his plane was obvious, and it was not something that could have been compensated for through tricks and skills alone. Furthermore, Xing Kai was a descendant of a Renhuang, inheriting the heaven-punishing fighting will, which made him near peerless in Crimson Dragon Realm. However, Xing Kai was pressured. That was because he was not only fighting Yu Sheng. Devastating currents swept all over the place when the attacks of both men clashed. However, at that moment, a terrifying hurricane appeared in the midst of the chaotic space turbulence. The halberd of space and time was brought to bear within an instant. The glow of the stars glittered when the strike from the halberd lashed out, shining brightly in the sky, bashing right onto Xing Kai's god of war form. The rumble was continuously heard. The halberd struck right onto Xing Kai's defenses. Xing Kai's hurriedly attack after a rumble was heard. The incoming attack penetrated through Xing Kai's defensive powers and continued raging on. Xing Kai frowned and took one hard step forward. The light of the great path laid down screens of defense right away before stopping Yi Futian's attack. Even so, a stifled rumble was nonetheless heard. What? The pupils of many who were watching the battle constricted somewhat. That attack from Yi Futian actually managed to tear through Xing Kai's defense. That had impossible before. It seemed as if the tables were turning without anyone realizing it. There were many who attended the peach banquet among the surrounding mighty ones. They had left before, but they turned around to return and watch the battle after sensing the raging aura emanating from that area. All of them turned to eye each other and looked rather surprised. It was especially so with those who were training in the regional palace. They knew how powerful Xing Kai was. Yi Futian's attack is still growing in force. One strike is getting more powerful than the previous one. Xing Kai is taking on both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian, who are getting stronger. If things keep going on like this, we'll be seeing a showdown before long, Pei Min commented. Yi Futian's combat prowess surprised him immensely. While he and Xing Kai both trained in the regional palace, and both men were of the same plane, the truth was that they never truly fought each other. Xing Kai joined the ranks of the regional palace later than he did. In truth, he was considered Xing Kai's senior. Both of them were only on the same plane because Xing Kai managed to catch up later. Xing Kai had been amplifying all of his powers using heaven-punishing fighting right from the start, while Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were growing increasingly strong in the fight instead. If things keep going like this, the odds will be stacked against Xing Kai soon enough. Xie Qingshan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "This is interesting indeed. Two proving holiness saints are proving to be a threat to Xing Kai." Before Yi Futian and Yu Xing fought, everyone was listing the likes of Pei Min, Xie Qingshan, or Luo Yang when it came to figuring out who of the same generation as Xing Kai would be able to take him on. Yet Yi Futian and Yu Xing seemed to have emerged out of nowhere and attracted all the attention, surpassing Xing Kai within an instant. It will be unbelievably difficult to continue to climb in terms of power without limit, though. The process will be needed to repeat several times before they can truly threaten Xing Kai. Pei Min replied telepathically. Xie Qingshan smiled and nodded. He naturally understood that as well. What they were doing was somewhat similar to Pei Min, who was a swordsman. However, Pei Min, who was a saint at the art of the sword, would have reached a ceiling nonetheless. It would have been merely impossible for his powers to continue climbing. He would have been invincible if he were to be capable of that. Yu Sheng's axe continued to be brought down again and again. After yet another rumble was heard, Xing Kai no longer moved forward. He was thrown behind by the force of the strike instead. It was apparent that he truly felt the pressure by then. An extremely dazzling beam of light tore through the sky like a star streaking through the heavens. That attack from the halberd came right after Yu Sheng's attack, with the follow-up done almost seamlessly. Xing Kai threw a huge palm print right away before he was able to steady himself. A rumble was heard at that time. Halberd of time and space shattered the palm print right there, and then, as it continued to move towards the god of war, boom! An embodiment of will was conjured, and the halberd streaked through space. The light arrived, and a rumble was heard. Xing Kai's battle form was shattered to nothingness right away. Xing Kai was then thrown back. He was forced to retreat by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They are actually able to grow even stronger. Furthermore, that attack was imbued with extremely raging power of devastating, while, at the same time, it contained extremely frightening, shredding power. Just what kind of art of the halberd was that? Many who were able to read what happened shuddered deep down. They were surprised to find that Futian's halberd of time and space attack was still growing in terms of power. Is his attack going to continue growing in power? Xing Kai's expression was ugly and awkward. However, there was no time for him to think. It seemed as if the heavens were about to be brought down on him. Yu Sheng's bat leaks continued to be brought down on him, giving him no respite at all. Futian stepped forward while Yu Sheng was attacking at the same time. Boom! An extremely devastating wave washed all over the place. He felt as if he melded with the great path of that space around him. A meteor streaked through the sky and landed on the god of war. His force was felt before he was even there. Boom! A dazzling beam of light came and went. Attacks from Futian and Yu Sheng arrived one after another at that time. The halberd burst with light that was even brighter than the stars. Vast, unending stars seemed to have expanded. However, the halberd seemed to be able to snuff all those stars out. Boom, boom, boom. The rumble from the continuous clashes was extremely raging. It was as if a divine seal from the god of war clashed with Yu Sheng's bat leaks. However, the halberd that came right afterward banged on the rattling seal. Intense light burst, and the seal was shattered in the middle. Furthermore, the halberd of time and space did not stop. The beam of dazzling light continued moving forward. Xing Kai roared, and his spiritual will burst to the extreme, yet his body was sent flying. His spiritual will seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under that intense, raging attack. Boom! A loud rumble was heard, and Xing Kai's huge body was sent flying. The pupils of many surrounding mighty ones constricted as they stared at the scene before them. Xing Kai balked before the other two gave in. Wait, what they thought? Futian basked in a divine glow at that moment. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to the maximum. Ancient symbols surrounded him, and he melded with the great path. His raging body itself seemed like the manifestation of the great path. Every single breath and every single step he took seemed to be that of the great path. Boom! He was shrouded in stars as he walked. Extremely brilliant light pulsed on the halberd of time and space, as if the might of the stars was all condensed into a single point, which was at the same time packed with condensed, devastating power of space. Every single attack he lashed out with the halberd seemed to have been an upgrade from the attack before. Be it his spiritual will power or the might of the great path, everything was amplified without exception. Xing Kai let out a low rumble and took one hard, devastating step. The heaven-punishing fighting will seem to have coursed all over his life palace, shrouding the body of his god of war form. His eyes were ice-cold, and his killing intent reached the heavens as he glared at both Futian and Yu Sheng. He was actually sent flying by the continuous attacks brought by both men before him. That was a true no-bars hold battle. None of them suppressed their powers of the great path. The battle was able to showcase the extent of their powers better than in the Peach Banquet. Xing Kai should have been able to overwhelm those two, who were of a lower plane than he was, without breaking a sweat. The power difference was deemed so vast that he was toying with Futian right from the start, thinking that he would have been able to make short work of them both. However, as the battle progressed, both Yu Sheng and Futian fought increasingly hard and grew increasingly powerful. He was afforded no respite under the relentless attacks from both men. Rumbles were heard as terrifying demonic pressure loomed over them. Yu Sheng was again the first to emerge to lay down suppressive attacks. Futian and Yu Sheng seemed to have reached a certain consensus as they fought alongside each other, with Yuxing pinning the opponent down while Yi Futian landed the killing blow. Brum! Beams of extremely dazzling light burst from Xing Kai's massive body. His spiritual will was cranked to the limit. His spiritual will took the form of one shadow of God of War after another, stacking right before him. Furthermore, the multiple layers of shadows waved at the same time. It was as if every single shadow was a clone of his own body. Every single shadow was imbued with the heaven-punishing fighting will. He then performed seals again. Many were shocked by what was happening right before their eyes. It was as if there were thousands of gods of war appearing at the same time, performing the Madra of God of War with their hands. His surroundings shook. It was as if the space around him itself was about to collapse. The seal of 1,000 gods. The mighty ones from the regional palace were shaking deep down when they saw what he was doing. They never expected Xing Kai to be cornered until he needed to do that, bringing the seal of 1,000 gods, the ultimate technique of the Madra of God of War, to bear on his opponents. The attack was like the gods attacking all at the same time. Xing Kai would have needed to crank his spiritual will to the limit to do so. There was no other way he could have used the seal of 1,000 gods otherwise. If that attack proved inadequate of killing, or at least severely injuring both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian, then Xing Kai would have been the one in danger instead. There was a limit to how much of his spiritual will he was able to expend, after all. Attacks of such levels were not something that he could have brought out without care. The seal of 1,000 gods was activated. It was like the seals of all great paths in the world, unbreakable and nigh invincible. The attack was cast straight at Yu Sheng, who was closing in fast. The seals were about to drown him, encompassing the entire space in his immediate vicinity. Yu Sheng sensed the peerless pressure imbued within that attack. His eyes glittered with frightening light of the devil. An overbearing demonic will appeared. Like Xing Kai, Yu Sheng looked like he was surrounded by all devils to be found in the world. The devils all submitted to him, moving alongside him. The bat leaks, which was capable of shocking the gods, was brought down. Thousands of devils swung the axe at the same time, banging onto the bursting seals. Their surroundings seemed to be on the verge of collapse when both men clashed. The hearts of many spectators raced as they saw what was happening. The demonic will on Yu Sheng was completely on par with the heaven-punishing fighting will coursing on Xing Kai's body. Many wondered just how powerful the might of that demonic will would have been. They were wondering if Yu Sheng was actually a descendant of a devil himself. They wondered whose lineage he had inherited. Boom! A rumble was heard at that moment, pulling the attention of the spectators elsewhere, reminding them that other than Xing Kai, who was overwhelmingly imposing, and Yu Sheng, whose demonic might reach the heavens, there was still another man on the battlefield, Yi Futian. Every single attack he brought forth was imbued with extremely refined killing power. His aura continued to climb as he moved, becoming increasingly powerful. The halberd in his hand pulsed with towering light. The power of the deed of thorough comprehension surged to the weapon. Boundless light of the divine halberd burst at the same time, causing his surroundings to howl. His feet twisted slightly, and he took another step. The great path in his immediate vicinity held. That single step seemed to have brought his spiritual will to the limit. He flung his arms about and brought the halberd of time and space down from above. Countless halberds tore through space, yet it seemed all the light had gathered into one single weapon. The weapon tore through the air and came right before its target. Rumbles were heard exploding as the halberds hit the seals, which shattered right away. It was as if the seals were destroyed by the boundless light around the weapon. The spectators then witnessed a huge divine halberd that seemed to have torn through the heavens and penetrated the earth. The light of the halberd looked as if it had melded with Yi Futian's body. All powers within his body surged into the weapon. The light bursting from the deed of thorough comprehension was all infused within the halberd. The attack seemed to be without an upper limit. The madras of God of War crumbled. The shadows conjured from Shinkai's spiritual were being destroyed one after another as well. The light of the halberd tore through everything as it headed straight for Shinkai. There seemed to be nothing capable of stopping it. Shinkai wore a startled expression. The shadows of gods of war on him gathered and charged. However, the attempt proved futile, as they were all penetrated right away. That one attack of the halberd tore right through every single bit of power of spiritual he was able to muster. The distance between two men was utterly ignored, as the halberd headed straight for Shinkai. It burst through. All those who witnessed the dazzling halberd attack seemed to be about to stop breathing. Time seemed to have stopped at that very moment. Shinkai felt as if everything in the world slowed, including his thoughts and speed at counterattacks. It was unknown if it was he who had become slow, or it was just that attack coming too quickly. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. Many saw Shinkai, whose shadows of gods of war seemed boundless, crumble. It was as if his spiritual will had suffered considerable damage as the constructs around him shattered. Yet another, stifled rumble was heard. That huge divine halberd pierced the god of war's body. The light from Yi Futian continued to surge into the weapon, making it look like an extension of his body. Rumbles continued to be heard as the tall, imposing body of the god of war crumbled. Shinkai's true body appeared right before both of them. His god of war life spirit behind him continued to look extremely dazzling. However, his heaven-punishing fighting will seem to have been almost exhausted, making him look rather shriveled. What was worse was that Yi Futian's attack actually made it through, punching through his body. How could this possibly be? Xingqiu, who was fighting far away, stopped fighting and looked at the scene, feeling baffled. His brother, Shinkai, was defeated in a real battle. Furthermore, he was defeated as a saint of true self at the hands of Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who were both of lower plane than he was. All the other mighty ones looked at the scene with baffled eyes as well. Shinkai, who was at saint of true self level, should not have lost, even if he were to take on two mighty ones. The difference in planes had never been something that could be compensated for number of opponents. A holiness of nirvana could have stood against dozens of unblemished saints without a doubt. But then again, that was if the difference in actual combat prowess was not all that far off. Well, was the actual combat prowess between Shinkai and the other two, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, actually that far off? Shinkai was someone who had been standing at the pinnacle. Following that line of thought, one could have easily figured out just how terrifying the actual combat prowess of both Yi Futian and Yu Shang were. That really is something. What kind of art of the halberd is this? Pei Min voiced his admiration. The weapon art that Yi Futian wielded was even more terrifying than Pei Min's art of the sword. That one attack was actually able to break through attacks as powerful as that from Shinkai, and the man himself was hit by the weapon. Shinkai's face was ashen at that moment. His robe and his hair billowed. His eyes remained glaring at Yi Futian, finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He actually lost. That battle was not a sparring session like back in the Peach Banquet. He did not hold back at all and fought in earnest. He had even brought the attack of the Seal of Thousand Gods to the fore. Yet he still lost nonetheless. He wanted to kill Yi Futian as a way of showing his resolve, but things did not happen as planned. He grunted, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. His face looked pale. His mindfulness of the path was evidently cracked. None managed to make it through their training in the Great Path without failing even once. However, he was unable to fathom why his defeat had been so humiliating. He lost to two who were of a lower plane than he was. Shinkai was destined to be someone exceptional from the moment of birth. He inherited the heaven-punishing fighting will, and he knew right from the start the path that he was to take. It was destined that he was to become a Renhuang, one who would bring the glory of his ancestors back again. He was shouldering great responsibility, and he worked diligently towards that goal. He was not alone, as the ninth servant and the others around him worked hard as well. No one would have been able to stand in the way of their resolve and his destined path. Yi Futian, however, affected his path. Yi Futian was someone from Emperor Xiao's realm and was liked by the princess of said realm. He had also performed extraordinarily in the peach banquet. However, none of that mattered to Xing Kai. Yi Futian was deemed an obstacle, and as such needed to be killed. He was about to kill Yi Futian to prove his way and his resolve, enabling him to continue moving forward. His mindfulness of the path needed to be as indomitable as it had always been, and no one should have been able to shake it. Yet that battle fought right after the banquet was over was breaking up his mindfulness of the path. Xing Kai began to have doubts at that moment. He was unable to even win against someone who was of a lower plane than he was, and that made him question how he was going to progress in his path of cultivation and reach the Renhuang plane. He doubted how he would be able to restore his ancestral glory and achieve unparalleled fame and might that was solely his. The battle on that day would have let everyone know that Xing Kai was inferior to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Blood continued to spill, and Yi Futian did not bother going easy, while Xing Kai was steeped in those thoughts. The halberd pulsed with shredding will of the great path as it tore through Xing Kai's body, intending to kill him right away. Xing Kai wanted to kill him first, so he saw no reason to hesitate. They were all in this predicament, so one of them had to die. The chance of killing Xing Kai presented itself, and Yi Futian saw no reason to let it slide. His eyes were filled with intense, murderous intent at the moment as well. Devastating beams of light tore right through Xing Kai's body, intending to shred the man himself. However, extremely raging spiritual will burst from Xing Kai at the moment. The aura was incredibly vibrant, making Yi Futian feel as if his killing intent was being blocked. He looked at Xing Kai's eyes, which had changed. Those eyes looked tremendously deep and frightening. It was like they were about to tear right through Yi Futian's spiritual will. The ninth servant of the ancient imperial city was very, very mindful of the Xing brothers indeed. Xing Kai's eyes became deep and terrifying. They looked a bit surprised as well. The man before Xing Kai was not a top-notch figure at a very high plane. He was but a saint at proving holiness level. Yet, such a man managed to trigger the mark left in Xing Kai's body. Xing Qiu had almost ended up killed, and that triggered the mark in him. Xing Kai was unexpectedly the next one to experience that. The brothers lost one after another. Furthermore, the man who had defeated Xing Qiu was present on the battlefield as well. Xing Kai was probably out to seek vengeance for his little brother, yet it was unexpected that he, too, had lost. The man behind the eyes watched the brothers grow up and knew what they were capable of. However, both of them were defeated one after another by the two men standing before Xing Kai. After what happened in the last battle, he heard that Yi Futian, the young city lord of Qinya City, had opened up Emperor Kua's ruins. The young man then went on to subjugate the 9 tribes of the western region, putting the 9 tribes under the rule of one man again. The 9th servant realized that Xing Kai and Xing Qiu had indeed truly met their match. However, the 9th servant was hardly surprised. Having lived as long as he did, he had witnessed great battles between Renhuangs and naturally knew just how abundant legendary figures were throughout the 3,000 realms. Despite Xing Kai's superbly gifted talents as his training progressed, he would definitely run into some legendary figures. Furthermore, that event that was held not long ago would have been the Peach Banquet of the Crimson Dragon Realm. The Peach Banquet attracted the most brilliant of figures to be found in all of Crimson Dragon Realm, so it was natural that Xing Kai met his match. However, from the looks of things, Xing Kai seemed rather vexed, and he was adamant of getting rid of the threat. The ninth servant believed that the people from Qianya City did not dare to make a move against Xingqiu, so it would not have been an exception this time as well. Furthermore, given that Gai Huang was around as well, Xing Kai would have been the one to make a move first, and he was defeated for it. An extremely brimming pressure shrouded Yi Futian. The ninth servant's will was impeccably strong. As a person standing at the pinnacle of holiness of Nirvana level and the #1 city, lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, the burst of his will made Yi Futian feel as if he was withstanding pressures the size of mountains. Yi Futian's halberd of time and space was unable to move forward at all. Everyone turned to look at Yi Futian, and they all sensed the aura emanating from Xing Kai. All of them naturally knew that the will of the ninth servant was there. The man standing before Yi Futian was no longer Xing Kai. The battle between Xing Kai and Yi Futian and Yu Sheng was concluded. Xing Kai suffered an overwhelming defeat. The circumstances were so severe that his life was in danger, triggering the mark the ninth servant left inside his body. The ninth servant trained in a particular method called the Madra of God of War. It was said that the phenomenon took place when Yu Shang was about to kill Xingqiu as well. The spectators found no difficulty making the connection. If such a mark was on Xingqiu, it was only natural Xing Kai had it on him as well. However, no one expected that the humiliating defeat suffered by Xing Kai would trigger the mark. Many wondered if Xing Kai's state of mind would be able to tolerate such a result. His mind would have been affected after suffering defeat in the battle before. The blow would have been a hefty one. And then he needed to rely on the ninth servant's power to stay alive. To someone as prideful as Xing Kai, that was an insult like none other. It was especially so since he intended to kill Yi Futian to prove his resolve. However, that seemed to have dealt an even more substantial blow on him, making it more difficult for him to overcome the trauma resulted. The pressure that Yi Futian was withstanding grew increasingly intense. It was as if he was about to be crushed by that overwhelming power of will. "Senior." A voice was heard at that moment. Xing Kai turned his eyes around and looked at the one who talked. It was none other than Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace, who had supposedly left yet had returned later. He looked at Xing Kai and smiled, saying, "I assume that you must be the city lord of ancient imperial city." Xing Kai seemed to be the one who picked the fight. "I think it'd prove rather unbecoming for you to throw your weight around after the loss. Don't you think?" The ninth servant was known to be the #1 city lord, other than the Renhuang of Crimson Dragon Realm. The only ones capable of taking him on were none other than the few ranked at the top of regional king ranking. Furthermore, all of them seemed to have hailed from Crimson Dragon City. There were even old, terrifying monsters of people from the royal palace itself. As such, the ninth servant was known to be nigh invincible outside of Crimson Dragon City. Few were even able to stand up to him in terms of powers. But then again, some would not have cared less. There were few training in the regional king palace, and then there was also Duan Wuji, who was training in the Emperor Dong's palace. He was, after all, a descendant of a native Renhuang in Crimson Dragon Realm. No matter how powerful the ninth servant was, he could not beat a Renhuang. Furthermore, it was not one from somewhere outside the realm, but one who was from the Crimson Dragon Realm itself. The ninth servant looked at Duan Wuji of Emperor Dong's palace and said, "The feud between the ancient imperial city and Qianya City has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. It indeed has nothing to do with Emperor Dong's palace. However, this is Crimson Dragon City." It was totally fine for Xing Kai to ask for a rematch after losing to Yi Futian in the Peach Banquet. But then again, I assume that you, senior, as a city lord of ancient imperial city, are not going to kill Yi Futian in Crimson Dragon City, no? Duan Wuji smiled and added, "That would be difficult to explain to the royal palace, wouldn't it?" The ninth servant frowned. "Senior, The battle was indeed started by Xingkai. Even if the royal palace were to turn a blind eye to you bullying a junior, the city lord of Chenya City is still someone from Emperor Xiao's realm. If Emperor Xia himself makes a move, I'm sure the royal palace would be even more reluctant to get involved. Yet another voice was heard. The one who spoke was Pei Min, who trained in the regional palace just like Xingkai. While he trained in the regional palace just like Xingkai, Yu Sheng, and the others, Pei Min never fought any of them and was not all that familiar with them. He, too, had no beef with any of them. As such, he had no cause to speak on such a matter. However, he was still able to tell right from wrong. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng performed admirably and peerlessly in the peach banquet, overwhelming Xingkai. Xingkai then asked for to spar so that he could kill Yi Futian. That was personal. However, since he made his move, he had to accept whatever the outcome was. Having his old man show up right after he lost to fight his opponent would be quite disgraceful, after all. If Xingkai were to agree deep down, then Pei Min would have looked down on that so-called top-notch genius training in the regional palace. He would not have cared in the least if Xingkai was not fine with his opinion. Xia, Qingyuan shot from the sky. Her eyes were cold. That was the second time the 9th servant appeared. That number 1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City was someone that none could threaten. It was probably due to the presence of the 9th servant that both Xingkai and Xingqiu were able to act so impudently. Regardless of how much of a genius one was or how prideful they were, someone without serious backing and with such an attitude would have died many times over. The 9th servant then turned his eyes to Pei Min. He never expected the defeat would have put Xingkai in such an unpopular spot. All of that would be a severe blow to Xingkai. His eyes softened as he looked at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. He was able to understand why Xingkai chose to do what he did. Those two from Chenya City would probably become Xingkai's inner demons, so he wanted to get rid of them. If Xingkai were to leave them be, his path from here on out would probably be overshadowed by those two. He found such a turn of events unacceptable and chose to cut them down right there, and then instead. Even though Xingkai would have found such an outcome to be difficult to stomach, he would have been able to overcome it in time. He needed to be decisive when the time called for it. If he was unable to bring himself to do so, then he was the problem instead. At that thought, the 9th servant's eyes became imbued with killing intent, which was then infused into his will. It continued to bear on Yi Futian. Yi Futian was able to sense the killing intent within. Return. The killing intent lasted only for a split second. No one else other than Yi Futian would have been able to sense it. Furthermore, the 9th servant seemed to have heeded the words of Duan Wuji and Pei Min, getting ready to return. He had no intention of making a move against Yi Futian any further. That split second prior made Yi Futian realize that the 9th servant did not intend just to let everything slide. It was clear that he did not want to make a move in Crimson Dragon City, to avoid getting on the bad side of Crimson Dragon Emperor and offending the royal palace. He would have been unstoppable outside of Crimson Dragon City instead. The sparring has yet to end, and you're about to return. A low voice is heard, and everyone was stunned as they heard those words. Everyone turned around to find that the one who spoke was none other than Yi Futian. The light of deed of thorough comprehension burst to its limit on Yi Futian's body at the moment. Terrifying aura surged from within his body, shrouding his entire being. Return. Yi Futian thought incredulously. The 9th servant was getting ready to leave, and yet Yi Futian did not intend for things to end just like that. You think you can just come threaten to kill him and leave when you're unable to do so? Do you think you can take me on once we all leave Crimson Dragon City? What the hell? Many turned to look at Yi Futian and wondered what he was trying to do. They were wondering if he had intended to end Xingkai right there and then. If that were the case, the 9th servant would not let things slide. Everyone in Crimson Dragon Realm knew that the Xing brothers were the embodiment of the ninth servant's mission in life. He would not have allowed anyone to harm Xingkai, let alone killing the younger man. Holy flames burned as the light from the deed of thorough comprehension burst. The weather changed, and Yi Futian's eyes seemed to have become flames. It was as if a terrifying will was shooting out of his eyes. His body was bursting with powers that did not belong to him. He is still able to tap into the power of Emperor Kwa. The hearts of many raced. All of them thought that Yi Futian had paid a hefty toll in that battle before. Many thought that there was no way he could have sustained fighting like that. The recoil would have been extreme, and it would have possibly ended up taking his life. Many speculated that he would have probably died from the recoil of that battle a while ago. However, he once again stood before everyone. But then again, that battle is still very much a recent thing. Is he trying to pull what he did before again? They wondered. Yi Futian's body rumbled, and the flames of the way in his body became extremely hot. That fire spirit orb in his life palace unleashed its power, tainting the skies red within an instant, making the place look like a world of fire. However, Yi Futian was actually doing his best to control it. The outcome was not something he would have been able to sustain easily, so he did his best to limit the release of such powers. While the ninth servant was there, it was nonetheless just an effect of the Madrah of God of War in Xingkai. It was not that the ninth servant showed up in person. He wondered just how powerful that mark would have allowed the ninth servant's powers to be. He thrust the halberd of time and space straight at Xingkai. The weapon pulsed with terrifying light of flames. All eyes were on to that towering might. Countless nearby turned their eyes to the battlefield, feeling rattled deep down. It was Xingkai who wanted to kill Yi Futian before, to prove his resolve, due to what happened in the peach banquet. However, he lost to Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Things were different at the moment. Yi Futian became the one out to kill Xingkai, going as far as to want to kill him despite the will of the ninth servant, giving Xingkai an advantage. Everyone present knew just how powerful Yi Futian had become after tapping into those powers back in the battle at Chinya City a while ago. He had been able to overpower a good number of holiness of nirvanas. There were several such figures rendered dead by his hands. Things were so severe that the Saint Lord of Jiang dared not touch him, and even the likes of Gai Huang had not been able to do anything about him. Everyone wondered how much of that power Yi Futian was planning on tapping into, and if he could have performed as he had in that battle a while ago. They were also wondering just how powerful the special mark the ninth servant placed onto Xingkai was. If the ninth servant had indeed shown up personally, there was no need for further speculations. Even if he were to bring the full power of Emperor Kwa to bear, like how he did in that battle before, he was still borrowing someone else's power. That would not be enough to deal with someone like the ninth servant who was at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level. The ninth servant, however, was only doing battle remotely through the use of that mark in Xingkai and through the younger man. There was no way he could have brought all of his might to bear on Yi Futian. The halberd of time and space contained extreme might of flames. The spirit orb inside Yi Futian's body seemed to have channeled all of its will of the great path into the weapon. Terrifying whirlpool of flames appeared in their surroundings, gushing into the halberd in a frenzy, causing it to burn. It turned into a tremendously divine halberd of time and space imbued in flames. The fearsome weapon was thrust right at Xingkai's throat. Yi Futian's fiery eyes were extremely cold instead, with his killing intent scorching hot in the fires burning in him. A figure stood tall above the palace at the ancient imperial city. His aura was towering, gushing outwards and shrouding his surroundings. The vast ancient imperial city seemed to have been shrouded altogether by that towering might. Everyone near the city lord's office of ancient imperial city was shuddering deep down. They were all wondering what was happening. They looked up at the pinnacle of ancient imperial city. They were able to see the ninth servant hovering in midair vaguely. His gaze was cast far away, and his will gushed in a frenzy, shooting out at a distant place. The ninth servant's robe billowed, and his overpowering might looked extremely fearsome. It was as if he was like a god himself. Furthermore, the ninth servant was filled with intense killing intent. Yi Futian of Chenya City intended to kill Xingkai right before his eyes. As the protector of the descendants of Emperor Zhan, the meaning of his existence was none other to watch them grow, witnessing them eventually surpass him to step into that legendary plane, achieving the former glory of Emperor Zhan of the past. There was no way he could have watched Xingkai and Xingqiu get killed. He absolutely would not allow anyone to kill them. He was not about to let anyone threaten the Xing brothers' lives. Anyone who did so, he would make sure to kill them. Yi Futian is thinking that he can kill Xingkai just by tapping into the will of Emperor Kwa. Then, the ninth servant thought, he has no idea what the significance of the Madrah of God of War is, he thought. The ninth servant lifted his arm and pointed his finger in front of him. The place right before him trembled as if that finger was penetrating it. At the same time, Xingkai, who was far away in Crimson Dragon City, lifted his arm as well, pointing a finger before him. There seemed to be a shadow manifesting from Xingkai's body in that instant, which did not seem to be his own. Yi Futian seemed to have been able to see yet another figure far, far away through that shadow, the shadow of that legendary figure, who was standing at the top of ancient imperial city. That finger attack was not brought forth by Xingkai, but by that man represented whose shadow. That finger attack seemed to have imbued the great path of the world around them, which was gathered at a single point and pointed at the halberd of time and space. The fact that he was taking on one such weapon with only a finger spoke volumes of his tremendous confidence. The clash between the finger and the weapon seemed to create a terrifying, dark whirlpool, twisting the great path. It swallowed everything in its immediate vicinity. The will of flames shot at the finger with the intent to burn everything down. Yet, at the same time, Yi Futian felt his arm tremble quite a bit. It was as if he was losing his grip on the halberd. That immensely heavy power burst through, trying to wreck Yi Futian's body through the weapon. A grunt was heard, and Yi Futian was sent flying. A stifling rumble burst from the place the attacks clashed, with a terrifying whirlpool out to destroy everything remaining. Flames engulfed Xingkai's finger. It was like it had been scorched. A great will of the great path then enveloped the finger, repairing the damaged parts. It was apparent that both men were tapping into powers that were not theirs, and it was also apparent that their attacks were defective, as both of them lacked the strength to master such powers. Yi Futian, who was boosting his physical constitution by tapping into powers of others, was unable to withstand that one attack the ninth servant brought forth, which was evident from the fact that the ninth servant was still able to hurt him through the halberd. Yi Futian might have tapped into the powers of Emperor Kwa, but he still was not Emperor Kwa. He was still a saint at proving holiness level. Furthermore, he did not tap into those powers completely. He was doing his best to keep himself from biting off more than he could chew, being concerned about the magnitude of recoil he would suffer. Xingkai faced Yi Futian. At that moment, Yi Futian felt as if it was the ninth servant at the ancient imperial city who was watching him from afar. That overbearing aura was unshakable. It was not something he could have managed to shake off. That man was at the pinnacle right below Renhuang Plain, and a holiness of nirvana ranked high on the regional king rankings. He managed to bring out his true might simply by borrowing Xingkai's body. Yi Futian wondered what kind of powers they had. Regardless of the methods used, there was no doubt that it would take quite a hefty toll on the ninth servant for being able to go so far. At that moment, Yi Futian saw Xing Kai beginning to grab at the air. The great path of their surroundings churned in a frenzy. It was as if the space he was in was isolated altogether, boundless, while the great path bore onto Yi Futian. It was as if countless hands of victory were manifested in the air, enveloping the space around them. The might of a holiness, of nirvana. Everyone around them shook tremendously deep down. Those were powers from the ninth servant himself. Even if he was not physically present, he was still able to use his powers remotely. The spectators looked at that battlefield, finding Yi Futian's body shrouded by the will of the great path. The space surrounding them seemed to have been isolated by that will of the great path, forbidding anyone else from stepping in. That space was put on lockdown, trying to kill Yi Futian inside. Yi Futian clutched the halberd of time and space tightly. His body seemed to have been burned red. The place around him was still burning, and a tall, imposing god of war of flames appeared. He glared at the figure before him, and the fire seen his eyes seemed able to burn space itself down. Boom! The flames of the great path burst, and Yi Futian trembled, looking rather pained, yet his eyes remained adamant. The killing intent on the ninth servant at ancient imperial city burned even brighter after seeing Yi Futian's eyes. The ninth servant vaguely realized why Kai would lose. He extended his hand and grabbed tightly. In that instant, the palms of the great path surrounding Yi Futian rained down in a frenzy. Their surroundings shook, intending to bury that space. Furthermore, every single attack from the hands was incredibly intense. All of them tore through space and landed hard on Yi Futian's body. There would have been no way he could have sustained even a single hit, even if he had a body of a saint. Due to him still being a saint at proving holiness level, the attacks would have killed him right there and then. Yi Futian's body seemed to have transformed into a sun amidst the terrifying attacks. Rays of sunlight shot forth, looking just like the sun that Yi Futian saw in the ruins of Emperor Kwa on that day. Terrifying light of the sun shrouded everything within his immediate vicinity, shooting at the attacks from the hands around him. The attacks rumbled and intended to continue moving on to kill Yi Futian, yet they were gradually melted down to nothingness, and they were then punched through by the divine light of the sun. Yi Futian basked in boundless, holy fire under the intense light, as if he was a god of war of the sun. He stepped forth and blitzed, bringing the might of the holy fire of the sun to bear. The halberd itself seemed like it was burning. The light of the flames punched through everything as the attack was underway, heading straight for Kai's body. The ninth servant saw him coming and took one step forward. A golden divine wall appeared right before him, which looked like a divine seal of the great path, howling as it headed towards its target. The halberd and the seal clashed. The resulting force made it seem like the space was about to be torn apart, yet the seal was gobbled by the flames, burning a hole through it. A flash of the halberd was seen through the seal. The ninth servant lifted his arm and banged onto the weapon, retreating as he did so. A ray of terrifying light pulsed on the halberd as it continued to move forward, shooting at Kai. Yi Futian's god of war of flames form was sent reeling as well. His body rattled intensely, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, which was instantly dried up by the flames around him. Retreat. A voice was heard. The ninth servant said this as he was seen retreating. The mighty ones from ancient imperial city retreated one after another. Gai Huang threw a palm attack. The light of space glittered, and he retreated as well, with Xing Qiu and the others in tow. Shan Tianzhan and Wu Yong stepped forward, glaring at the ones who left coldly. However, none of them gave chase, and they went up to Yi Futian instead. Let's head home. The aura on Yi Futian gradually subsided. He turned around and left where he was. While he had not used his full power in that battle, he was thoroughly exhausted. The injuries on him were just as grievous. However, he was sure that the ninth servant was having a hard time as well. He was borrowing Xing Kai's body to do battle, after all, and that would have caused severe limitations. The people of Chenya City retreated in another direction. Countless, in that place, watched all of them left. Their minds were still reeling somewhat from what they saw. If the ninth servant had not appeared, Yi Futian would have most probably killed Xing Kai. Furthermore, even after the ninth servant advent, Yi Futian remained adamant about killing his opponent. However, the ninth servant was too powerful. Despite fighting through the use of the Madrav god of war, it still looked as if he had been present personally, bringing holiness of nirvana level of powers to bear. The conflict between both sides would intensify after that battle. Worse still, none of them needed to hold back after leaving Crimson Dragon City. It seemed that a furious storm was brewing. Yi Futian went to train in isolation as soon as he returned to Chenya City. The mighty ones staying in the city, Lord's office, all got busy as well. Xia Qingyuan ordered some men to head to the 9 tribes in the western region of Crimson Dragon Realm, getting ready to gather the mighty ones from those tribes. Ancient Imperial City and Chenya City had butted heads in that battle in Crimson Dragon City, officially making them enemies. The 2 city lords had been involved in the conflict, with the 9th servant borrowing Xing Kai's body to fight Yi Futian. The battle meant that the 2 strongest cities other than Crimson Dragon City had declared war on each other. Under such circumstances, Chenya City had to put all its effort into getting ready for war. While their opponents this time were only from 1 city instead of an entire region or a realm, it seemed that they were still at a disadvantage compared to their past battles. In the world of cultivators, a figure who was truly at the pinnacle of a plane symbolized far more than what could be measured through sheer numbers alone. The threat from the 9th servant, who was known as the number 1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City, posed a far greater threat alone than all of the mighty figures from past conflicts combined. The people of Chenya City had to get ready for war under these circumstances. The news of what had happened at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City spread far and wide soon enough. The names of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng became known throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Countless people were talking about them. Those 2 men from Chenya City had exhibited tremendous talents and combat prowess in that one battle. Even if one were to judge from their performance in the Peach Banquet, they had ruled over everyone else then too. Xing Kai had probably gotten jealous of all the glory he was supposedly robbed of, which made him want to kill Yi Futian. The future of Chenya City might turn incredibly grim. As city lord of Chenya City, Yi Futian's powers became known to all. He became the master of the 9 tribes left behind by Emperor Kwa, uniting them all under one banner. He'd also inherited the lineage of Emperor Kwa. Xia Qingyuan, princess of Emperor Xiao's realm, seemed to have paid close attention to him in those 2 battles, witnessing how he'd tapped into powers that were not his. All of that, coupled with what had happened at the Peach Banquet, made it certain that if the city lord of Chenya City could make it out of the altercation with ancient Imperial City in one piece, his success in the future would be immeasurable. As had been expected by many, more news came after that. News from the regional palace said that Yi Futian was to be ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, there was no waiting. An exception had been made and he was being ranked without due process. With the talent and combat prowess he'd showcased at the Peach Banquet and the battle in Crimson Dragon City, there was no doubt that he would make it into the rankings. He'd managed to overwhelm many legendary figures who were ranked on the regional king rankings, as well as defeat Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self, by joining hands with Yu Sheng, forcing the 9th servant to save Xing Kai. There was little need to elaborate on the significance of that battle. The difference in planes was obvious, yet the 2 had been able to bridge the gap and defeat Xing Kai. If all 3 of them had been on the same plane, Both Yu Sheng and Yi Futian would have probably been able to defeat Xing Kai on their own. Xing Kai was already quite a legend. He was ranked on the regional king rankings. As such, it was only natural for Yi Futian to be ranked as well. However, Yi Futian did not know about anything going on in the outside world at that moment. He had been training in isolation in the city, Lord's office, ever since he'd returned. Yi Futian was sitting cross-legged in a sealed-off training ground. The jade-green leaves and branches of the world tree enveloped him. The will of life coursed through him, repairing any damages his body had sustained. While he had not been going all out in terms of tapping into foreign powers during that battle in Crimson Dragon City, he had nonetheless activated the fire spirit orb in his life palace, wielding combat prowess exceeding his own plane. As such, it was only natural that his body had taken a huge toll from the action, requiring a certain amount of time to recuperate. Fortunately, Yi Futian's special constitution was one that was capable of self-repair. Furthermore, his physical constitution had always been extremely strong, meaning that the extent of the injuries he'd sustained was not particularly concerning. At the moment, he was steeped in training. The injuries on both the outside and the inside of his body were being repaired. The scenery within his life palace, on the other hand, was something else altogether. A figure conjured by will appeared within the world in his life palace, training and digesting what had been learned. He'd gained quite a lot of knowledge from the Peach Banquet. While he couldn't use the magic zither at the moment, the 1,000-character proverb and starry steel nonetheless proved extremely useful. He had to devote some time to digest them, melding what he'd learned with his existing powers. Be it the 1,000-character proverb or the starry steel, both of them were Renhuang-class ways of learning, which would enhance his combat prowess a great deal. Furthermore, both abilities were different from one another and were even able to complement each other, melding into a single entity and creating even greater power. Ancient symbols circled Yi Futian. The symbols resonated with the surrounding Great Path. Every symbol contained powers of the Great Path, which were then imbued within his will. Any of the symbols contained the extremely powerful aura of the Great Path. Training with the 1,000-character proverb did not allow him to wield his complete powers in combat due to the limitations of his current plane. He was only able to get the symbols ready prior. Such a method of fighting was akin to burning through consumables. However, the powers of the Great Path that were brought about when the symbols attacked were worth comprehending. If his comprehension was profound enough, he would be able to harness such powers at any given moment. He speculated that he would need to get near the Renhuang plane before he would be able to bring the powers of the 1,000-character proverb to bear at will. Doing so would practically allow him to wrap powers in symbols and get the powers of the Great Path to burst whenever a symbol appeared in his mind. The offensive techniques on the starry steel shared some similarities with the one on the 1,000-character proverb, yet there were differences nonetheless. Celine saw most of what it was able to do on the divine martial road. It was truly a tablet of the Great Path that was able to summon the stars, overwhelming everything before it. That was probably not something saints were capable of doing, making it so that he needed to take his time to comprehend and train. The inherent powers of Renhuang-level methods were naturally things that no one at the Saint Plane was able to fully access after all. After training for some time, the shadow conjured by his will arose. A staff appeared in his hand, and he began to work on his staff techniques. His moves with the staff did not have any earth-shattering force in them, yet every single stroke contained the power of the Great Path. The moves melded well with the Great Path itself. The 9 heavenly attacks were something that he had acquired from close observation. After training with them for many years, they were no longer just the moves that had been imparted to him by the snow ape anymore. The moves themselves had been incorporated with all that he'd come to understand over his years of training. The moves were ever-changing. While the movesets might not be as powerful as those wielded by the snow ape all those years ago, the sets were nonetheless the most suitable for his use in his current state. Rumbles were heard within his life palace. Yi Futian stopped after working with the staff for some time. He then moved on to train with his halberd. The movesets with the halberd were something he'd created himself using references from the 9 heavenly strikes and many other methods. This helped to complete his way with the halberd. One could see the training methods of the staff in the way he moved with the halberd, yet his way of wielding the halberd remained different nonetheless. His way with the staff was fierce and overbearing, while his way with the halberd looked to be imbued with a sharpness capable of tearing anything down. The similarities between the two were that they were both very offensive-focused. This similarity strengthened as he went on to complete them. The battle he'd fought with Xing Kai in Crimson Dragon City had brought his way of the halberd to the very extreme. Each strike grew stronger than the strike before, making it so that Xing Kai was no longer able to withstand his blows. Yi Futian, who was still working in his life palace, continued to play around with the halberd. The force of his moves was natural and continued to grow stronger as the will of the great path imbued within. He then thrust with the weapon. The air around him shook and then stopped altogether. He stood quietly, seemingly having developed something. He repeated the moves several times as if he was trying to grasp something which was proving difficult. He finally stopped and resorted to thinking quietly instead. Yi Futian's eyes opened in the quiet training ground. He stood up and extended his hand. A halberd appeared in his hand immediately. Raging currents held around his body as he stepped forward. His arms went into action and moved forward, thrusting the weapon out right before him. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard. Terrifying, space-shredding powers were felt right in front of the halberd. It contained the heaviness of the stars and overwhelmed the entire place. "Something is not right," Yi Futian muttered to himself. He was still unable to find the feeling he was looking for. He sidestepped and moved his body forward as he lashed out with another thrust with his arms. It looked as if the powerful will of the great path was all being condensed into a single point, forming a devastating whirlpool. Yi Futian looked as if he was in trance afterward, repeating the moves over and over. He did this so many times that he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries altogether. After many attempts at the attacks, the deed of thorough comprehension activated without him realizing it. The will of the great path flowed within the cauldron of the great path of his body. The force burst through the halberd, growing increasingly powerful. Slivers of holy light shrouded his entire body. He thrust yet another time. At that moment, a beam of dazzling light burst through the air, lashing out like a straight line. Boom! A rumble was heard as the space around him crumbled. The matrix isolating the training ground shattered in an instant as if it had been reduced to nothing in a split second. Yi Futian finally stopped. He looked at the halberd in his hand and reached out to sense the power he felt. He extended his left hand. A powerful aura emanated from it. Dazzling beams calamity and lightning glittered, shooting out far away. At that moment, every single bolt of lightning burst like thunder as they shot forward, tearing down every single thing they crossed. That will of the great path seemed to be everywhere in the sky. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and saw something joyful. He had unexpectedly developed yet another mystical will of the great path while trying to train with the mystical methods he'd learned. The new will was something that was not of his own. That will of the great path contained powerful space-tearing powers. At the same time, it was imbued with very frightening powers of the stars and suppressing powers. The force that burst from the attack could have been considered a product of melding several of the powerful wills of the great path. Entropy, Yi Futian muttered to himself. The will of the great path was named entropy, which was an offensive power. Such will of the great path would enhance every attack it was imbued with, making them overwhelming and fearsome. One attack was all it would take to reduce everything to nothing. Yi Futian glittered with holy light after he developed the new will of the great path. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension became even more blindingly brilliant. His aura had also strengthened, melding naturally with the great path. His comprehension of the great path had deepened. He had reached the pinnacle of proving holiness level without even realizing it. A group of mighty figures arrived at the city, Lord's office of Chinya City. Shen Tianzhan received them personally. The ones who'd arrived all sported an overbearing aura and the fiery crimson robes of the regional palace. The one who took the lead was a top-notch figure at holiness of nirvana level. "How may I be of service?" Shen Tianzhan asked, cupping his hands. "We're here to look for City Lord Yi," the man in the lead answered. "City Lord Yi is now training in isolation. I'm sure you all know about the recent battle. He needs some time alone." Shen Tianzhan then added, "If you don't mind, I'll be glad to relay the message." "That will do." The messenger nodded slightly and continued. "The regional palace hereby extends its invitation to Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan to join the regional palace for training. The invitees are welcome at the Crimson River any time." Many in the city, Lord's office, looked up at the ones who'd arrived and shuddered deep down. While they'd speculated that something like this would happen, it still nonetheless proved shocking when the time came. The regional palace made yet another exception. In the Crimson Dragon realm, those who had missed the selection process at the Crimson River had not necessarily foregone their chance to join the regional palace just yet. If the ones intending to join the regional palace proved extraordinary enough, they still had a shot at it. Both Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan had earned the regional palace's approval. What they'd done back at the Peach Banquet had proved exceptional enough. There was little need to say anything about Yi Futian. As for Xia Qingyuan, she had also proven her talents by defeating Xu Zi. As such, it was not a strange thing for the regional palace to extend their invitation to her as well. "Very well. I shall inform City Lord Yi." Shen Tianzhan nodded. Common people would have been extremely elated by such news. However, those who'd truly earned the right to enter the regional palace would never be so excitable. That was because they were people who stood above most others, prideful and confident. As for Yi Futian, who was more than qualified to be ranked on the regional king rankings, the regional palace had made an exception by putting him on the rankings. Deeming him qualified to train in the regional palace was something normal enough. Shen Tianzhan felt no surprise about any of that. Compared to what Yi Futian had done before, getting into regional palace hardly seemed significant at all. What put him at ease, however, was that the invitation from the regional palace was akin to a tag for protection so long as Yi Futian agreed to train in the regional palace. That would mean that he was out of the ninth servant's reach. While the ninth servant had scoffed at a cave master of the regional palace not long ago, showing how arrogant and abrasive he was, that was due only to his strength and backing. If one were to truly compare the strengths of their resources, there was no way ancient imperial city could compare with the regional palace. Furthermore, the regional palace was backed by the Crimson Dragon Emperor himself. Very well. Those from the regional palace nodded before departing into the sky. It seemed as if they had only been there to deliver the news. As for Yi Futian's choice, that was something entirely up to him. There were quite a few people who felt rather shocked by what had happened. Shen Tianzhan turned around, getting ready to tell Xia Qingyuan about it before letting both her and Yi Futian decide what to do about it. News quickly spread from the city Lord's office of Chinya City that Yi Futian had accepted the regional palace's invitation and was about to train there. The news seemed to calm down the tense atmosphere that had been building up all over the place. Everyone was wondering if this meant that the great battle would be avoided. Yi Futian wanted to avoid confronting the ninth servant for the time being. Instead, he wanted to devote his time to training and enhancing his powers. However, when everyone realized that both Yi Futian and Xing Kai were about to train in the same place, the expression of many turned rather peculiar. They then wondered what would happen if they were to meet at the regional palace. Many wondered if they would continue fighting each other. Xing Kai was training in peace inside a palace with an ancient imperial city. Dazzling light sparkled as the heaven-punishing fighting coursed all over him, emitting an imposing aura. However, Xing Kai's expression remained tense throughout the training, as if something was weighing on his shoulders. That battle in Crimson Dragon City had dealt a heavy blow to him. He'd never expected needing the ninth servant to show up, just so to keep him alive. It was an insult like no other to him. He heard footsteps approaching. Xing Kai opened his eyes to look at the ninth servant. His eyes no longer looked as pure and adamant as they had before. They looked tainted by some other thoughts. The ninth servant looked at his eyes. He was able to tell Xing Kai's current state of mind just by looking at those eyes. Xing Kai seemed to have developed some inner demons due to dealing with Yi Futian. Regardless of what you have run into on your path in cultivation, you needed to deal with it on your own. You have met your match this time, and he might be more extraordinary than any whom you have met in the past. Until you can overcome that, you will forever live in his shadow, the ninth servant said. I believe you could make it. Xing Kai remained silent. There was news not long ago that said that he has earned the approval of the regional palace and is about to enter the regional palace to train. The two of you will probably meet in the future, the ninth servant continued. Xing Kai's eyes turned cold within an instant. So Yi Futian was going to join the regional palace's ranks. Xing Kai got up and walked outside. He walked over to the steps and cast his gaze far away. Are you feeling disappointed in me, teacher? Xing Kai asked. The ninth servant looked at his back and was silent. I'd like to hear the truth, Xing Kai added. I'm disappointed because I have too high of an expectation of you. You should know the extent of the hope I've placed on you. But such a day would have come sooner or later on your path in cultivation. As such, I do hope you'll first win against yourself, young master, the ninth servant said with a bow. It seemed as if his attitude had changed. I have to win against myself because I couldn't win against them. Xing Kai sighed. It was not something that he could simply let slide. He needed the ninth servant to be around just so that he could survive. How could I face anyone else ever again? How could I ever claim to be a descendant of Emperor Zhang again? He was even more disappointed in himself. With your permission, I shall head to Qinya City right away. I will cut off their heads and bring them to the ancient imperial city. You will no longer have to be concerned about him if I were to do so, the ninth servant said while looking at Xing Kai's back. Xing Kai did not doubt the ninth servant. If he truly wanted the older man to do so, he only would have needed to tell the ninth servant, and the older man would see to it for him. However, it seemed ridiculous to send the ninth servant to kill someone who had defeated him. Sir, a voice was heard from below the steps. Someone had arrived asking for an audience. What is it? The ninth servant turned around to look at the one who had spoken. His eyes were sharp as they shot through the space. He wondered what would have caused someone to interrupt him at such a moment. That man extended both hands, holding a letter. It looked like an invitation of sorts. The ninth servant grabbed at the air. The letter then flew right into his hands. The ninth servant opened up the letter to read its contents. While his expression looked as calm as it had always been, he shuddered somewhat deep down. The ninth servant's eyes seemed to pierce through the space before him as he looked in the direction of Qinya City. City, Lord Yi Futian of Qinya City. He really was something. What is that? Xing Kai, who was at the ninth servant's side, saw his reaction. The ninth servant looked at Xing Kai, but he did not hand the letter over. Xing Kai seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and extended his hand. The ninth servant only handed the letter over to him after that. Xing Kai took a look at the letter. His eyes became extremely pointed within an instant. Powerful fighting will seem to surge from him uncontrollably, bursting out furiously. Yi Futian. This was just insane. That letter he'd sent to ancient imperial city was a challenge to fight to the death right outside the regional palace, above the Crimson River. The regional palace would bear witness. The two of them would no longer be meeting within the regional palace, as Yi Futian intended to fight Xing Kai to the death right above the Crimson River before entering the regional palace. Only one of them would be able to enter the regional palace alive. Yi Futian refused to coexist and train with him in the regional palace. One could imagine what was going on inside Xing Kai's mind when he read the letter. He'd lost to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng in Crimson Dragon City not long ago. Now, Yi Futian had sent Xing Kai a challenge. He would be the only combatant fighting Xing Kai this time. Furthermore, the fight would be to the death and be witnessed by the regional palace. Only one of them would make it out alive. This was unruliness and insolence of unprecedented levels. Xing Kai had never expected Yi Futian to dare to challenge him to a one-on-one fight to the death. The ninth servant, who was at his side, was equally surprised. He thought Yi Futian would agree to train in the regional palace because he wanted to avoid clashing head-on with ancient imperial city. However, he'd never expected such a challenge to be made before Yi Futian even agreed to train in the regional palace. Worse still, Xing Kai's mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and his state of mind was faltering. There was no way he could shirk the battle after receiving such a letter. If he refused the challenge, his name, Xing Kai, would no longer be worthy of pride, but one filled with shame. Xing Kai would never make it past his current state of mind. However, Xing Kai wondered what had made Yi Futian so insolent and so confident that he would emerge as the victor. Xing Kai wondering if Yi Futian had become a saint of true self. "Are you going to accept the challenge?" the ninth servant asked. Xing Kai looked at him. The ninth servant was almost able to ascertain Xing Kai's decision from the look in his eyes. Xing Kai had no choice whatsoever when it came to accepting the challenge. He had to fight. "Excuse me for a bit," the ninth servant said. He finished talking and took one step away. His body soon disappeared into the air. Towering pressure reigned all over the city, Lord's office of Chinya City, not long afterward. One figure after another took to the skies. All the holiness of nirvanas arrived midair and looked up. That pressure from above was very terrifying. Boom! A wheel of great path pressed down as a huge face appeared in midair. It was none other than a conjuration of the ninth servant's will. Terrifying will pressed down in a frenzy, heading straight for the city, Lord's office. A silver-haired figure took to the skies from within the city, Lord's office. Looking up at the face in the sky, he said, "Are you here to check on my plane out of concern?" The ninth servant placed Madras of God of War on both Xing brothers for protection. He would not have simply allowed Xing Kai to get into such a dangerous situation after receiving the challenge. If Yi Futian had indeed made it as a saint of true self, Xing Kai might have just signed his death warrant. The ninth servant knew very well from that battle in Crimson Dragon City that if both men were to be of an equal plane and fight to the death, Xing Kai would definitely end up dead. As such, he'd shown up personally to find out. A raging will pressure continued to shroud the place. That huge face stared at Yi Futian, who was among the crowd below. The ninth servant found that the young man was still at the proving holiness level. The ninth servant then wondered what had made the young man so confident that he would issue a challenge to fight Xing Kai one-on-one. In that battle back in Crimson Dragon City, both Yu Sheng and the Halberd of Time and Space had only served as auxiliaries. If the two men fought one-on-one to the death, things would be very different. Yi Futian truly needed to be able to win against Xing Kai. Otherwise, he would be the one who would end up dead. The ninth servant did not reply to Yi Futian's words, but it was clear that he was concerned about Yi Futian's plane. If Yi Futian had indeed become a saint of true self, Xing Kai would be in a lot of trouble. He definitely would not allow Xing Kai to fight. A damaged mindfulness of the path could be repaired, but if he were to die in a fight, everything would be over. Furthermore, the spot that Yi Futian had picked for the fight was indeed brutal. Above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. He had no intention of showing mercy in any manner. Even someone as powerful as the ninth servant would not be able to interfere in a battle fought right outside the regional palace. If Xing Kai accepted the challenge, there would be no turning back. As such, the ninth servant had to go and check. The huge face gradually disappeared, along with that powerful aura emanating from the sky above. Shen Tianzhan Wu Yong and the others rescinded their auras as well, walking down to Yi Futian's side. Shen Tianzhan then said he's gone. The ninth servant had indeed only shown up to take a look. However, now that the ninth servant had come to take a look, there was simply no way Xing Kai could walk away from the battle. There was simply no reason for him to do so. If Xing Kai were to refuse, then he would lose all face and no longer be able to stand in the Crimson Dragon Realm. He would be unable to even return to the regional palace. All of that would have profound effects on Xing Kai. It would probably result in the total disintegration of his mindfulness of the path, making further advancement impossible. If he were unable to resolve that trauma, he would never be able to become an unblemished saint in this lifetime. A huge commotion broke out in Chenya City right after the ninth servant left. The conflict between ancient Imperial City and Chenya City had been catching the attention of everyone recently. Many thought that things had been resolved by Yi Futian agreeing to join the ranks of the regional palace. However, they quickly found that Yi Futian had issued a challenge to fight to the death instead. The fight would take place 7 days later, above the Crimson River, outside of the regional palace. Only the winner would be able to make it into the regional palace. Yi Futian did not want to coexist with Xing Kai. There would only be one of them left standing. That was confidence like no other, for he had challenged Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self, as a saint at proving holiness level. Everyone wondered where Yi Futian's confidence had come from. While he and Yi Sheng had teamed up and managed to pin down Xing Kai in their last battle, fighting him one-on-one would be something else altogether. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death, and Xing Kai would definitely go all out. Yi Futian had not even bothered giving himself a way out. Everyone deemed that the young city lord of Chenya City was indeed brutal. He was not only brutal towards his opponent, but he was also brutal to himself. Many wondered what the consequences of losing the battle would be. The ninth servant returned, and everything else happened as expected. Xing Kai accepted the challenge. He would show up 7 days later above the Crimson River with the sole purpose of cutting down Yi Futian. Such massively shocking news traveled throughout the cities like wildfire. Countless listeners shuddered at the news. This showdown would truly be considered a clash of titans. Xing Kai had only lost shortly after he'd gained renown, and he'd lost at the hands of both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Lord Yi Futian of Chenya City had quickly risen in fame after he'd became known to the world. His actions had truly shocked the Crimson Dragon Realm. At present, there was not a single person who didn't know Yi Futian's name. Two such figures were about to have a showdown above the Crimson River, and one could only imagine just how shocking things would become. Many had only heard about the battle that had taken place in Crimson Dragon City, so they deemed the next one as something not to be missed. Time passed, and Yi Futian remained training in isolation in Chenya City. Xing Kai of ancient Imperial City was doing the same. The ninth servant oversaw his training personally. A saint of true self like Xing Kai would not benefit much from guidance from outside, but he could nonetheless prepare a few more tricks up his sleeves for the fight. Yi Futian trained in the way of the staff at times, and the way of the halberd at others while still in Chunya City. He kept improving on his techniques to make the attacks even more powerful. He stopped training after quite a while when he noticed someone approaching him. It was Xia Qingyuan. "Are you sure you're going to win?" Xia Qingyuan asked. Yi Futian's opponent was not some common saint. His opponent was going to be Xing Kai, who was known throughout all of Crimson Dragon Realm. Furthermore, Yi Futian was about to fight someone one saint plane above his own. She knew that Yi Futian must have learned something from that battle back at Crimson Dragon City that had made him bold enough to challenge Xing Kai in such a manner. "I'm not," Yi Futian said with a smile. Xia Qingyuan was baffled. She stared at him wide-eyed. Was he telling her that he was not sure that he could win? I could probably win." Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan's expression and grinned. "Probably." Xia Qingyuan continued to stare at him. It seemed as if none of those were the answers she sought. "If I were to have absolute confidence in my ability to win, there is no way that Xing Kai would have agreed to the challenge. I'm afraid the ninth servant wouldn't have agreed to it in the first place." Yi Futian continued, seeing how Xia Qingyuan was not going to just let it slide. "But my chance of winning is greater." "A greater chance at winning made you dare to throw a fight-to-the-death challenge at him?" A rather cynical voice was heard. Yi Futian turned around and saw two men walking towards him, Wu Yong and an elder. He was rather surprised to see that elder, as it was none other than the star-plucking saint who had appeared and helped him several times in the past. That old man had even given Yi Futian the first flames of the way he'd stolen before disappearing without a trace. He'd then shown up at the last battle at Chunya City to stop Gai Huang. He then disappeared again after that battle. He came and went as he pleased, and no one was able to get a hold of him. The old man seemed to truly live up to his reputation. Now he'd appeared yet again. "I've heard that you've been to ancient Imperial City, Senior," Yi Futian said, looking at the star-plucking saint. The old man glared at him and replied, "Enough with old stories. Seems like the rumors were true. But why did you go to ancient Imperial City, despite knowing that you wouldn't be able to win against the ninth servant?" Yi Futian asked. The old man glared at him even more intensely. The young man really had a way of getting on people's bad side. Yi Futian then looked rather apologetic after seeing the old man's expression. He bowed to the old man respectfully and said, "You've helped me several times, Senior, and I'm grateful for that. But I'd really like to know, why did you help me? You know that I've been to ancient Imperial City, so you'd know the beef between me and them. The ninth servant of ancient Imperial City is known as the #1 figure outside of Crimson Dragon City. He is also known to be invincible in terms of offensive capacity. I've lost to him, and I'm afraid I'm stuck as a loser. I saw your battle with Emperor Li's realm before, coincidentally. I saw that you have a lot of potential in you, so I gave you the flames. And man, you've even gotten your hands on Emperor Qua's ruins. I'm truly honored and relieved, now that I see you fighting ancient Imperial City." "Is that all?" Yi Futian asked with a peculiar expression on his face. "Do you think that I have something to hide then?" The old man glared at Yi Futian. "Very well then." Yi Futian took the answer for what it was worth. He was able to see that the old man was immensely cunning. The old man was someone who would have spilled what he wanted to say. There was no way Yi Futian could have fished anything out of him if he refused to talk. As such, he left it as it was. "So, what brings you here, Senior?" Yi Futian asked. "I heard that you chose the Starry Steel Ancient Path while you were on the Divine Martial Path back at the Peach Banquet. The ability that I'm most proficient in is that of the stars, so I'm here to teach you what I know. The lessons will not be as good as those found in the royal palace, but I'll let you decide for yourself if what I teach will be useful to you or not. It may enable you to kill that fellow from ancient imperial city without mercy, the old man explained. Yi Futian's jaw dropped. Talk about living as you fancy. But then again, the old man was known as the star-plucking saint, so he would definitely be very proficient in the powers of stars. In that case, thank you very much, Senior, Yi Futian said, cupping his hands. Someone had arrived at his door to help further his training. He would have been an idiot to refuse. Regardless, it was clear that the old man held no enmity towards him. Keep your eyes, ears, and everything else peeled. The old man's eyes became incredibly deep all of a sudden. He slowly walked towards Yi Futian, and within an instant, Yi Futian's eyes seemed to have sunken into them. He did not resist, simply letting his will enter those eyes. There was a world of stars to be found within. Yi Futian was completely steeped in it before long. He remained steeped in his training and would not emerge from it for quite a while, even after the old man left. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was too short a time in Crimson Dragon Realm. His training in isolation was over before long. The day had arrived when Yi Futian and Xing Kai would have their showdown. The crowd at the shores of the Crimson River was huge. Countless mighty beings arrived, including some great figures of top-notch forces, as well as top-class geniuses from all corners of the world. All of their attention was turned toward that raging river. The Battle of the Crimson River was held there every year, an event that was guaranteed to draw a huge crowd. However, the battle that would be held on this day had captured more attention than any battle of the Crimson River in the past ever had. The Battle of the Crimson River was originally meant to be a battle between figures at the pinnacles of their powers. The ultimate winner would be accepted into the regional palace. However, that impending battle was between two immensely powerful figures ranked on the regional king rankings. Furthermore, it was a fight to the death. Two geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of Crimson Dragon Realm were about to fight above the Crimson River. Outsiders aside, even the ones from the regional palace came to stand outside the regional palace. Their eyes were locked onto that raging river before them. Pei Min, Yin Tianjiao, Xu Zi, Xie Qingshan, and many top-notch geniuses were also present. On the opposite shore of the Crimson River, Luo Yang, Jiang Tai, and many who had been present at the Peach Banquet were there as well. The entire Crimson Dragon Realm was paying close attention to this showdown. Who do you think will win this? Xie Qingshan asked rather excitedly. I've heard that the 9th servant went to check on Yi Futian's progress at Qinya City. It seems that Yi Futian has yet to make a breakthrough. While Yu Sheng and Yi Futian beat Xing Kai by teaming up before. But if it will be the two of them fighting one-on-one, I'm afraid Xing Kai will have a better chance of winning. Yin Tianjiao said, of course, that is only in theory. Yi Futian is the one who issued the challenge, and it's obvious that he's not doing this because he has a death wish. In that case, we should just let him prove how much he is capable of. The outcome is rather hard to predict now. Yu Sheng suppressed Xing Kai hard in their last battle. Yu Sheng made the first move and dominated Xing Kai every time, preventing Xing Kai from having time to deal with Yi Futian right until he was defeated by that divine implement. I think that battle simply gave Yi Futian too much confidence. Xu Zi did not agree with Yin Tianjiao. She continued with a cold tone, saying, there'll be no surprises with this battle. It was apparent that she thought Xing Kai would win. I think Yi Futian has better chances, Pei Min said plainly, his voice sounding easygoing and nonchalant. There was hardly any reason behind it. There was no way any analysis of their strengths could make a definite conclusion. He simply stated what he felt. They were not the only ones speculating. The people of the entire Crimson Dragon Realm were speculating about who would win in this showdown. Terrifying might of the great path down rained from above. The Crimson River howled and rolled. A figure appeared in the air and then walked forward, heading straight for the Crimson River. Xing Kai is here. All eyes were on him. Fighting will coursed all over him and washed all over his immediate vicinity. The battle had yet to begin, yet his fighting will was barely contained. It pulsed ferociously all over him, engulfing the space right above the Crimson River. The Crimson River howled and rolled. The hot flames stained the sky above everyone red. Xing Kai stood with his fighting will coiled around his body. His eyes were cold yet determined. His tall, imposing body looked like a stone pillar, only his clothes billowing in the wind. He was adjusting his aura, getting it into the most perfect state possible. To Xing Kai, this was a battle that he could absolutely not afford to lose. Futian had issued a fight-to-the-death challenge to him, despite being only at proving holiness level. Xing Kai had reigned supreme among his generation in the Crimson Dragon realm and had never lost before. He had to win in this battle above the Crimson River today as well. He was going to cut down Futian, take his revenge, and make his mindfulness of the path whole again. The ninth servant was there today as well. Many at the shores of the Crimson River made way for him. All eyes were on the ninth servant. This battle would determine the rest of Xing Kai's life. At that moment, there was quite a commotion at the shore, and many opened up a path. A group of people was seen moving forward, cutting through the crowd. The one taking the lead was clad in white and had silver hair. He looked extremely dashing. That man was none other than Futian. Many mighty figures from Chenya City were there as well. Xiaqing Yuan and Yu Sheng both stood by his side. If Futian won, the three of them would get to train in the regional palace together. It was finally time. Many turned their eyes to look at Futian. Xing Kai, who was above the Crimson River, turned to face Futian. The fighting will all over his body seemed to grow even stronger as he adjusted his spiritual state. Despite being very sure that he would definitely be able to kill Futian, he was not going to lower his guard. He would give it his all and cut down Futian to prove his worth. Futian took a step forward once he reached the shore, heading straight for the middle of the Crimson River. Several formidable Ori shrouded the Crimson River high in the air. They were people from the regional palace. Futian had requested that the regional palace bear witness to this battle. Yet another formidable aura came down, streaking through the air above the crowd. Many looked up above the Crimson River. They had been rather irked before, but their anger quickly subsided. People from the royal palace were showing up. Two figures appeared above before everyone else, landing at the edge of the Crimson River. They stood at the very forefront of the crowd, yet no one objected. Wasn't that peach banquet hosted by Qi Shang? He is here to watch the battle. Many looked at the figure at the forefront of the crowd. Indeed, it was none other than Prince Qi Shang. The person by his side was none other than Yu Shifei, his lover. The two of them were ranked on the regional king rankings. "This is quite a pity," Qi Shang said, taking a look at the Crimson River. While the stronger of the two fighters had already been identified back at the Divine Martial Road, Futian was nonetheless the one with greater potential. However, Xing Kai was the one who had renewed the record at the last peach banquet. It was a pity that he had run into Futian and Yu Shang at the last one. Furthermore, he was unable to accept that both of them were more superb than he was. The two legendary figures were unable to coexist. It had been determined on that day that one of them must fall, which was quite a pity. After all, both men were top geniuses of the Crimson Dragon realm. But then again, regardless of what Qi Shang thought of the battle, he was not about to get involved. Feuds in the world of cultivators were not things that could be settled by talking. Since both of them had agreed to fight to the death, all the prince needed to do was simply bear witness to it all. The crowd quickly turned its eyes away from Qi Shang and Yu Shifei, watching the Crimson River instead. It was apparent that the fight to the death battle between Yi Futian and Xingkai was more interesting than anyone showing up to watch it, even if one of the people was the prince. Furthermore, despite the two men standing very far away from each other, their presence and auras were already clashing. When Yi Futian stepped forward, Xingkai's fighting will rain down across the space, shrouding their vicinity and pressing down on Yi Futian. That fighting will seem to coalesce into solid attacks, thrashing and striking at Yi Futian furiously. Yi Futian slowly walked forward, every step shaking the space around him. The crimson river below howled and rolled. He attacked with the deed of thorough comprehension without hesitation, melding with the great path, making it so that everything in the world around him fell into his hands, resisting the fighting while bearing down on him. Dazzling light glittered as Xingkai's fighting will took a solid form. It was transmuted into a seal as its power spread through their surroundings, enveloping the sky above the crimson river, lashing out straight at Yi Futian. Xingkai was already attacking Yi Futian from across the great river. Yi Futian glared at Xingkai across the vast space. There was no anxiousness in his eyes at all. Chaotic currents whipped around him all of a sudden like devastating lightning bolts. The world around him turned into a world of destruction. Calamities of the great path raged on all around him. Countless lightning strikes of calamity shrouded the place, lashing out furiously. A beam of dazzling golden light of calamity collided with the seal, resulting in a furious rumble. The seal crumbled right away as if it had been hit with a devastating attack. Raging light of calamity tore through everything around Yi Futian without care, enveloping the space around him and hitting every single seal that it met. The crimson river roared as the sky above the river looked like it must be doomsday. Many seals were destroyed by the glittering lightning of calamity. He is that powerful with attacks. Countless eyes were locked onto the figure basking in the devastating light of calamity. Yi Futian's plane was lower than Xingkai's after all, yet he was able to destroy Xingkai's will of the Great Path using only borrowed might of the Great Path alone. It was as if he was not at a disadvantage at all. Xingkai looked unfazed as he watched everything in silence. He then saw Yi Futian approaching him. He responded by cranking up the fighting will on him accordingly. The heaven-punishing fighting will burst from his body furiously as his life spirit was unleashed, making him look as if he was an awakened god of war. Brilliantly shining rings appeared above his body. That fighting will affected the will of the great path all around him. The roar of the crimson river grew increasingly frightening, making it sound as if the clouds above them were roaring in anger as well. Xingkai's body grew extremely tall, as if he was a god of war waking up, and cranked the heaven-punishing fighting will to its maximum, exuding pressure all over the sky around him. He had been repeatedly hammered by Yu Sheng in the last battle in Crimson Dragon City, which had greatly affected his combat capacity, making it so that he had no time to burst with complete power. In the battle he was fighting at present, he was determined to let Yi Futian see another Xingkai, one who lived up to the identity of being a descendant of Emperor Zhan. Boundless heaven punishing fighting will coalesced as he extended his hand, conjuring a huge spear which pulsed with holy light. What was even more terrifying was that beams of devastating light of the great path tore through the space around them, which seemed to be a manifestation of the heaven-punishing fighting will, raining down from the heavens, tearing through their surroundings as they lashed out at Yi Futian. Many looked up at the scene above, finding it utterly terrifying. Even though Xingkai had lost recently, that was not to say that his fame had been for nothing. Xingkai was truly powerful and had repeatedly proven so in many battles. His powers were definitely top class, and few throughout Crimson Dragon Realm were able to match him blow for blow. The pressure which emanated from him at that moment seemed to be a testament to his strength. That utterly overbearing stance and action seemed to make people forget about his current plane level, as he seemed like a living god of war. Yi Futian looked up. The beams of dazzling golden light rained down like spears, heading straight for him. He took one furious step forward and the entire area shook. A space-freezing power was unleashed as the light emitted from the deed of thorough comprehension shrouded his surroundings. The scene transformed into a world of stars shortly after. Stars circled about, protecting him within. The raining spears clashed with the huge stars, resulting in earth-shattering rumbles. Terrifying explosions were heard all over the Crimson River. Boom! Shinkai moved in the air as heaven-punishing fighting will burst to the extreme wherever the spears pointed. The entire sky around them seemed shrouded by the might. Countless spears rained down at once, tearing through space as they headed for Yi Futian. Shinkai had been unleashing his heaven-punishing fighting will in a frenzy since the battle commenced. He had not shown the slightest hint of wanting to take his time to spar with Yi Futian. He was trying to pin Yi Futian down in the showdown without the slightest hint of reservation. Yi Futian naturally sensed Shinkai's intentions. The attacks had been overwhelming from the start. Shinkai's killing intention towards him was unmistakably strong. Powerful spiritual was unleashed and melded with the vast surroundings around them. The great path expanded and multiplied, giving birth to all in the universe. Wherever the will of the great path reached, everything was turned into a personal expression of their powers. A dazzling starry world glittered above the Crimson River. More stars were conjured and appeared in their surroundings, emitting an extremely brilliant light. Those stars circled Yi Futian's body, which seemed to meld with the stars, making him the absolute center of that starry world. The stars around him coursed with mystical trajectories. Their surroundings rumbled as the spinning stars clashed with the huge spears raining down from above, bursting with a devastating force that shook the heavens. The ninth servant, who was standing at the shore, frowned, finding all of this similar to the most proficient arts of the star-plucking saint. According to Gai Huang, that old man had fought him once at Chinya City, holding him back. It seemed that the star-plucking saint was indeed on Chinya City's side. However, it was not so easy to block the spears of a god of war. Shinkai turned into a golden bolt of lightning at that moment, tearing through space as countless spears burst, blasting the stars of the great path surrounding Yi Futian. Violent rumbles continued to be heard as the stars crumbled and the spears shattered. Golden, divine spears appeared and blasted at the orbiting stars. Light conjured from the boundless heaven, punishing fighting, will lashed out in an instant, causing the trajectories of the stars to crumble and turn chaotic as they were being destroyed in a frenzy. The devastating lighting pulsing on the spears continued to move forward, hitting the screens of light and intending to kill Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian stepped forward at that moment. He twirled about as he moved, conjuring a halberd his hand. He then lashed out with the halberd. The stars circling him turned into beams of light which blasted Shinkai's body, intending to bury him in the stars. Shinkai then stepped forward and continued lashing out with his spears. His force was unyielding, and one star after another was shattered as he continued to destroy anything that stood in his way. At that moment, the light of the stars all around Yi Futian gathered into a single point. The halberd thrust, clashing with a spear heading straight for him. Boundless lights from the stars gushed and melded with the halberd as if that one strike carried the power of all the stars around. At the very moment the halberd and the spear clashed, everything around the weapons crumbled into nothingness. The crimson river below howled and rolled in a frenzy. Scorching fires of lava in the river splashed, drowning the space around them.